Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 2. Over 10 million unique viewers watched Friday Fortnite last week. At one point, we even reached over 840,000 live concurrent viewers. We were trending globally on social media, and we're back again with another $10,000 on the line and another $10,000 to be given to one of you. Live from the UMG studio, I'm Landon Lano Sanders on hand, joined in part by my lovely ensemble, my couch joining alongside myself. We've got Taylor Reflections Nova along with Ryan Fools Summers. Guys, it is set to be an amazing day of competition. How are we feeling?
Feeling great on top of the world, much like last week as well. We got some big names in this tournament, and I got to say, my favorite team, MrSavage and Benjyfishy, right? They came through big in the end. They ended up winning it, and I'm hoping they do the same this week. But I think this week is going to be even better than last week. Ryan, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. I love Friday Fortnite. We have an absolutely star-studded cast today. It's going to be an incredible day of action. Let's see if we can do it bigger than last week. I'm pumped.
It's going to be difficult, but like I said, we've been kind of alluding to it. Like, okay, in essence, it's difficult to accomplish what we did last week. But with the names, with the personalities that we have, I think that it is fit to be accomplished. I'll say that much. But let's go and pull up our format. Let's kind of get associated. If you guys haven't really been familiar with Friday Fortnite in the past, if you didn't watch back in 2018, well, no worries. The rules have stayed the exact same. It's a double elimination tournament, 2v2 and normal squad lobbies. Teams will earn 1 point per elimination. The team with the most points after 2 games will win the series and advance in the bracket. If both teams are tied after 2 games, overtime will be played until a winner is decided. In case you guys aren't super familiar with the rules, like we said, it's not too difficult, but you can still feel free to use ! rules in chat for the full list. It's solely based off of points, solely based off of elimination. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and pop now over to our bracket to get a little bit of an idea for how things are looking. Our 32 teams are ready to set out and possibly make their way to that final star-studded matchup. But guys, as we look through the bracket, as we look through these super, super exciting round 1 games, what's sticking off the page? Taylor, how about you?
Well, going all the way back to Friday Fortnite, at least the original ones, right? We love to pit the winners and well as runner-ups against each other first round. Now you're going to have to look at MrSavage and Benjyfishy going against Ghost, Kamo, and Issa. These guys played each other out. MrSavage, Benjyfishy are able to set a bracket reset and come through big in the end with the victory and the $10,000 first place prize. Kamo and Issa, though, a solid duo. That's going to be one of the best competitive matches, of course, that you can see. But I also want to point out, too, Ghost, Aydan, and Gorb. Gorb playing with Ghost Aydan is going to be a big thing because Gorb has been trying to qualify. Unfortunately, hasn't had the opportunity to do so. But a last-minute add-in, we don't know if it was Aydan's recommendation, maybe Keemstar's recommendation, but I got to say, Gorb is an animal, 16-year-old player for the team Parallel. He once held the solo versus squad record with 41 eliminations, and I got to tell you guys, he is known for getting a large number of eliminations, both in competitive as well as in pub games. This duo of Ghost Aydan and Gorb is going to be absolutely nasty, and the pub lobbies need to watch out. But you also got to be thinking, right, Ghost Aydan put himself in this position. He's playing against the qualifier winners of Grandma as well as Deez. These guys are insane when it comes to the World Cup, and they also best placement, 9th place in the World Cup duos in week number 6. This is my sleeper team I think is going to go through and be a solid duo. And what's interesting, too, they're both controller players.
Yeah, you always got to watch out for those qualifier players. If there's one thing we've noticed at the UMG studio is there is a ton of unknown talent out there, but Taylor and Landon, the matchup I am looking forward to the most is going to be the very, very bottom one. One of my picks, you guys know that I have a Gears of War background. I love my Gears fam, so I had to go with my guy High Distortion and Cypher going up against FaZe Dubs and FaZe Megga. We saw just how good of a duo Distortion and Cypher can be, and they're going up against a duo on a global scale who's shown what they can do in FaZe Dubs and FaZe Megga. I think Dubs is qualified for the World Cup more than the rest of the world combined at this point. The guy can't stop qualifying for the World Cup no matter what the format is, so you got to figure he's going to come out with the absolute fire himself. So that to me is the matchup that sticks off the page the most. I'm hoping my guy Distortion can get through because that's who I'm pulling for the most. Him and, of course, my guy Nickmercs, another Gears of War legend, doing big things in Fortnite. Obviously, him and Neo are a fantastic duo as well. They made a huge run themselves. They have a pretty decent matchup, round 1, but again, I'm looking for those two to make a run.
Absolutely, Malik. So that's going to be a really fun one. There was a lot of people who were very shocked at the result that we saw last week. Cypher and HD moving past Dubs and Megga. We'll see how that could possibly stand when it comes down to this week. One match that I'm really excited excited for is the fourth one from the top. We've got Myth and Poach facing off against Luzu and Fernanfloo. For those who have not looked out for these guys, if you're not a part of the Spanish community, these guys are the majority of it. That's for sure. Like I said, but the Spanish community, especially on YouTube, is insane. I think what Fernanfloo has like 8 million overall followers. I want to say that Luzu has like 33 million. These guys are constantly playing with each other, playing some PUBG, playing some Fortnite. I will say, all things considered, they are playing off against, though, Myth and Poach. This is Poach's first ever Friday Fortnite tournament. Never has played, I think, in one of ours from 2018 now to 2019. Myth, kind of a veteran of this format, has played in, kind of, I guess you could say, years past with guys like Hamlins, Daquan, etc. But that one's going to be fun, one that I'm looking out for. But as we look through all 32 of these teams, there is one that in particular has kind of taken the cake, if you will, and that is the one at the very top. Ninja and PewDiePie together is legendary. People are calling this the collaboration of them all, right? The ability for the number one, person on YouTube, the number one person on Twitch to be with each other, to collaborate is unbelievable. Across their streams, across social medias like Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube, they have a combined 184 plus followers/subscriber base.
Insane.
This is set to be an incredible one. I think combined up to this point, they are already sitting at 200,000 plus viewers before the game has even started. Guys, what else can we say about this collaboration?
Well, listen, I mean, you got two powerhouse personalities. You have on the other end Ninja, who's been streaming for years, right? Competitive gamer as well for years. One of the best when it comes to Fortnite, playing with one of the biggest contributors to not only YouTube, but just, I think, creative success. PewDiePie. I mean, everyone in the world has heard about this guy. Like you said, 96 million subscribers
that's
just
it,
for him
that's
alone.
A modest number.
I mean, come on, it's insane. And of
It
course,
just continues,
that duo together, it's going to be crazy. What I'm curious though, winners round 2, right? We could potentially be seeing Ninja and PewDiePie going against Dr Disrespect and Arkhram.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Twitch Mob, thank you for giving up your spot. We'll hope to see you next week, or at least another
Use
Friday
code
Fortnite.
Mob, baby. Use
But,
code Mob.
hey, you love the guys out there, but I mean, come on, Dr Disrespect versus Ninja and PewDiePie. Come on, it's going to be nutty.
That would definitely be fun. And, hey, I think the Doc did a pretty good job picking his partner as well. And his partner already qualified for the World Cup, holds a couple records on his own. So definitely some good scouting by the two-time champ himself in the Doc. And I'm with you, Taylor. If we can get that round 2 matchup, that would definitely be the clash of the Titans, the clash of the personalities, the clash of the Kings. Of course, we have the two Kings working together. I cannot wait to see kind of how that unfolds. And, man, just look at this bracket. There's just so many fantastic personalities, so many fantastic players across the board. I think that we're in for an absolute treat. The viewers are in for an absolute treat. It's going to be a blast all day.
Yeah, guys. It's set to be possibly the best week yet. We said that last week, thinking a lot like, and my biggest question, myself and Taylor were talking about this, like, can Friday Fortnite 2019 be better? Can it live up to the hype that we saw last year? Because we were like, surely, like, we just didn't really know what to expect. Like, can it live up to that hype? Can it be there? Last week, I think personally, out of the amount of broadcasts that we've had for this particular series, last week was the best. There was a number of different amazing games, some surprises that led into one incredible grand final, and I'm looking to see if that will continue. Big thing that I'm looking out for, as we obviously do wait for Ninja and PewDiePie along with Ceeday and Noah's game to begin, I think we're going to talk about the patch a little bit. Let's kind of talk about the recent things that have kind of come about as of recent. Obviously, the kind of biggest story that actually was released not long ago. Stormphillip added into the game, kind of changing up, at least, more of the pubs. I know even Competitive has had their say about it from time to time, even, some regulations coming in to try and make sure that it doesn't affect it too much. Regardless, though, Stormphillip coming in, are we seeing that be impactful? Regardless, though, what are our thoughts on it?
Stormphillip, I mean, you guys have been talking about it on not only Reddit, Twitter, right? You guys know all about it. I think it's an interesting thing to use whenever it comes to pub matches. I think it's kind of interesting. I think for competitive, it has no place there. It's way too chaotic already as it is, right? With the Turtle Wars, the amount of RPGs going off, the stinks as well. You got way too much to focus on, and then all of a sudden now, not only are you fighting off the storm on the rotation, you're also fighting off a storm in someone's hands. Yeah. You imagine 1/3 of the lobby, even 5-10 people having that Stormphillip in their hands and they use it, which I've seen plenty of clips already. it just makes it way too chaotic.
Right.
Like I said, public, it's perfectly fine, I think, but in terms of competitive, it just doesn't belong. It's too messy, and I think that's one of the reasons why it's not going to be used in the qualifiers this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be pretty chaotic in the competitive scene, but of course today we are playing the kill race format, which means that I think it has a lot more practical use today. I think that it could be used kind of offensively and defensively. That's to me what kind of makes it an interesting addition. Obviously, it's very early. It just came out, so a lot of times when a new weapon comes out, a new item comes out, we never get to see it kind of push to its full potential, so to speak. So definitely seeing if players use it more to aid themselves in the storm, or maybe if they try to use some some of the offensive parts of it.
Right. Now, one thing as well that we have to mention is that the hunting rifle as well, unfortunately, was vaulted. There are a few fans out there, maybe even a few people in chat.
sad.
Let us know, chat, if you're sad, if you're happy. You know what? Here we go. Type 1 if you're happy. Type 2 if you're sad. I want to know. I want to know what the Twitch viewership is thinking. If they're good with the hunting rifle being removed, Ryan, let me know your thoughts.
In the words of the two-time, get him out! I don't want it in the game. I want the snipes.
Well,
I like
why
the
is that?
Why is
Give
that?
us your case.
Give me a reason.
You
gotta
know
let
what?
us know.
It's one of those things. So many snipes in the game now, coming here and there and everywhere. The hunting rifle just doesn't really need to. I don't know. Didn't keep up to me. Didn't do it for me. I need. Give me the snipe.
Well,
Get it out.
I think for me, I like the hunting rifle because it added kind of versatility to your inventory. The heavy obviously is much more useful, but if you think about the reload time for the hunting rifle, right? The reload time is kind of what made things worth it because it was so incredibly low. So you can just spam shots out as much as you want. Of course, the Deagle kind of being like a rifle in itself.
Yeah.
But that's the fastest. But the hunting rifle with the reload time, like I said, just kind of made it worth it. The damage was pretty crazy. It was still a one-shot, kill to the head. So for me, the hunting rifle was pretty versatile. I think a lot of players wanted the heavy to go more so than the hunting, but I mean, Fortnite, Epic Games are always kind of, revolutionizing and changing things up a little bit, but I am sad to see it. It's one of the OGs.
Oh, it definitely is, right? I mean, I remember when the hunting rifle was added, and we're like, this is going to be fun. We're going to see some highlight clips, and obviously we did. But you never know. Like I said, there could be a moment where we kind of go back to the drawing board and we kind of bring weapons back. That definitely, could be the case. Another thing in the recent patch that is kind of somewhat as of a note is that the loot carriers, which are found on hotspots, which of course added not long ago, the explosive and sniper rarities are lowered. So we didn't get to see the hotspots rather kind of get utilized that much last week, and that was kind of the main frame of discussion. Like, hey, are we going to see teams go here? Is that going to be like a major zone for them to try to make their way toward? Didn't really seem to be that way. Regardless, though, if that was an idea for any of these teams, I think that is going to kind of get brought down a little bit, maybe than it previously would, considering that's, like I said, snipers, overall explodes aren't going to be as prominent, at least in previous. But thoughts on hotspots, and then we still have the burst SMG out there. I feel like since last week, I've started to see even more people running the burst.
Yes, and let me tell you something. I wasn't a fan of it, as you know. I was saying I totally didn't like the burst.
I liked it. I'll be honest. I like it.
It's so powerful.
It is.
Especially if you get your headshots, it's a weapon that is just crazy. It doesn't have the spam as you like, but it does have that bleed through builds.
Well, we've talked about it. I mean, with the burst AR, the biggest problem was like, if you hit your shots, it's great, but it's hard to do it. Right. If you miss it, it's like there's that awkward, few seconds where nothing really works out. So, Ryan, what are your thoughts on the burst SMG?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like a lot of the weapons that come out in Fortnite. When it first comes out, everyone says, oh, it sucks, it has no place, this, that, the other, right? Kind of like the combat shotgun. Remember when the combat shotgun came out and everyone said it sucks?
Yeah.
Well, now look at everyone uses the combat shotgun, right, over the TAC. And so I think over time you're going to see obviously the usefulness come through more than anything. You said it bleeds through builds. If you hit shots, it's very rewarding. So I think like anything, it's going to find its place kind of in the meta. And just, again, same thing every time a weapon comes out, right? It sucks in the beginning. People learn how to use it, and then it's beautiful.
You say that, and then I go back to the compact SMG. Remember that when that was first released back in the day? Oh my gosh, it was insane. But you're right. I mean, typically it's not good, but I think the burst has kind of found its place, and ultimately I think we're going to see some usability from it.
There's like the way you can kind of time the way you have builds damage to where the bullets can like break and bleed through. Like I said, it's very tactical, and for players, obviously some of the most skilled players in the world, they can time those things on a whim, and so I think it's going to be very, very useful for players kind of at the top level.
Yeah, I feel like it has a use. Like, does it have an opportunity to be in the inventory? It does, right? For the builds, like that was the kind of the main discussion that people were talking about. It's like, hey, and this is just making a case for it. If you're not good with with firing it, at least you can use it for some builds. So I'm curious if that will be involved when it comes down to maybe even our first series. Which let's go and take a look at the lobby right now. We'll kind of get you guys up to date with what is happening as of this moment. So we're still firing up. We're still waiting for a few players to kind of get ready. But I'm going to kind of shift the focus to this particular series, right? Because this is our first one, the one that we are covering. It is one of the biggest collaborations in gaming history. Obviously, we see PewDiePie bottom left, shades on. He's even got some cat ears on the headset. Loving to see that. And like I said, they'll be facing off against Ceeday and NoahsNoah. These guys, obviously, in terms of, Ceeday and NoahsNoah, very popular YouTubers in their own regard. Obviously, kind of prominent when it comes into Fortnite. They had some interesting strategies last week. In fact, they were kind of spent most of their game versus Ninja in reverse, which was the team last week, in which they did their best to try and ruin Ninja's overall party. They were throwing some impulses down, trying to get them removed off the map. So I'm not sure if that's going to be the continuing strategy. Maybe they're saying, hey, we don't really know how PewDiePie is going to play. So that might be their strategy to say, hey, maybe we're playing a little bit more serious. I was watching Ceeday's YouTube, and he says this is the biggest game of his entire career. So I think they're coming out with
I'm
the fire
pretty sure
here.
I saw a picture. I think Keem put it up on Twitter where it says, I think, like, on my way to go ruin PewDiePie's career, on my way to end PewDiePie's career. So, again, it's a lot of fun banter kind of back and forth, so definitely going to be another fun matchup for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing PewDiePie play.
Right.
I haven't
we
seen
don't really know.
I haven't seen a ton of PewDiePie
got to see a
Fortnite
little bit of gameplay from his
We've
YouTube channel.
time to
but
time,
yeah,
right? But never in a competitive setting, so it's going to be fun.
Well,
You look skeptical, Taylor.
No, I've seen him play. Listen, I don't think he owns a skin, but that doesn't, it doesn't matter. But
no skin strategy is the thing.
It used to be a thing, and it might
still
still be a thing. I don't know. We're gonna have to see how hard Ninja's gonna play in this.
Ninja went big last week.
Ninja,
He did.
Last week he went
killing
huge
it.
with
I mean,
reverse.
we were talking about, like, there was that moment where he was clutching to make it into the grand finals. There was just so many, like, they went to overtime. Like, that was, I think for me, that was probably my favorite series, maybe in Friday Fortnite history, outside of the Ninja clutch that we saw go down until the towers. It was like, what, like week 3 versus FaZe. So there are obviously some moments from time to time. But
here we go.
Here we go. Starting off Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 2. It is Ninja and PewDiePie together taking on Ceeday and NoahsNoah, one of the biggest collaborations in video game history happening now in Friday Fortnite. And boys, as we take a look, it seems as if the block is the choice for all 4 of our players.
Okay, we're all going to the block, and I guess it makes sense based on the strategy last week for Ceeday and NoahsNoah, right? They're just hanging with Ninja and PewDiePie to kind of monitor a couple of those eliminations off the break. PewDiePie already screaming. Honestly, I think we could just listen to the communication between these two, and that would be all we need.
Definitely going to be some fun call-outs along the way. And Lan, if anything like last week, I'm afraid of what Ceeday and NoahsNoah are going to be doing to these two.
These guys are devious, I'll be honest, and I like it.
Well,
it's interesting.
I can't wait to see the reaction to PewDiePie, right? Because obviously, doesn't play in a ton of tournaments, so it's going to be definitely super funny to watch. You can see Ninja already has a couple players in his sights right now, looking to open up first blood, so to speak. It's tagged up himself, though. Has to be careful. Brought down to only 34 HP.
I think PewDiePie might even just be hanging around.
I think he's got a green pistol.
I think they're dancing.
Oh my gosh, this is incredible. I really don't know what to say right now exactly, but it looks like I said, Ninja tagged up, brought down to 34 HP. Thankfully, grabs a few minis and might be back on the hunt. But this might just be a matter of PewDiePie already down. Let's see this one. A little bit of a replay coming through. Manages to grab a little bit of, well, I was going to say possibly grabs a few bullets off the ground. Unfortunately, though, gets tagged up, brought down to 10 HP, proning his way to being down on all 4s, having a great time. But now the question remains, as PewDiePie does get thirsted, what is Ninja's play? Can he get Mr. PewDiePie back up?
Oh, here he goes, getting tagged up himself, forcing to dip away. Does have a mini. You see him. He's even grunting, right? It's going to be a tough situation. A lot of players up there. But you see Ceeday. He's going to be able to pick up a couple of eliminations himself. But I do notice one of the players is, in fact, going to go down, and Ceeday is going to be just low in health himself, and this is going to be a great opportunity. And Ceeday goes down. Ninja, this is his opportunity to get that extra credit and go big.
Did he get taken out as he was reviving?
I think he did.
Oh, my
gosh.
Stinks? There's stinks, there's boogie bombs everywhere, and now Ninja literally has the spotlight on him, has to be super careful with this one, even tries to go for the flint knock shot. Somehow manages to dodge the trap in the process. One player was not expecting that by any means, so one frag to start things up, and he's saying, should I be toxic? I think he's debating on whether or not he should pick up their tags.
Everybody.
I think just get PewDiePie.
Yeah, just
but
give
he
us
did this
PewDiePie.
last
Give us
week.
the fun.
He went for the revive as the, I think it was Ceeday and Noah actually tried to impulse him off the map, so all things considered, he's playing strong. Actually, even decides to go ahead and dodge the new,
So we
new
just,
item added.
we were just gassing up the new submachine guns, and Ninja takes the dual pistols over it.
Yeah. Oh, and he's going to say, sorry, guys. He's not going to go for the res on him.
I like it. I like it.
Got to be vicious,
Got to
right?
be ruthless.
I'm saying.
Gotta be ruthless.
Absolutely.
Money in the line.
Well, PewDiePie will come up for a little bit of revenge. He only had the green pistol at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
So there is plenty of loot over there.
Now he has a gray one.
There is
so,
a trap on the ground. So I really hope he knows to avoid that.
Runs right over it.
Because, yeah, there is a pyramid over it, but you never know. You never know.
Oh, this is incredible. I honestly just want to like listen to communicate from time to
What
time.
is he looking at? Just looking at.
I don't know if okay. I'll be honest. I don't know if PewDiePie knows how to take a mini. Yeah, 'cause I think Ninja's even saying like, are you gonna use it or what's gonna happen here exactly?
Okay, let's just hope he dies now. How many kills?
Dude, why would you hope I die?
Oh no, I think
Ceeday's
Ceeday and
throwing some
NoahsNoah are
shots.
actually talking to them, hoping they die. Nah.
I will say they're still in the block. I think has Ninja only found one
He's
kill?
only found one,
Yeah,
so yeah,
yeah,
1 to
sorry,
2.
it's 2-1 right now.
Yeah.
So Ceeday and NoahsNoah currently with the advantage. But I think Ninja right now is just trying to guide him along, right? Maybe even I think PewDiePie keeps opening up these little ammo crates and just kind of handing them off to Ninja like, hey, this is your game, man. This is what you this is your strong suit. I think he might have just taken a tag shotty now.
Okay, his inventory's
So
looking
he's feeling
pretty,
better.
pretty
He's
decent.
backing up. So all things are working. Handed him some ammo.
Got a drum
Ninja,
gun.
the good teammate.
He's a good guy Ninja, and you see he's using that flintlock pistol and those solo squad opportunities when you're fighting against up to 4 people at once sometimes. It can be very, very crucial in case you're about to take fall damage, right? Using that flintlock to make sure that you don't. Seeing Ninja get an engagement of his own, looking to potentially take the lead here as he picks up not one, but about to make it 2 players. Hits him with a flint knock, gets the knockdown in the process. Fantastic shots by Ninja. And I do believe the 2 Kings have taken their first lead of the
Yes.
series, and you know it's going to only get bigger from here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see, right? Ninja's got a great opportunity. His opponents are down, so the more that he racks up, the better off he will be going into round 2. Remember, if we do move forward in the tournament with Ninja and PewDiePie, they will have the opportunity to play against Dr. Disrespect and Arkhram potentially, so that's going to be a matchup we want to see. But in the meantime, you see Ninja kind of coaching PewDiePie along, saying, you know, hey, come over here. We give you some health. I think he was tagged up maybe a little bit, or at least Ninja was. And
They have hardly moved, guys. Like they've been in the same area.
but they have the lead.
I will say they do have some kills. They do have something kind of going for them. I don't think that has PewDiePie found any kills yet. I don't think he has.
No, he's not.
That's my big question right now. Is will we see PewDiePie possibly
Get a
escape
kill.
with an elimination? That's my biggest thing. I hope he does. I think that'd be great. I think that we should count that as 2.
Absolutely. I think we definitely should.
I don't have the power to do that, but I think that'd be interesting.
I think if PewDiePie walks out with 1 elimination, maybe 2, they automatically win the game.
Is that right?
That's just the way it should be.
It's like the tactical nuke in Call of Duty. Just ends it all.
Oh my gosh.
I think so. Well, much slower game than we're used to seeing, but honestly, it's going to be great, especially as they start moving forward. Still a lot of people remaining. What, 40 engagements still to be had?
And
Oh,
look
he
at- look
does
at-
have
look
the
what-
storm
I'll
flip.
say, look what's in PewDiePie's
Oh.
inventory. Are we going to see our first storm flip of our tournament?
And so I just want to point out, he passed up on a shotgun. He passed up
fine.
on an
Doesn't
AR.
need
He's
it.
got the
He's
drum
got the
gun and the
drum.
storm flip.
He's passed up on pretty much everything at this point. I think Ninja told him the drum gun is the best gun in the game right now. Run around with this.
Take this.
Get
Here
some
you
shots
go.
in for me, and I'll do the rest of the work.
Looks as if they are going to be making somewhat of a rotation here into Loot Lake. A little bit of banter going back and forth, it looks as if. But like we said, they do have the advantage. And that's the one thing we can kind of shift the focus to, shift the conversation to, is that since Ceeday and Noah have both gone down, this is extra credit. So any elims that they find, any kills that they manage to find throughout the rest of this game are only going to benefit them in the long run. My big question is that when we watched Ninja and Reverse play last week, they built up so much of a lead that Ceeday and Noah got to the point where they're like, okay, hey, maybe we just possibly even utilize some impulse grenades, try to take these guys down in another different way. One that maybe not, we could probably define as not legal, but one that they've tried anyway. But I'm curious if it will come to that point, or if we'll see Ninja and Pewdie maybe go down a little bit early to the point where Ceeday and Noah are saying, hey, we might have to play kind of confident. Maybe we actually do play super solid when it comes down to the next game.
If Ceeday and Noah end up doing the same strategy of following Ninja and PewDiePie around, it's like the opposite of what you want to do, right? When you're at a deficit, right? So if you're Ninja and PewDiePie and they're following you around, that's like the literal best case scenario. So if you're them, you want to rack up as many kills as possible. Of course, you can see they're having so much fun along the way.
Ninja is smiling from ear to ear
the whole time, right? I mean, PewDiePie is just pure comedy, right? So to have that on your team, of course, the 2 Kings coming together, you already knew it was going to be an absolute blast.
PewDiePie trying to navigate through the waters. You see him on the mini-map slowly making his way over towards Ninja. He was at Modder for quite some time. Ninja, he's going to go about it alone. We know this guy, whenever it comes to solo squatting, he is a beast. And he's going to go down there. I thought I heard a trap play, so he's got to be a little bit careful. But instant elimination, and the second one looks like it's going to be up ahead. He's going to go ahead and drop in on this opponent, trying to pop some minis. Flint knock to the body. He goes down. Opponent from the back also trying to tag him up a little bit. PewDiePie almost there into the engagement, slowly making his way with the drum gun. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if he goes ahead and throws the storm flip.
That would be the worst call, you know,
That
depending on how it
yeah,
works.
literally,
but
there's AoE.
But by the time that he gets here, Ninja's like, hey, it's pretty much cleaned
Everybody's
up.
gone.
It's kind of just scraps left for the most part as Ninja able to drop now the 8th Elim.
Where
and
is he?
PewDiePie's calling out, where's he at? Ninja's like, I've already kind of cleared it out. Let's kind of focus maybe toward the next location. But it looks as if the storm, or rather the next zone. Oh, nice little 360 from
Okay,
Keems.
okay.
Okay, I respect
DPI
it.
is like a 1600.
And Ninja got blessed. Ninja got the combat shotgun and the gold scar, too.
Yep.
So that in his kit is going to be so helpful moving forward.
Now the real question is,
What's he gonna add?
He's
PewDiePie
got,
gotta pick
he's got everything around him. Does he pick anything up? He's very
Drop-
consistent with picking up minis.
drop the
oh,
drum
okay,
gun.
okay.
He should just pick up all the meds, right, along the way. If he's not going to, he doesn't want the weapons.
Play
Pick up the
He's not
support.
meds,
getting anything.
pick
Yeah.
up the storm flips, right? And, you know, do these little teamwork.
Might have to play kind of a support role. I think that'd be nice. What the question maybe is, I don't know if he knows how to add all the items to his inventory. So that may be a conversation that needs to happen over time. While in the meantime, it looks as if Ninja doing quite a bit of damage to someone flying through the slipstream. If they only knew who was shooting at them and who was just below in the builds. But like I said, a solid beginning right now for Ninja and PewDiePie. Only 19 other players are still up.
I'm not going to lie. If I'm in one of these like pub matches and I happen to die by this duo, that's like if you're a gamer, that's like an honor.
Oh, I'm
right?
feeling
To
great.
Like an
get-
autograph, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you get. I would.
I am
it,
never wearing another skin after
clip
this.
it and hold it for life, right? I mean, you just got killed by the two kings of gaming at this point: YouTube, Twitch. I mean,
I was kind of thinking
It's an
about it. Ninja is like
Wait, does
the
he know how to
ultimate.
get in the slipstream?
I don't.
I think
Yeah,
he
yeah,
might
he's in it.
be.
He's in it. But does he know how to get out? So that's the question.
Oh, that's true.
I was going to point out, Ninja's kind of like the celebrity Fortnite trainer, if you will. Like first Ellen, now PewDiePie. I mean, who's going to
Drake?
come next?
Drake,
Drake,
too,
yeah.
yeah.
So-
Travis Scott.
It's like
how many athletes? You know,
it's like he's constantly training these celebrities. PewDiePie's about to be an animal. He's starting off like this. By the end of it, he's going to be slaying out
Oh.
15 eliminations towards the end.
And he's really gonna need to kind of step it up when it comes down to this fight. Ninja brought down to a low amount of HP. PewDiePie still possibly trying to figure out how to get back to the ground level, while Ninja building quite a bit. PewDiePie may or may have not taken some damage, might have fallen, and it looks as if he is getting knocked. I think he might have got knocked down with a shotgun from an enemy. So, in the midst of corals,
Call epic.
he's talking about calling epic.
well, let's watch this at the bottom right. Let's see exactly what happened. So, tries to join the fight. Someone's coming on the flank and
I
gets
don't think
taken
he hit
down.
him once. That's unfortunate.
He got close though.
He did get close.
He did drop the storm flip,
I'll
which I'm a
say I
little bit
saw
sad
a storm
about.
flip in the distance right there.
Yeah.
Look at the AoE on that thing, man.
Jeez.
It's crazy. That's what I was saying in Final Circle and competitive. It's insane.
It's like a massive stink bomb.
No, it really and,
Like,
and
it literally is just like a
call it the
stink bomb
orb,
on
yeah.
steroids.
and it hits for the storm that it's currently at. So Final Circle, it's hitting for 10-15.
Yeah,
You know,
That's
it's
not
crazy.
fun. That's definitely not fun.
It's not.
I'm curious though. So, like we said, PewDiePie is currently down right now. Not in the greatest situation, or rather the greatest spot, because he did die right next to some opponents. Is Ninja going to try? Is he going to have an opportunity to possibly go for his reboot card, or is he get to go for this one?
Yeah,
Go kind of throughout it solo, because when you have 12 other players alive, it's kind of a question that you can feel free to ask yourself. Like, hey, is it worth it at this time? Like, is there going to be a reboot van that's easily accessible? So while that's currently decided, it looks as if Ninja firing away with that combat shotty up top, dual pistols as well, and floating from one side to the other. Current player just in front of him, rocking the cozy campfire, goes for the edit. Flint knock, not going to land back to ground level. And going to go and grab a few minis in the process. Player actually gets back in his builds, and Jonesy drops him. Pewdie is not impressed.
He was expecting the victory. Might have even been his first one. Jeez. Well, I mean, hey, against all odds though, Ninja does come out with 9 eliminations,
That's
right? So
true.
the score is going to be 9-2, and when it comes to Ceeday NoahsNoah, they do have their hands full. So making it the second round is
That was
looking
legendary.
possible. But hey, I got to say exactly what I expected from the first round.
Yeah,
that was
I mean,
great.
Brian, that was kind of like my expectation coming into it, is exactly what we saw. So I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, I expected it to laugh the entire way through. I
Yeah.
expected to see fantastic plays, which we of course did. This every time like Ninja does anything, you just hear the reaction in his mic. Some
You love
sort
it.
of yelling. If a player's on him, he's yelling. This is fantastic.
This is awesome. I can only imagine how many viewers are watching this duo compete right now. I don't think they've ever played a Fortnite game together. So
Yeah.
maybe even a game together. I don't even know if they've talked to each other, in terms of being in videos and whatnot. So this is incredible to watch them kind of face off against Ceeday and Noah. However, that's my question now. Being down 7 eliminations, I would say for any normal team,
They're
you
gonna,
distance yourself. Maybe
Yeah.
I wouldn't say you split at 7 if this was a different kind of match, if you will. But I would say for them, strategy, maybe for the memes, you stick with them again.
That's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Do what you
Maybe
do
look
best,
for
right?
impulses. I don't
Yeah.
know. That would be the call. Can you only imagine if Ceeday or Noah find impulses, they throw them at PewDiePie's feet, goes flying, and he just starts yelling at Epic the entire time while it happens.
I think it could
That's
happen.
my personal prediction. Normally,
very
I'm
well
like,
happen.
oh, this team's going to win. Oh, this is going to be the scoreline. I think that Ceeday and Noah are going to achieve their goal of a storm flip, of an impulse, and somehow mess up PewDiePie's game plan. That's my call. What about you guys? Any
Well,
exact
So you're
things?
you're going all sabotage.
I'm going specific
You're going-
here, yeah.
Well, based on last week, it's a
I'm
high
saying.
possibility.
It's a bold statement, right? I mean, they've fallen them around everywhere. You got to
Yeah.
imagine if they've been following them around in week 1, they're going to follow them around in week 2, which, again, and if you're trying to really, really win, that's like the worst strategy imaginable. But either way, I mean, hey, the first match was comedy. I'm looking forward to the second one, hopefully following that same train. And
Right.
I mean, Ninja was slaying out best he could, right? He did a pretty
Right.
good job, I would say, himself, getting, I think, 9,
9's not bad.
taking a couple 3v1s here.
And also giving lessons in the process.
He-
I mean, it was
he
kind of
revived
it was
him,
a
too.
tutorial,
Yeah.
so there was a lot going on in that time.
We talk about how teams get better as the tournament goes on, right? It's one of those teams that as the meta progresses, they're
Yeah.
going to get it going more and more and more.
Like I said, PewDiePie, 1, maybe 2 eliminations. I'm happy.
I'd be cool with one, I think.
I honestly.
Maybe even an assist.
I need the reaction of the first elimination.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
going to be.
That's gonna be
You
important.
guys are in for a treat whenever that happens. I know that.
I
know we
can only
certainly are.
imagine what would go down. Like maybe, this would be hard. If they managed to get a Victor Royale,
Oh, yeah. I think
we
he's
might
going
have
to
to
flip
call
out
it.
just the same.
That might be the end of Friday Fortnite as we know it. If that were to
They
occur.
just win the
We've
$2,000.
peaked.
Yeah, we
We peaked,
we're
guys.
all downhill.
Sorry.
We're all downhill
Production,
from here.
shut it down. It's over.
That'd be incredible, but I think we are about to hop into Game 2. Lending locations are obviously the main topic of discussion. Will we possibly go back to the block? Or are we going to see something a little bit different? I think
like
it's fair to
Dusty?
say it's going to be based off of what Ninja and PewDiePie like to do. So
Okay.
it looks as if a lot of markers placed toward the Dusty Divot, maybe even Diner, depending on the landing spot. But like I said, all 4 players pretty much going to the exact same location, which is what we kind of expected.
We're seeing a tilted mark, too. Could, again, probably a troll, but could be a tilted drop.
Oh, I
Looks like
think we're
everyone's heading
all
towards
going to
Dusty.
Dusty. Yeah. A good spot to go to, right? I mean, Dusty is a solid area for rotations to land in triangle.
There you go.
But-
it seems to be a very, very popular spot nowadays when it
it-
comes to bot racing. I mean, you can
Yeah, it's
basically you can come out with, like, obviously the mushrooms coming out with shield. Obviously, the amount of trees you see underneath your screen right now. There's a ton of mats available. Of course, a lot of loot as well. So definitely become a very, very popular spot in these kill race formats.
See exactly where they want to plant themselves down. I think they might be even giving the call-outs of like, hey, are we going diner side? Are we going inside of the divot? It looks as if Ninja first one down when it comes down to the silos. As, you know what, PewDiePie's like, hey, the more regal thing to do, the proper thing to do would be
Ooh.
walking through the front door. And he
Okay.
finds himself a nice little blue tack on the ground.
Which I think is going to benefit him greatly because he could just keep firing shots off,
Absolutely.
right? So, I mean, you missed the first one, the second one, the third one. You maybe hit him on the fourth. I think it's going to be great for him. Ninja, he's going at it alone.
I think he feels confident that Ceeday and Noah are going to keep him company. I think that I think if they see anybody, you're going to see all 3 of those guys firing at the same
Okay.
time. So
Told you, it was
might be
their-
not a bad call.
It was their goal to apparently end PewDiePie's career. So this could be the opportunity they're going for right here.
Oh, there's impulses.
Oh no, Landon, you might get your wish.
Oh my gosh.
Just scares me.
Oh, yeah, I know what Ceeday is thinking right now.
You might get your wish, Landon.
The only positive thing is there's not like
they're
any
totally
big
trying
drops,
to
really.
linger him. They're giving him minis. PewDiePie's trying to kill them. It's not working out. I think that PewDiePie might have thought that was Ninja at first. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Regardless, though, Pewdie is going for some mats. He's picking up
got the
some
deagle,
minis
too.
off the ground.
All
He's got the dig, yeah.
I need to see just a blind fire D shot.
Could you
One
imagine
dig.
hitting a headshot, Deeg? Oh, beautiful.
That'd be incredible.
Anything can happen, boys.
Most satisfying sound ever.
And Ninja is still off by himself. I think they're all 4 communicating to each other, just kind of going back and forth. Ninja, decent inventory, also does have the storm flip. They're in that, I guess you could argue, 4th spot if you do include the melee weapon. But still, though, looking pretty good. Definitely the best inventory as of yet, considering what we know about Ceeday, what we know about Pewdie for the moment. But I think that might be NoahsNoah kind of going off in the distance, maybe even utilizing a few of the slipstreams. So they're going to go and distance themselves. This is my thing. I thought that when it came down to game 2, there were videos that were made. There were tweets that were out there that said, hey, this is the biggest game of our life, so we want to try to make this one serious. Can you imagine if Ceeday and NoahsNoah were able to knock them out? That'd be incredible, and I think they're starting to realize that.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and go over towards the tropical zone. Maybe hang out in the lava. Maybe even head over towards Megga if they so decide.
Do we think that's a good rotation, though?
I mean, it's not bad, right? It's a natural rotation from Dusty. You know, go over to Megga, Salty, maybe even over towards Loot itself. Kind of interesting. He stops here for a great tack, but I mean, he did need something in his inventory to kind of replicate a shotgun. I couldn't imagine the players who are going to be over here are going to be really tough, but heading to pressure plant is going to be interesting. And now back. Oh, please pick up the minigun. PewDiePie, that would be amazing.
At least they're back together again. That's more important. Ninja and PewDiePie have found each other again, so the two teammates have linked back up.
Normally we're like
PewDiePie's no longer like with the enemy.
it's the little victories. I feel like that's the way that this cast has been so far. It's like, hey, normally it's like, oh, can they take down the entire squad? It's like, can they find each other? Like, is it physically possible for them to pick up the same items? But I think we might be hearing a little bit of sporadic communication coming in from one of the two sides as Ninja does spot someone just off toward his west inside of Salty Springs. Hopefully PewDiePie will be up for the call. He might have even accidentally muted himself. I don't know if he's been like that the entire game. But we'll roll with it for now.
I think if you're Ninja right now, too, I mean, Ninja's a competitor, too, at heart, right? So he wants to win more than anything as well. But I'm wondering if he knows he can kind of play this fairly slow, too. It doesn't look like his opponents have gotten any kills yet. They're still up 7, only 45 left in the lobby. Speaking of that minigun, Taylor, someone's shooting him with one right this second.
No, but he's got a better one. The drum gun mixed, of course, with the AR takes him out. Big moves. You love to see it, and that's going to be the first elimination, and PewDiePie is going to be with him. I think there's a couple more still remaining over. I thought I saw somebody over in Brick as well. Is PewDiePie going in by himself? Or is this going to be a replay, of course?
He was there for the backup.
Yeah, he was there for the backup.
He had the pistol ready to go, man. He had that deagle. Whenever it needed to be shot, whenever the bullet needed to be fired, he was ready for it. But he knew. And he isn't wasting any ammo either, which he's got to be respectful, I like this play.
Most chaotic communication I've ever heard.
It's like they're all communicating together. Something you will very rarely see in Friday Fortnite.
Ceeday coming around the backside. It looks as if explosions everywhere. Possibly the enemy going down to the lower spot. Cannons are even flying everywhere. I didn't even know that was physically possible. But despite that, though, explosions going down. First elim found for Ceeday. And you're going to be hearing the call out saying, hey, his friends are coming. It was only a knock. More enemies to come. And we'll see if they can possibly deal with it, as Ninja, I believe, also getting involved in the kill feed at the same time. So while we're starting to see some success possibly come through from Ceeday and Noah, Ninja is still doing some damage from afar.
Player up ahead. You hear him saying, I have to call out. PewDiePie's like, I don't know where these locations are, though. But he's like, hey, listen, it's out of habit. But actually, PewDiePie's going to lead the charge. Map is out.
Oh, he's got his – oh, no.
Ramps.
I think he's trying to build.
Ramps are going to be built. The 90s are going to be crazy.
Cranking some 90s.
Imagine, I'll say, if PewDiePie starts cranking 90s.
He's been playing with us the whole time.
He's been hustling us the whole time. Just
That'd
starts
be amazing.
busting him out. That would be.
Down by 8, by the way, just letting you know.
Ninja talking a little trash, too. Okay, I like
Big oof.
He was ready, though. He was prepared.
Ready for the defense.
I mean, defense is the best offense,
Defense
right?
wins championships.
That is very true.
Hey, you guys are down by 8, by the way, just letting you know.
There he goes. Here again. You love the confidence.
He's here, no problem.
That's the Ninja I know.
It's like that one Shannon Sharp meme, Ryan. It's like, hey, no problem. That's
Hey, no
fine.
problem.
It's fine.
Hey, no
It's
problem.
all good.
Okay,
Well,
see, they put
yeah.
a little offensive moves
Because
on.
these guys aren't bad. Like I'll be honest, like I've watched them play. They're not bad players by any means.
Yeah.
So they could absolutely make this comeback happen if they were to spot the right players in the right locations. Unfortunately, blocked by a few trees. It is going to be NoahsNoah going for the initial fight. Hopefully not going to be too low on HP as he does lose most of his shield. And it looks as if he does come through with one of the early knocks. So there is still going to be a few enemies around Dusty Divot, which if you are a fan of these guys, is not the worst situation in the world. Probably more of a positive than a negative as Ceeday comes in with another knock.
Not bad at all. I'm also looking at the elimination feed. Ninja gets a knock himself. So that engagement they had a little bit earlier, he was able to get it. Luckily, that's their trap, but you saw him back up. The quick reactions. And here we are now on to PewDiePie. I know this was just before Ninja got an elimination, which you see him kind of building on top. Comes through. Shots fired from PewDiePie. Does he connect any? Unfortunately, no. Ninja, there you go. He gets a wipe. And another player up ahead. You got to love it. The support fire from PewDiePie coming in big.
Break his build down, please. That would have been imagine if PewDiePie
he's
gets
ready
him with the fall damage.
Oh, no, the stream. It looks like they actually are going to be in the midst of a storm, seeing a few enemies just off toward where it is their northeast. So PewDiePie, hey, he's aware. He's the first person getting out of the storm. He is not interested in wanting to take any of that damage. So definitely the right mindset for the time, as Ninja and Co. will manage to make it back inside. All good, no problems. Even have a med kit, which is going to be nice. And I think that's a bush on a quad crasher. and does escape. So that is something positive to take a look at. But 14-5, still a very solid lead for Ninja & Co.
Not bad at all. Ceeday NoahsNoah trying to make that comeback. Imagine what would have happened if they stayed alive in the first game, right? It could have been a little bit different, but this is definitely a blessing in disguise if you are Ninja and PewDiePie. PewDiePie
There's
in
a call
trouble.
Call
Ninja on the way.
Oh, and that's actually going to be from the top of the mountain, and Ninja's saying, hey, going to go and utilize the slipstreams. Not a bad call whatsoever. Going to try to defend his comrade, defend his teammate. And this is going to be a very careful engagement. One player on the quad crasher. I think the Flintlock still needed to be reloaded. First one found. The second one surely has got to be here soon, but no, Ninja knocked down to 13 HP. No med items whatsoever, and PewDiePie is going to have to try to help him. Imagine if he can go for the revive.
PewDiePie's here. PewDiePie is here. He's one to go for it.
Oh, he's not? No, that's actually going to be the opponents.
No,
Ceeday and Noah are here.
Yeah, well, this is a little bit behind, right? So PewDiePie is going to come up from the flank. There he goes. I think he's going to miss him out. No, he's too low.
Okay, he's going to have to build. He has the
no. Tell me he knows how to fly it.
Come on, Pewds. No, come on. He's got to make it up. Oh, looks like he's crashing. This is not good. This is not good. Ninja's card is wasting away right now.
And I think he just got shot, too.
No, PewDiePie's still alive.
He
made it up there somehow. I don't know if that was an assistance from an enemy.
Well, that means if Ninja had 5 kills prior, now he has 6. That means that if Noah and Ceeday cleaned up the kills, Ninja got his elimination. So, I mean, we only have 17 players left. Of course, 3 of them are our competitors. We have to see just how much Ninja and PewDiePie's lead is.
I think that they randomly started attacking PewDiePie, and he forgot.
Oh, wait. They still have impulses.
Oh, my God.
And PewDiePie's at the top of this mountain.
We have to stay on Ceeday right now.
This could be bad.
Oh, they're 100% doing this.
They're going to put the impulses towards – oh, no.
And they're going to build a ramp up. Say, PewDiePie, I got a launch pad. Then they're just going to end all their lives and just drop them to the ground. Oh, they picked up – okay.
There might have been Pewdie who got that.
I
hear Ninja giving the call-outs.
I think PewDiePie has one level and he just screams. I
don't know if PewDiePie knows how to get down, which is definitely not good.
I think.
Oh, he's just jumping.
Yeah, I think NoahsNoah was going to help him with the impulse, but actually no. It seems like they go ahead and build him down. This is pure comedy. I love this.
I think PewDiePie's running towards the reboot van to try and get Ninja back in. I think I heard Ninja saying, grab my card and go. I think he said go west.
Oh, no, he's turning. No, he's going over here.
You guys need 6 kills, by the way. Okay, I'm muting them too. I'm muting them too.
Okay,
this
it's getting
serious. I was
serious.
going to say, until they are down, until this is mathematically impossible, it's this is still a fight.
So
Does he know how to build up this mountain?
There's 11 players left on the map right now.
Oh, let's go, PewDiePie. Okay.
Okay.
I like this.
This is great.
I wasn't for sure if this was possible.
He's evolving. We have not
There
seen
you
his
go.
final form yet.
There. Oh, he's
not going to be able to jump.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, they made it!
Someone else just rebooted, though. Was that the same van?
It's right in front of you. Just go.
No, he got it. He'll be able to get it. He'll be able to get it. Oh, my gosh. PewDiePie with the clutch of his
He did
life.
it!
Ninja is coming back to life. PewDiePie is the best support role you have ever seen.
Counts as an assist, and at the same time, Noah gets eliminated.
The
gonna win.
unsung hero
They're gonna
of the
win.
duo. You would always expect it to be Ninja to want to come through in the clutch, but instead, it is the king of YouTube who has come through and saved the day.
Let's see if Ceeday, though, can keep it up. If he drops, this game is over. So all the pressure is now put onto his shoulders, doing some work right now. Manages to drop the one off the start. And doing some damage as well with the combat shiny. There's
This
2. There's
isn't
about to be
bad.
the 3rd.
Wow, he's turning up.
Okay.
He's turning up.
Oh, yeah, they need the score update. I think they're down by 3 still.
Now he's telling PewDiePie to pick Ninja. Ninja's already up.
It's all about communication. We need to hear what's happening because this is letting us know very important details. Actually references back to grab the baller. I like this play. Ultimate mobility, that's what you want to have if you're trying to make up a lead.
Absolutely, and we're going to have to see if it's going to...
And Ninja's kit right now is not strong either, so as he kind of goes into these last few engagements, depending on what he gets, just as I say that, he comes up with a purple grenade launcher, which is not the worst weapon to pick up in this situation, especially when the zones are small and there's going to be a lot of build fights, but...
What I love
It's
is
getting close.
we're in Neo tilted for PewDiePie and Ninja, which could get pretty chaotic depending on if the players push over there. All right, now he's realizing, okay, It's starting to become mathematically impossible at this point. Still an opportunity to come back, right? There, I
you
think, what,
imagine?
3 eliminations to tie it.
Ceeday needs basically every remaining elimination in the lobby in order to win. Of course, 3 to
Oh,
tie.
dude, there it is.
There's a chance. He does have impulses. He also does have a slurp juice. Great time to utilize it. But like I said, he's all here by himself, utilizing the impulses, trying to get back up. Builds aren't bad by any means. Unfortunately, though, they're getting destroyed. He does have quite a few to waste if need be. But this is the moment right now for Ceeday, getting tagged up, places the trap just behind him. Can he find an Elim down to 22 HP? Shots are coming from the windows. He's got no safety, still trying to place down some traps.
Oh, he got
doesn't
one.
have a bounce pad. He does get the knock, though.
With his trap.
That is huge on the other end. Ninja, if he finds
That's
that should be
That's
it. If not, I think that might do it. I will say that one knock that Ceeday found, if he did end up finalizing it.
Yeah, but he had to find all 3. Unless the reboot
Well, he had
van
to
maybe
find all
potentially
3
comes
to
in through.
tie.
Just to tie it.
He's
So, and he's using the reboot van himself. So with that being said.
He's like, we're bringing Noah back in style, baby.
Yeah, I think Ninja and PewDiePie actually pulled this off. They're moving to round 2 to potentially
my
play
gosh.
against Dr. Disrespect
Do it.
and Arkhram. He's going to go. You get us DQ, don't sabotage. I love this. This is the best communication I have heard.
Yep, so based on that scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen, it is now mathematically impossible. There are only
Goodness.
2 remaining members on the map. Ninja and PewDiePie, of course, up by 3. That actually got really, really close, guys.
That did.
For a while,
It was pretty good.
For a while, it looked like, okay, like they're messing around and stuff, but Ninja's getting all the kills. Like, this is going to be a fun one, but they're going to win pretty easy. And then out of nowhere, I think it was Ceeday just started turning up, getting triple kills here and there. And yeah, that got close. But in the end, the Kings move forward, like you said, Taylor, potentially playing Dr. Disrespect in round number 2.
Yeah, and Dr. Disrespect is one of my favorite streamers. So watching him again, especially after the first Friday Fortnite, like he's the most entertaining guy in the world. When he goes on the caster desk and he starts casting,
I was going to say,
my favorite moment.
Talk about banter now that we have coming, right? You guys thought this was bad.
If they had open chat, could you imagine?
The king of trash talk himself, the doc.
I really.
I can't stop listening to this. This is too.
Oh no!
Production,
the horror.
Production, make sure that's in the highlight reel.
You love to see
Play
it.
of the game.
That is a clip for sure.
This is incredible. This is just fantastic. This is just like, you could watch this all day. Let's watch this one all the way through. I'm liking this.
They just need to play a best of 10 at this point. I need more maps.
Can you imagine Ninja firing away and doing, oh my gosh, Pixel perfect.
The
Is he going to do
lasers.
all of them? Is he going to take him down all the way?
I think Ceeday cleaned it up.
Oh, darn.
I got him. Let's go.
Let's go. That's a victory.
Yep.
PewDiePie's reaction. What is it?
That's PewDiePie's first victory royale, at least to my knowledge.
At least to my knowledge, I think it is.
In Friday Fortnite history, it is.
There you go. There you go. That's
Oh
awesome.
my gosh. What a game. What a series this was. Like we said, though, unfortunately, Ceeday, NoahsNoah, valiant effort, unfortunately eliminated, by Ninja in back-to-back weeks. However, PewDiePie Ninja lived to see another day, and I'll let you guys know a little bit of an update on the bracket, which I know we'll have up. They are, in fact, facing off against Dr. Disrespect next round.
Yes, the 2-time going up against the 2 kings.
This is going to be the best one. Like, this right here is Friday Fortnite. Like, in its essence, right? It's all about cloud, all about creator content. This is creator content.
I can't wait. I'm excited. Again, I don't know what to say. Like the 2-time blockbuster video game champion going up against the king of YouTube, the king of Twitch, Dr. Disrespect. I mean, you see how the trash talk going back and forth right now as we see PewDiePie make the fantastic play. You know that the doc is going to be calling some shots out. You know he's going to be calling out Ninja.
Oh, definitely.
Him and Ninja are going to have some fantastic banter back and forth. This is going to be a good one, guys.
I don't know what to say anymore. I've sweat. I have got so nervous about this series.
My cheeks hurt.
Yeah, my
Smiling.
That's for sure, man. I don't know what to think anymore. I legitimately don't know how they're going to do when it comes out of the next series, but it looks as if all of our games in round one are actually through. So we'll go and take a look at a few of these guys. Like we said, Dr. Disrespect and Co. make it in. It looks as if Noah and Avxry do survive to see another day. One of my personally most interesting games, it is going to be Myth and Poach, who, kind of obviously are professional players, so not a massive shock that we do see them survive, but any other shocking games that might be going on right now.
Absolutely. I mean, Kamo and Issa, right? The rematch from the grand finals of last week actually come through big, and
Wow.
they
boys,
beat
Taylor.
MrSavage and Benjyfishy. Hey, listen, they made their way through the loser bracket last time. I'm confident they can do it this time.
Also, look at
I
that,
was-
the
I was-
qualifier
I was
teams.
just going to point out, we said it before the bracket came up. Don't sleep. I'm sorry, on those qualifier players. There's so much unknown talent out there. So many players who play this kill race format on a daily basis on websites like UMG Gaming. So to see them pull through and beat a player like Ghost Aydan, who also has his fair share of victories on this format as well. So huge shout out to Grandmateets Deez. And they have a tough matchup ahead. They have Nate Hill and Face Funk, one of the best duos, in my opinion, in all of Fortnite as a whole. So that's going to be definitely a fantastic match as well.
And Ryan, this was kind of your game to
I
look
know.
out for.
My eyes went down, and then
Right.
my heart went farther down.
Yeah, Cypher and HD, they end up getting taken down by Dubs and Megga. Like we said, guys, this is winner's bracket. So this is double elimination. If one of your favorite creators, one of your favorite players did get eliminated in winners, they still have another opportunity to go throughout that loser's bracket. The only problem is if they do lose again, they're done. So we talk about, obviously, one team we were talking about kind of toward the end, Cypher and HD. They're down for the count. They're starting off in losers round 1. But I was really curious. I might actually go back in the VOD if we have some time later in the day and see exactly how that score was looking. How much better were Dubs and Megga looking? Because obviously that was personally one of my favorites coming into last week. Like we talked about, like how many times they have qualified for the World Cup, how great that they have looked. And we talked about, Benjyfish and Savage, how well that, Ghost Issa and co were playing. Kamo obviously finishing second. All those players super well known for kind of, their recent play styles and their success in the World Cup. It was like, where's Dubs and Megga at? Like, where are those guys at? So I'm hoping that maybe after that first game victory, that'll kind of propel them to maybe be another possible top 4 squad this week.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, I want to see them move forward. Like I said, I was really disappointed in their performance last week. But this week, obviously, a much different story. HD Cypher was at least one of my favorites coming in as well, just simply for the fact they performed so incredibly well last time. In fact, they almost made it to losers bracket finals, only to be eliminated by Ninja in Reverse by 1 elimination. Right? It was incredibly close. So you could imagine
top 4 placement. That's very respectable.
It's great. Against competition like this, come on, it's some of the best.
But the beauty about Friday Fortnite, too, is the fact that it is a double elimination tournament, right? The fact that we do get to see these teams fight through losers and potentially make a run. So to me, that's half of the excitement of this tournament, is that a lot of times it's just single elimination, one and done. But now you get to see these storylines be built. You get to see a team make just like incredible run, show that stamina. So I'm still pulling through for HDI. He's got it in him.
Right. Okay. I got you. But like we said, guys, losers bracket is now starting to become a thing. Our round 1 games have officially concluded. However, the collaboration still exists. Ninja and PewDiePie are officially in winners round 2, and they're about to face off against the Doc himself. Mr. Two-Time, can he take down the 2 most kind of talented, or rather some of the most known creators in the entire gaming industry on YouTube and Twitch? We'll have to find out. But thank you guys so much for tuning in up to this point. Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 2 will continue right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 2. Of course, live here from the UMG studio. It's myself, Lando Sanders, on hand, alongside two lovely gentlemen. We've got Taylor Reflections Noble along with Mr. Ryan, a.k.a. Ryan Fools. Guys, we just witnessed an interesting match, one for the ages, one that will go down in history, and one that did not disappoint.
No, didn't at all. And it went exactly how I thought it was.
Yeah.
A lot of laughs, right? You said you smiled more than you smiled in a while, right? So obviously PewDiePie coming out big, and now we got Dr Disrespect playing off against these 2 monsters. And, I keep saying Dr Disrespect, right? But we also got to remember Arkhram is also in there as well, right? A qualifier for the World Cup, a solid player.
That's what happens whenever you get these guys together at a certain point.
I mean, you got one hard carry with another hard carry facing off against 2 content creators. It's going to be an awesome time.
What I will say is, though, don't sleep on Doc. I've been watching his stream a lot. When the competitive playlist, when the arena playlist came out in Fortnite, he was playing them a lot. He said he really liked the ranking system. He liked kind of the progression. And as he played, he felt like he was getting better over time. So don't sleep on the 2-time. I'm telling you right now. I know it may look like it's hard carry versus hard carry. The Doc's going to get some kills. I'm telling you right now. The Doc's going to be pulling up.
Well, guys, we're still waiting on that game, but in the meantime, we're actually going to go and hop into another match that we got going on right now. This is winners round 2. We've got Hunter T, Noah, and FaZe Avxry facing off against TSM Myth and Liquid Poach. It's a battle of the organizations, 4 of them to be exact, and Right now, though, it is the pros that currently are alive. It's Myth and Poach still dominating right now. I believe in Game 1, we'll obviously do our best to try to get you guys a score update as much as we possibly can if you guys would like to. Even feel free to try to help us out when it comes down to the score in chat. It doesn't hurt by any means. And feel free to obviously tweet at us on Twitter at UMG Gaming using the hashtag Friday Fortnite. Let's get it trending. And obviously, if you guys can help us out, that'd be awesome. Make your case for why you deserve that $10,000 in the chat. Like we said, guys, a lot more giveaways, a lot more awesome action to come. But as we look at this game, gentlemen, like we said, Avxry and Noah J already down off the start. Definitely kind of treats us for what should be an interesting next game.
Avxry is my boy, but he's already down. And I'm looking at the eliminations. 10 for Poach, 8 for Myth.
Pretty
That's
good.
18, right? So you can only imagine what the scoreline is going to be going into potentially the second game or whatever the scoreline is as of now. But Avxry and Noah probably have their hands full. But this is a solid duo, right? Poach, Myth, you couldn't ask for a better duo overall to be playing against.
Yeah, definitely two of the better players in the Fortnite scene. Of course, Poach representing Team Liquid, Myth representing TSM. And like I said, Taylor, they're on the verge of getting 20 kills right now in this match. We, of course, are waiting for a score update for the other games, but if this is game 1, this is off to a very, very hot start. If you are a fan of Myth or Poach, you're seeing Poach is not stopping right now, getting his 11th and 12th elimination as well. That will put them over the 20 mark, and there are still 8 more players left for the taking. So obviously you know how good these players are. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to make sure that they get the lion's share of these remaining players. If you are Avxry and Noah J right now, you're just watching as the kills go bigger and bigger and bigger.
And we obviously do hear communication coming forward. These guys are all business, man. They want to walk away with this game. They're feeling good. I know Poach was recently added to this team. I know it was originally going to be Hamlin's and Myth playing alongside each other, so a long-time duo. I will say that, obviously knowing the history of Myth and Hamlin's, but Poach and Myth, they play quite a bit with each other. I know they've even played in a few competitions. I know they're on stream with each other quite a bit, so this team, like we said, is not one to mess with by any means, and that could be what Avxry and Noah J are feeling right now. And like we said, Taylor, Noah J and Avxry, a very solid team. We were talking about them last week. They were having some fantastic moments, and they're kind of known as what we would kind of, consider for the most part a very solid pub team. Like they can really kind of face off against some very talented squads and kind of face off against them in a pretty dominant way. As I say that, though, Myth taken down in the forest, and now it is all up to Poach. 7 enemies still left alive, and we'll see whether or not he can managed to take them down and also go for that reboot card.
One encouraging thing that I'm seeing, I mean, you're looking at their webcams. Both of them are incredibly serious. They are taking this with the utmost seriousness, and I absolutely love that and respect that because this is going to be a scary duo if they're firing in all cylinders. Running out of mats in that situation, finally going to get some himself, but finally gets taken out. But they finish with more than 20 eliminations, 22, potentially 23. That's a solid stat line, and honestly, I'm worried if I'm Avxry and Noah. We already see Noah leaving himself. That might have been the second game.
That might have,
overall, I mean, if Poach as well as Myth continue to play the way that we just saw right there with that focus and intensity, they're going to be a scary duo for anyone to play against.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the Mitro is kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because you look at the players like Noah J and Avxry who do a lot of content, do a lot of pub stomping and stuff, and so they're kind of used to this kind of format, so to speak. But then you look on the other end, you look at the kind of the pro players, right? Players like Myth and Poach who've been playing competitive for so long, don't do as much pub stomping. At the same time, though, keep in mind they play against some of the best players in the world on a daily basis. So for them, despite them not doing maybe the kill race formats all the time, they're used to playing against elite players. So when they get into pubs and they're playing against lesser skilled players, so to speak, it also makes it that much easier for them at the same time. So definitely always fun to kind of watch those two play styles collide. And of course, like you saw, it can be fantastic if you're a couple pro players like that.
Sure. Yeah. And we were told from production, just a quick little update, guys, that was in fact game number 1. So there still is a chance for Noah J and Avxry to possibly, take this one. I will say, considering the scoreline that we saw from their opposition, it's not most likely looking the best. But regardless, though, the big discussion that we had last week in terms of Noah J and Avxry was their passiveness. That's something that they rely on quite a bit. It's the reason why they had so many top placements at the start of Friday Fortnite. I think they finished second in actually the very beginning ever Friday Fortnite competition. And then I think they went from like first to like third and third again, and then they had like a top 6. So they were like up there in like the main echelon. They know what it's like to be in a grand final of a Friday Fortnite competition. So not many people can say that. So all things considered, I think they're ready for this. But my worry is that Myth and Poach, talented team, they know where to land. They have no issue playing passive because they're doing it most of the time in competitive games. So
they do what competitive is.
Exactly. So that's my biggest problem, I guess you could say, when it comes down to Avxry and Noah J, who are going to rely on one particular strategy. The only problem that you could argue is that the team they're facing off against could counter that pretty well because they can do the exact same thing, and they can also ramp it up if need be. So
yeah, I mean, they're definitely in dire straits at this point, right, as we get the scoreline updated. But I know they're going to be dropping it relatively soon. But like I said, Myth and Poach is going to be absolutely deadly. We're going to have to see how that's going to go down with our bracket update. But I do think we are heading into another match, a match that we've been hyping up, and we wanted to see.
It's time.
It's going to be who is it going to be, Ryan? Go ahead and let them know.
This is going to be, again, the two kings, one of YouTube, one of Twitch, going against the two-time back-to-back blockbuster video game champion, Dr. Disrespect, and, of course, his partner, Arkhram, a player who holds a couple Fortnite records on his own, already qualified for the World Cup. I believe he's only 15 years old, so definitely a young prodigy. And
he's a free agent, too.
And you know what what better of a mentor to have than the man himself, who has more trophies in the case than anyone in history.
Look at Arkham's, like, what is this webcam, Arkhram?
It's a handsome man.
I look at it and I'm thinking it's Benjyfish, but it's not Benjyfish at all.
It's a handsome man.
That's a handsome, all right.
15-year-old Don right there.
Absolutely.
But it looks as if, though, kind of going back from our prior series, all 4 players going to the exact same location of Mega Mall. So all things considered, let's see exactly how the Doc and Arkhram are faring off. And it looks as if Arkhram sitting pretty solid right now, taking down one off the break. And he's actually going to be sitting in the kitchen with PewDiePie. PewDiePie was trying to get on the action, but unfortunately not going to be able to make it go down there, handing off a few items to the two-time champion, even signifying it by the gamer tag in Fortnite.
Okay, Ninja getting in the kill feed himself, keeping up right now, gets 2 eliminations, about to make it 3. Going for the full squad wipe right now. Lead currently in the hands of the kings of content.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, 3P opportunity goes through, and he's going to have all the loot that he wants, including that blue drum gun. I thought I saw a Rift-to-Go drop on the other side, so if he'll be able to pick that up, he'll be able to, have some mobility for his teammates. Now his impulses, unfortunately, just kind of caught a glimpse of it shortly. But this is, it's going to be a big match, I think, between Ninja and Arkhram, and those two are going to be like the remaining factors.
Sorry, I was trying not to laugh.
Look at the shades, by the way. Do you see the shades have now gone off of the eyes? The shades are now
I think
up
he couldn't
top.
see his monitor.
Whose shades are better? Whose shades are better? We got Dr. Deez, or we got PewDiePie's.
Speaking of the Doc, he's under some shots right now. 58
Dynamite.
HP left. Dynamite coming in. He's going to be able to escape it.
Oh, he was ready for that. He was absolutely ready for that. No problem. No problem at all.
Nice.
Coming on the flank.
Look at the composure of the two-time.
I feel like he himself exploded. I didn't even see any other explosives going down. I love the kid as well. Totally matching with his typical style. He's going to drop down another. And Doc is hype.
I want a Raul. That's what I want.
This is getting scary, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and
no.
just as we say that, Ninja is knocked now. We have seen this in the past. PewDiePie is a pro at going for reses. Does he go for the bounce pad? Not interested in mobility, does not want to get too high. He's focused, and now it's time for Ninja to carry him on, to give him the communication that he needs. And right now, PewDiePie's full focus. He knows he's going up against the two-time champ who has no problem letting him know, giving him the what for.
He doesn't have a weapon, though, Landon.
He does not.
And I think yeah,
that's a good point. You do bring up a valid argument.
I think the directive Ninja's giving him is to kind of hide it out right now, wait for those opponents to kind of clear the area, and then to grab Ninja's reboot card, and then go for a reboot later on once the opponents feel like, obviously, his teammate's not going to be there to rescue him.
But he only has 60 seconds.
Yeah,
and look how far away. I think he's, honestly, I think he's scavenging for a weapon.
Okay, you got this. Ready? You're going to go to the left.
I feel like I'm watching Twitch plays.
It's almost like someone who's blindfolded.
Oh, no! Oh, Builds!
Okay.
Look at that! Look at that! The reaction time.
He's out of match.
Cat-like reflexes, am I right, ladies and gentlemen?
Run, Beauty, run!
Oh no! Oh man, PewDiePie goes down, and unfortunately, that could be it for them as this game somewhat out of the picture. As the two-time champ and Arkhram are feeling really good about this one, that's for sure. They're feeling confident. They're even vacating the Mega Mall on rotation. And like I said, this could be a really big opportunity right now for Arkhram. I mean, like I said, he's facing off. He's a 15-year-old free agent, qualified for the World Cup, like you mentioned, Ryan. He's got to be feeling super confident in himself, but also this is his chance. I mean, this is the biggest stage that he has ever had with the Doc as a teammate to possibly kind of distance himself, get that lead, put in a pretty good situation for the Doc to possibly take down the dynamic duo, the content duo. We'll see if he can possibly put on a show, as he's done many times in the past. 15 years old, and now the spotlight kind of is pretty much put on him.
And 35 players still remain in the lobby too, so a ton of opportunity for them to take a very sizable lead in game number 1 right now. Only down 2, so again, you know, Ninja and PewDiePie still have the lead for now. We'll see how long it lasts, but just knowing the skill of these two players, knowing that the fact that they have the 2-time champ, I think they're going to pull away.
Well, and I also want to point out once again, right, the Twitch mob, unfortunately, you know, or fortunately, they gave up their spot, right, for Dr. Disrespect and Arkhram to come in here. So they didn't know they were playing literally until like less than an hour before Friday Fortnite started. You think about the pressure that Arkhram was probably feeling, and he's handling it quite well. Sitting at 1 elimination, you know, Dr. D, of course, sitting at 2 himself. But this is, like you said, one of the biggest stage. He's got to show up in this moment. This is a great opportunity to kind of, you know, branch out and kind of brand himself as a very versatile player. Not only, you know, one of the best in the World Cup, but also one of the best when it comes to elimination-based tournaments.
Definitely got to be aware out for it, but it looks as if right now the 2-time man, Mr. Arkhram, going for that rotation, trying to get back inside the zone. And going for a few mats along the way. And this has been a rotation that we've seen from quite a few teams, Taylor. I know we were kind of talking about this last week, was the ability of Cypher and HD kind of playing the outskirts of both, you know, Mega Ball and Salty Springs, depending on which location seems more prominent. That's the one they kind of sink their teeth into. And so I kind of like this outskirts play, and even in, you know, other tournaments that we've done. Oh, got to be careful sometimes,
so
Doc.
often.
It does. It happened last game with Mr. Pewds, but we'll see. Going back for some Ben, just wrapping the wrists. But I will say, I'm curious how prominent this is going to be, this strategy of kind of rotating into Salty Springs. How much will it be used throughout the rest of this tournament? A lot of teams who managed to make this rotation saw rather quite a bit of success, and we could see the same thing happen here for Dr. D and Arkhram.
Definitely so. I'm going to go through, just trying to navigate through. You hear him saying, do your thing, bring on the competition. I think there's somebody just up ahead. Arkhram already being the first one to go on the engagement. Dr. Disrespect finding a couple himself, dropping down below. Players in hot pursuit, 41 health, but it's not going to matter. Dr. Disrespect with the trusty tack, knocks one. Where's Arkhram? He's got to come down. Dr. Disrespect, he's going to be fully eliminated. And now it's Arkham's opportunity to show up and go big, maybe potentially grab his card, go for the revive. Couple players down below. Let's see how he can make out of this situation.
And Arkham's kit right now isn't super solid. All he really has is a Deagle and that tack shotty. I think that's a full team of 4, and there might even be more players flying in right now. He's taking low. In the best case scenario for awesome. Ninja and PewDiePie just came through. We thought that they would, we literally said, okay, they go down early, 40 players left in the lobby. This is going to be their chance to pull away. I believe Ninja and PewDiePie are still in the lead.
They very well might be.
I believe it was 4-2.
Because he didn't get that full elim,
I think it was 4-2 before they died. The Doc got a down. Then they both die, so you got to assume the other players got the revive on their teammate. So now we're getting word from production. It's actually 5-2.
I think it's 5-3 because Dr. Disrespect had 2, and then on the other end, Arkhram had 1. So okay. I do believe it's 5.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, honestly.
For sure.
Either way, we're splitting hairs at this point. Again, they're up somewhere in the ballpark of 2 or 3.
The fact is, they just got blessed with another game that's going to be close. Ninja's going to come back up alive, and it's going to be a very close one overall.
It's kind of like a, new signs of life. It's kind of breath of life, essentially, if you are PewDiePie and Ninja in the situation. We'll obviously see exactly how PewDiePie, unfortunately, ended up dropping. He was trying to get over toward Ninja. There were just so many players when it comes down to Mega Mall. But this is the kind of the question that I'm thinking right now. Are we going to see Ninja and Co maybe play a little bit more passive when it comes down to game 2, considering what unfortunately unfolded for them? Or, as we see Doc unfortunately see, some fall damage there at the end, are we going to see, Dr. D and Co play that same way? I'm curious if the intensity, or rather the aggressiveness, is going to kind of ramp up to that same level, or if we're going to see teams maybe, go back to the block, which is what we saw in game number 1. Yeah. So I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting to see exactly what the strategy might be and how they're going to be kind of feeling coming into this next match, knowing that if Ninja goes down, obviously PewDiePie's thinking, my goal is to get you up. Like, he had no weapon off the break. I mean, you were even calling it out there. You're like I think I was alluding to saying, wow, okay, this is a great moment for PewDiePie. Yeah. He has no weapon. No weapon. So he had some builds, but that was kind of about it.
He just had the pickaxe. Default pickaxe in his hand, and you can go big with that.
Say sometimes it's all you need. Hits for 20 now, right? It could be a little disastrous in its own, but of course not the weapon you really want, especially in a situation where you're going for the most eliminations. And if only had more builds there, maybe he could have stayed alive, made the other hero play again. We saw him revive Ninja in game number 1. Maybe he could have done it in game 2. Would have been exciting. But either way, they still come out with the lead. You see on your score 5-3 right now
But how are we? Are we feeling confident though in the camp of Ninja and PewDiePie? Like, are we thinking, hey, like this is they kind of get blessed essentially with Dr. D and Arkhram going down the way that they did? Are we still feeling good about their side? Obviously, in case of Ninja for the most part, or are we saying, hey, that might be a case that we could see be made again in game 2?
Sure. Ninja is the wild card of this game. If Ninja goes off, there's really nothing stopping that team from going big in that situation. Dr. Disrespect, Arkhram had a huge opportunity to go big, and unfortunately they ran into the team that ended up ending their lives, at least in that moment, over in Fatal. If they get those eliminations, they could have walked away with a nice sizable lead. But going into the second game, Ninja, PewDiePie still have that lead. Like I said, if Ninja goes off, honestly, Ninja and PewDiePie could walk away with this.
Because he was having a great start-off run. We were talking about like the beginning of Megga, it was like there was 3 players in front of him. He was taking down like pretty much almost seamlessly. Unfortunately, kind of ran into a situation where he got his hands full. But he was running into players, and that was the biggest thing that we were talking about in that game versus Ceeday and Noah. It was the Ninja show. If he was lighting it with the limbs, that's how they're going to make it forward, or rather kind of progress forward. But I am interested as well to see Arkham's play. You were alluding to it, 15-year-old player in the Fortnite World Cup. There is a lot of pressure on his shoulders, so that could be kind of weighing him down a little. But I feel like while the wild card may be Ninja for one side, it could also be Arkhram for the other.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was a little disappointed almost to see kind of the team. Not the team. Again, they came together an hour ago, but still, you kind of saw the call out like, okay, like go do your thing, Arkhram. I'm going to stand over here, right? The Doc's got to give himself a little more credit, right? He can shoot better than that. So I mean, you're going to put Arkhram in a 1v4 every single time like that. Again, he plays a ton of competitive, doesn't play a ton of kill race, but still, of course, an incredibly skilled player. But I think that the Doc's got to get in there a little closer with him next time to maybe kind of finish off those 2v4s instead of just going after the 1v4s.
So this is going to be interesting. Ninja and PewDiePie, they're going to be heading over towards Lazy Lagoon. We know Ninja loves a Lazy Lagoon. You can go off in that area. You come out with a lot of match. You also have the mobility as well, whether using events as well as the slipstream. Plus, you have the sky base as well. Dr. Disrespect and Arkhram, this is going to be, if they can come off hot in this start on Dusty Divot, they're going to have rotational effects, right? They can go over to Megga, they can head over to Salty, even if they want to. They could come away with a nice sizable lead off the initial start. And rotation-wise, they can also come out with a ton of eliminations. Because over here at Lazy, I don't see a lot of people going here.
This is Ninja's old reliable. Keep in mind, this is a spot he likes to land in competitive Fortnite as well. Knows all the spots very well. Player going to be right in front of him, going to be able to get the first knock of the game. And like I said, not going to be a ton of players there, but still some starting to pull in. That was only a knock, so he's going to have teammates rolling around somewhere. Ninja, though, got to get hopefully a better gun than just a deagle. It's going to be difficult to kind of do a lot of squad wipes with just that. Not sure what his teammate's doing right now.
That's a question to be asking.
It's always what I wonder.
You never really know what Mr. Pewds could be up to. But like you said, I kind of like this play, though. My curiosity coming into this, which is what we were talking about, is he going to go for the same aggressive play style? We're going to see them kind of play a little bit more of a slower pace. Obviously, we end up seeing that kind of be the case for this particular landing spot. As it looks as if Pewds making his way alongside the dock, unfortunately. No, Mats, or rather, he has
he has
okay.
one.
But can he? The jump makes it in. Okay,
he built stairs to get on the stairs.
That's true. And Ninja, I think, just knocked down someone.
I think he's got a second, yeah.
So there definitely could be a few more players around the area. PewDiePie trying to distract from below. He can hand off that Chug. So like the communication, like the callouts. I think Pewds even says, "Thanks, bro. Appreciate it." Good teamwork coming in. That's stuff that you love to see. Now down in the brig on the other end, though. For the 2-time and Mr. Arkhram, they are rotating inside of the divot. So they start off in Diner. Doesn't look like we see any HP loss, so probably have not gotten into any engagements, at least haven't really had too much of a problem, if anything. But this is where the hot zone was. So Dusty Divot, you're going to see a lot of interesting, a lot of great opportunities as well. And that could be a hot target for a lot of opponents, as we actually do see the Storm brought out.
See how Arkhram be able to play through this. Obviously, there's going to be players through here. Like you said, it is one of the hot spots, which is interesting that they kind of choose to take that. I'm very surprised nobody was up top on Diner, right? You would expect at least one squad to be up there. I mean, obviously, Arkhram does find one, but he says 2 teams are fighting. Opportunity to come in for the 3P. Hopefully, Dr. Disrespect is going to be able to back him up.
Wow.
One player is going to be knocked off in the distance, and that's that combat shotgun, right? The range is crazy.
Oh my God.
He's going to go ahead and drop down. Luckily, doesn't get tagged up as he's dropping, relatively slow. He's going to go ahead and build up. Turtle War's in effect, at least for him on this end.
He's going to be out of mats very soon, though. Taylor only has 41 steel left.
Down another. Nice.
And all the kills come in. The Doc looks like gets elimination in the kill feed as well, so a huge swing for Arkhram and Dr. Disrespect. That would have gotten scary. If that fight had gone on for another maybe 10, 20 seconds, Arkhram would have ran out of mats. That would have been terrible, but the Doc came in with the clutch to help the team. Now, I believe that was a 5-kill swing for them.
It's going to be nice, right? The rotations are being made, and also they're going to find quite a bit of decent loot when it comes down to this area. So that could be somewhat of a negative if you are PewDiePie and Ninja still hanging out in the pirate ship, and they've got a few opponents here.
No, he stole it on accident.
You fucking kill steal.
Oh, PewDiePie still yet to find an elimination. It's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. I swear.
Uh-oh.
It's going to happen eventually, and he's quick on the trigger. He's got the heavy assault rifle, and Ninja is leaving him, and he has no idea what exactly the baller is. That was my exact reaction as well when I saw the baller.
Oh,
I was
no,
like, what is this weapon? Or no, rather, what is this vehicle?
I think Ninja's like, listen, PewDiePie, I need to go off on my own.
Yeah.
Catch up when you can, but we got to start getting some eliminations.
You've got the
if we
storm
wanna
to worry
beat
about.
Doc and Arkhram, yeah, and you got the storm to worry about too, right? So a lot weighing on the line, and this has been a relatively quick lobby, I would say, right? We're down to 29 total eliminations that you can potentially get. So Ninja knows he has to get to work at this point. That's why he's heading over towards Neo Tilted.
So far, I have to. They do the there.
And you hear PewDiePie saying, like, hey, Ninja, where are you at? And Ninja's like, hey, this is serious. It's time. I have to kind of get out of this area. Like you mentioned, Taylor, get into Neo Tilted, start to make some rotations, maybe even take the slipstream if need be. But this is where Ninja has succeeded in the past. In a lot of tournaments, he's had, unfortunately, his teammates kind of get knocked down early. In the case of last week, he had an insane series of which he was trying desperately to make it into the grand finals. We saw an overtime game versus NRG, the champions of Friday Fortnite 2019 Week 1. And we'll see if Ninja can try to pull off something insane again while in the midst of him being on the rotation. The same is being made for Dr. D and Arkhram back in Salty Springs. We saw quite a bit of success, like we said, in prior matches last week. So a lot of teams succeeding here.
Yeah.
And we'll see if they will have the same fate.
So what do we have, at least at this moment? We have seen Ninja PewDiePie land at Lazy Lagoon. Ninja's rotated all the way through Neo Tilted. Now he's going to be at Salty, kind of joining Dr. Disrespect and Arkhram. Luckily, doesn't find anybody over there, and that's really good because Dr. Disrespect Arkhram would have had their pick at the first initial engagements. Now Ninja's going to have an opportunity to kind of rotate through. Having that baller is going to be beneficial because he'll be able to have the mobility more so than Dr. Disrespect and Arkhram. He's going to go ahead and dip out, maybe thinking he spotted somebody over in the distance. And yeah, in fact, he's going to have the automatic high ground. Easy knock on the first. Goes in for the second. That player's going to drop as well. This is a great opportunity to take some eliminations away from Dr. Disrespect and Arkhram.
Kill stealing would be fantastic right now. Like you said, Taylor, holding on to that high ground, watching him dance. This should be the third one. Can he find it?
No.
And it should be good to go. No, Arkhram just from the skies only had one more shot that he needed to take. And unfortunately for Ninja, not able to make it land. I will say, all things considered, did he also miss the,
I think
last
that was
one
a
too?
split. I think Arkhram got 2, and I think
Wow.
Ninja got 2. And Ninja put in a lot of the work, too. You're seeing some dynamite coming. maybe from
Hashtag all
dock.
the work.
Another player up there, though. Ninja going to throw the boogie bomb at him.
Oh,
Hopefully.
That
so
might
good
have
with that.
landed.
Yes, it did.
Oh,
and he's
my
gonna go in and
gosh.
connect, but is it going to be enough? Finally, he does get the knock. You saw Arkhram actually quickly going up himself. He could have taken that, and I think that would have been for the lead.
Definitely.
So if those kills split there and it was a tie game, I believe that puts Ninja and PewDiePie,
Yep.
I believe, up 1 right now.
Should be.
28 players left on the map. Seeing PewDiePie getting into the action now. Better late than never. He's got the sniper, too. Could maybe get some nice support fire up there with that trusty sniper.
No, he didn't see me.
You did see a player going up in that split stream, though.
I'm almost by you. About 3 years later, I'm here.
Like I said, one elim up, communication back and forth with Ninja and Pewds right now. It's starting to get intense, and Dr. D is aware of it. He's even starting to split away from his teammate Arkhram, which is what we kind of started to see at the end of that game 1. The reason why they started to have some struggles is because they weren't alongside each other. So
Ninja's going after this guy.
with that in mind, Arkhram giving the call-outs.
I'm actually scaring him. You know
I
what?
believe there was a player in that sky tower.
You know what I mean? He's following where the shots are.
Dr. Disrespect saying, I'm actually scaring him. He's
But
following
he's
my
trying to go after
shots
this
are.
guy.
Of course, Arkhram, he's a little bit up to speed. He's going to be
I can
following
catch
Ninja
up.
himself.
I'm gonna come to
and
you, and I'm gonna need those shotgun bolts, and I'm gonna go catch up to him maybe.
so I think he's going to get some shotgun ammunition from
Okay,
what I was
can you
hearing. And
swing
then
a
he's going to
shotgun
go
or
over and catch up to,
Yeah,
of course, Ninja. But honestly, if I'm him, I would have continued to follow Ninja because now Ninja's going to have a huge gap between them,
Ninja's
and he's
right.
going to
There's
be
probably
able
some
to
guys still, too.
find potential people over at Neo. The score being this close, also with the players dropping
He's coming
24
back to,
total
like,
engagements, you've
Salty.
got to find everybody, and you can't really afford to stop 4 bullets.
Yeah, but if you're Arkhram there, I mean, you know you're
Try
going
to
to have to
get back to the
basically
ship.
fight 1v4s the entire time. You know that you're not going to be able to get out of there with just, 7, 8, 9, whatever shotgun bullets he had. So I think that he's kind of playing the long game there because, like I said, nothing could be worse than if you get in that situation and then run out of shotgun
Sure.
ammo. Of course, so many of the kills that he's going to be getting are going to be with that combat shotgun in the first place, right? Obviously, it has so much range now, so strong in the kind of close quarters. So to me, it's kind of a positive. I think you might maybe lose out in elimination, sure, but those bullets could lead you to God knows how many more, right?
I believe he got 4 bullets from Dr. D, so at least 4 more shots he'll be able to get out of it. That's a good point. Let's see what Ninja's-
I'm trying.
Hey, I love it.
Ask for, right? It's all you can never ask for.
Ninja's going off in the distance. PewDiePie like, hey, I just made it here. Now you want to go over here? Well, luckily he's going to have that supply ship to be able to go up for, and they kind of go off into the distance.
I feel like the entire game has been like Ninja looking for kills, PewDiePie looking for Ninja. Like it's kind of been like what it's about. It's like his primary objective is to just get right next to the Ninja and just be alongside of him and maybe ride off into the sunset. But minor lead held. Ninja and PewDiePie do not want to go down to the losers bracket. And it looks as if Ninja might have the opportunity to take down the Dark Voyager. No problems there. But it is going to be a knock. So more teammates could be around the outskirts of Megga Mall. And that's a crucial elim to find, right, guys, that we're talking about. We're seeing a lot more kind of momentum coming through from Dr. D and Arkhram. Obviously, that's one of the primary attributes of the doc. So definitely could be utilizing that. But Ninja still seeking out kills, and most of our players, I will say, like, kind of toward the end game, we're used to teams starting to stick together. That's kind of been the main frame for a lot of success in Friday Fortnite, but most of our players are separate. I will say probably a planned strategy for Arkhram and Dr. D. For Ninja and PewDiePie, I don't think that's necessarily intended, but it is working out.
It looks like Ninja has more players in his sights right now. Got a Boogie Bomb, get 124 with the combat shotgun, and clean up that player. Now it's going to give him a purple combat shotgun as well. So
oh,
this kit's getting that much better. PewDiePie goes down, but if anything, it's going to let Ninja know where some players are. Gets a couple shots in. PewDiePie, the unfavorable bloom.
I love this fight. That was the best fight you could ever ask for, Ryan.
When in doubt, ADS.
Put some damage in.
I think he hit him twice, actually, too.
So Bloom was not in his favor today. Had it been a little tighter, right, they might have finished that off.
But you immediately notice, though, as soon as we see PewDiePie drop, both Arkhram and Dr. D quickly get around Ninja. They realize how important this frag is to find, and Ninja manages to drop it. And at the same time, Dr. D ends up going down, taken down with the shotgun, and Ninja now's his chance to capitalize a 1v1. It looks as if he will win the first. It's a battle for him and Arkhram. Boogie Bombs continually in the pockets of Ninja and coming from the skies. That is double digits. He's feeling good knowing that PewDiePie is sitting firmly in the backpack, holding on. And it looks as if for now, Arkhram should be good to go and grab the tag from Dr. D. But does he go for the revive? Does he have time to do that?
Well, I think Ninja still had a down in that house, so he eliminated 2 players outside. There was still that initial down that he shot in that bathroom before walking out.
Did Arkhram not get his reboot card? Why is he not grabbed it? That was exactly where the fight was.
I don't think there's enough time to be like.
Does he not know?
He just has to go
Did
for
he forget?
it. It's a 1v1.
Just tell me if he's like.
But still, though, like the reboot van is like you could have easily grabbed that. I don't.
It's
Maybe
still,
not.
It's still a big zone.
It is. But I will say I do kind of get the point, but maybe that's a call from Dr. D sacrificing himself, saying, hey, go off, do your own thing.
I guess it could be like, don't waste the time on it.
Sure,
But
exactly.
But in the path that he's taking, he's already going over to Fatal Field.
But it's also a matter, too, right? Dr. Disrespect, he gets revived, and all of a sudden now he's got to search for loot. Then they got to split ammunition. Then they have to, pass over shields to him. You're wasting a lot more time than just to reboot itself. So I guess strategy-wise, I mean, it does make sense, but not having your partner does hurt. But with it being a 1v1, I guess it's okay. You see now, it might be a net positive. He's going to go ahead and find 2 teams fighting out. This could close the gap.
And what a moment this is right now for Arkhram. We talk about the 15-year-old free agent already in the World Cup. Well, now's your practice. Here's the spotlight. Here's your chance to possibly take down the kings of content creation, as it looks as if already first shot landing with the combat shotty. Only more elims to come. Possible third party being made, and interesting structures as well, just off in the distance. But trying to play the numbers right. Trying to be careful, but a sniper shot from 61 meters away. And as he stares off in the distance at the reboot van, that might have been the one thing that could have kept his teammate up. If he would have had Dr. D at that moment, could things have been differently? And you notice Mr. Ninja smiling from ear to ear, knowing as he's the last player alive that should be good for them to move on to the next round. As somehow they are staying up. Somehow they are advancing. As now that is 2 enemies down, 2 teams that they have beaten And this time it's Dr. D who falls.
And he's rebooting PewDiePie for good measure as well. That looked like it could have been a huge opportunity for Arkhram. There was 3 teams in front of him.
Yeah.
He got the only player near him, so it looked like it was a firing range at that point. He said, I think I have at least 3 teams in front of me. That was his chance. But a lone sniper somewhere on the map
Always a lone sniper,
ends
Ryan.
up cracking him. It always feels like that, right?
Yeah.
So it always feels like just when things are great, some guy snipes you in the back, and that is exactly what happened. The Kings managed to do it again over Arkhram and the 2-time. Can this run? When's this run going to stop, boys?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's.
Can it stop?
Well, we'll see the bracket and see what their next competition's going to
this
be.
is Destiny. I don't think it can stop.
I'll
His
be honest,
Pokeball.
Ryan.
Or is
My
it
only problem is that they do face off against Myth and Poach next round.
Oh, boy.
So, not to be the bearer of bad news, but I was looking at the bracket really quick just as Ninja and Co. were confirmed to win this game. So I'll tell you what.
Believe.
Can you imagine if they somehow managed to take down Myth and Poach? That'd be insane.
Well, that's why I said, look, PewDiePie's been messing around this entire time. He's not been playing seriously, right? So
He's hustling.
He's hustling us, right? He's going for the money. So
Oh
now
my
he's going to kick it into gear. He's going to come through. Poach and Myth, they're going to not know what hit him.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he might just be messing around the whole time, making it look like oh, I'm learning to build
It's a king
here
of
and there.
memes, come on.
And then, of course, plays
That's
against the
true.
pros, and then them 90s start cranking, and you know what time it is.
Whew.
Hey, but we've seen, let's just say that the matches play out like they've been. We've seen Ninja do 1v2s, whatever you want to say, against players like FaZe, some of the
absolutely,
best
yeah.
players in the world. So, like I said, keep believing.
Like I said, this is definitely possible. Like I said, there's a lot of awesome bracket updates that are obviously coming through. We'll go and pop up our bracket once we get a chance. But still, like we said though, this match is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
And in the matter of that 1v2 probably have to come into play. We'll see if PewDiePie can possibly find an elim, but it's only getting more difficult, right? Their
That's the
first game,
story.
it got close kind of toward the end, but they were kind of in the driver's seat. But I will say, game 2, there were multiple moments where I feel like Dr. D and Co., he and his teammate Arkham's, they definitely could have won that. They drop early in game 1. They come into game 2, kind of a questionable play in terms of should he have gone for the reboot card of Dr. D, even knowing or rather not even knowing what the result would have been. I personally would have tried to go for it. But yeah, like I said, it's obviously up to him. Goes for the fight. The spotlight was on him, and unfortunately gets taken down obviously by that sniper rifle. But like I said, the Fortnite gods are looking upon this collaboration, and they're like, we have got to keep this going. Unless I'll be honest, unless Myth and Poach get struck by lightning, I'm not seeing it happen. But I'd love to see it. I mean, winners semifinals. Can you imagine if Ninja and PewDiePie made it? It'd be incredible.
And guys, look at the bracket right now. If I'm seeing this correctly, FaZe, Sway, and Valkyrae
Yeah.
took down Mongraal and Mitro. So talk about an upset there. Of course, we know Mongraal widely considered one of the absolute best players in the world.
Definitely.
So huge congrats to Sway and Valkyrae for doing that. That's a big upset, man. I don't know what to say.
It definitely is. I will say the result as well that I want to point out is Tilt and Jarvis from FaZe did take down Reverse and King Richard. A big game to definitely look out for, at least in my opinion, and obviously knowing the bracket now. It actually was my sleeper team. Tilt and Jarvis I thought could really be a very talented squad. So all things considered, they're going to be moving on now to winners round 3 as well.
Another big win, too, if you look down the bracket a little bit. FaZe, Nickmercs and Neo taking down HighSky and Slappie. And then under that, Typical
Deez.
Gamer and Thieves.
Wow.
Taking out Kamo and Issa.
That's insane.
We were saying last week we felt like these two teams were one of our favorites, right?
And
Typical Gamer and Thieves are champions.
They were top 32 last week, and now they just take down the team who was, for the most part, obviously they finished second, but they very well could have closed out the entirety of last week if they wouldn't have dropped early. So that's probably, for me at least, Taylor, in my opinion, one of the biggest upsets so far.
Well, my sleeper team obviously moving forward too, right? Grandmateets, the qualifier team, beating Nate Hill and Funk, right?
Wow.
Pushing forward, now going against Dubs and Megga, who last week didn't perform well whatsoever despite the hype behind them. Now they're going to be moving on to round 3 to play against our qualifier team.
And guys, look at round 3 right now. Look at the amount of FaZe that is in that round 3, right?
8 players, yeah.
Sway, Tilt, Jarvis, Nick, Thieves, Dubs, Megga. There is a whole lot of
FaZe
FaZe
everywhere.
in round 3 right now. FaZe up. But again, guys, I'm excited for Typical Gamer and Thieves, right? One of our favorite teams from Season 1 of Friday Fortnite, so huge congrats to them. I cannot wait to see that matchup, Nickmercs and Neo versus Typical Gamer and Thieves. That is going to be a banger.
Definitely. It's set to be an interesting winners bracket. I know we've got a few updates and losers as well that we'll obviously come back to here shortly. Maybe even take a look at a few teams that have already fallen in top 32. But Typical Gamer and Thieves, they're still hanging on. They're still alive. Like I said, that for me is my biggest upset. I came into last week thinking, hey, I like these guys a lot. They're obviously Week 2 2018 Friday Fortnite champions. I thought they had the ability to really kind of make something happen. But Taylor, they're living on, and I'm happy about it. But we're starting to see some old school teams, progress here.
Friday Fortnite's going to be interesting. It's only going to get even more interesting, especially once we get down to losers. We know how chaotic that gets.
Yeah, like I said, only one life when you get to losers bracket. But guys, The collaboration is still moving forward. Are you a fan of the train? Are you hopping on it after that last game? I think that I might be joining alongside a few of my guys here who are definitely rooting them on. But guys, like we said, more action to come here from Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 2. We'll be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite. If you're looking for the stream, hey, you're in the right place. This is the hub stream. This is where everything is going down. If you guys would like to, make sure to get involved in the conversation, either in the chat or obviously in the Twitterverse, as my buddy Taylor likes to call it. Make sure to use hashtag Friday Fortnite. Tweet at us at UMG Gaming and get involved in the discussion. Let's get us trending again for back-to-back weeks. But of course, like we said, live here from the studios, myself, Lano Sanders, joined in part by Mr. Taylor Reflections Noble and Mr. Ryan Fools. And guys, we are about to hop into a very interesting game. I believe we're hopping into FaZe, Nickmercs, and Neo, who are getting ready to face off against Typical Gamer and Thieves. I believe this match is actually already underway. We've officially landed. Looks like Paradise Palms for the other side for Typical and Thieves, and for Nickmercs and Neo, it's more of an outskirts now into Salty Springs type play.
Yeah, when it comes to Nickmercs Neo, they love to get into the action right off the rip, and Salty is one of the areas to go to, and right on the tire bounce up is going to be a player, and unfortunately, he's going to meet his end. But look at Neo. He's been tagged up quite a bit. Bandages in his inventory. He's going to have to heal up for the meantime, but running out of bullets, not a lot going on. If he gets pushed, he doesn't have the combat in his inventory. But look at Thieves lining up the eliminations as well over in Paradise. It's going to be an even start between the both of them.
And one thing to think about, too, when it comes to where Thieves and Typical Gamer dropped, that was actually one of the hot drops as well. Of course, it was Paradise Palms, which might be their normal landing spot, but because there was that hot drop there, because you saw that those words were in gold, you got to figure that a lot more players are going to be there, so that could be a great opportunity for them to rack up eliminations. But as you can see right now, Neo and Nickmercs are pushing a team right now. Some players are down. You're seeing Nick getting very, very aggressive. Neo coming in with the support fire with that AK.
Nice.
Gonna get the squad wipe. 3 kills right now for Neo. Like you said, Taylor, one of the absolute fastest duos we have. You know they're going to always push the action. Both players playing on controllers, too. You know they're very, very accurate and got off to a hot start.
Yeah, 10 eliminations off the break, and that was the thing we were kind of highlighting was, hey, would this be maybe a stronger early game for Typical and Thieves, considering they're going to go toward, what, the more eastern side of the map, going toward Paradise Palms. However, they're currently at a deficit. They're only at 4, so we'll see if that can possibly start to be improved upon as Thieves trying to get a little bit more mats in the inventory. He's sitting pretty well for the most part, at least in terms of that metal and brick, but looks as if they have gone to this hot zone, taking down a few of these items, and it looks as if a purple, rather epic combat shotty. He might go ahead and hit off to a teammate, maybe even keep that one in his inventory for himself, but still a solid beginning for Nickmercs and Neo, and this could be the issue right now for Typical and Thief. And they're kind of realizing this. They're saying, hey, we're down right now. We probably need to kind of vacate this area immediately.
It seems like another pretty fast lobby. I mean, only 40 players remain. It seems like they just kind of dropped in, too, so definitely a quick lobby. I'm kind of surprised that Typical Gamer and Thieves only came away with this many kills, given the fact that Paradise was one of the hot drops, right? You still saw even some drones flying around in the sky, so definitely a few less players than you'd expect. Of course, one of the beauties of Paradise Palms is the fact that they have those rifts available, at least most of the time. Once in a while, you do get a little unlucky and there's no rifts, but this time, of course, there were. That gives them the ability to instantly rotate almost wherever they want. At least it easily gets them into the zone. You can kind of see as Thieves is flying around, he's keeping an eye on his opponents, kind of seeing where they're going and then rotating in himself.
Yeah, it seems as if they're going to be heading over towards Salty to kind of mirror what's going on. Nickmercs is going to drop. Neo now has to be the savior. And kind of a blessing in disguise is going to be Typical Gamer and Thieves coming over here to add some added support, which means Nickmercs might be protected. And instead of having to be rebooted, he could just be picked up by Neo himself. But inadvertently, we are going to see maybe an assist come out from Neo with the minigun, and because of that, the player was going to be distracted, and we're going to see Thieves be able to come through and get the knock and the full elim, and now he's going to be able to pursue the rest of them. Neo's going to have to backtrack and potentially pick up his teammate.
You can see right now Nick is actually being revived, so Neo, I think what he did was saw that his opponents were coming in there for eliminations, knew that would at least keep him safe, and ended up using that as an opportunity to revive Nick, so now you're going to see Nick will be back in play, did not get full elim. So if you're a fan of Nickmercs and the boys, you're sitting pretty right now. The man is back alive.
Looks as if Neo, though, losing quite a bit of HP in the process, so all things considered, we'll see exactly what Typical and Thieves might be up to. I know they were getting involved in a few quad crasher fights, and their delays are kind of mixed up here or there, so we're trying to get ourselves back kind of outside of the jarring that we suffered, but we'll see this one yet again. So they hop on the quad crasher. And it looks as if they did take quite a few shots from the mountain just ahead to their east. So we'll see exactly how they try to engage. Looks as if Typical quickly hopping on the backside of the builds, providing some support fire for his teammate Thieves. But I think I might even see a few shots coming in from other directions. There might be a few other teams here. It looks as if, though, in the kill feed, players just ahead, Neo coming in, stealing those kills. And that's going to be kind of unfortunate if you are Typical and Co. You came here to steal all the frags away from the team who had to go for the res.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, while they do escape with a few, it's rather Neo who saves the day.
And like I said, it was a total blessing in disguise. Typical Gamer and Thieves coming over to Salty to afford that assist is something that they probably weren't thinking about, but because of that, Nickmercs going to stay alive. Look at the lead. 7 eliminations, and now Nickmercs and Neo, both of them up, sitting pretty, at least 100 health for Nick himself, and then Neo not too bad over there, but you got to be thinking, yeah, unfortunately, mess up that quad, but they're good. I mean, they're in a good position, and unfortunately, they are going to lose the race up to at least past Diner, but they're still alive, and that's the most important thing.
And they mark something over in Dusty. I think they managed to see some players in front of them. Going to land right on him. Quickly hit the building, and Nick gets tagged up. A very unfortunate landing right there. Let's see if Neo can come to the rescue again.
Yeah, Neo needs to go big. Using that glide to redeploy. Never know. This might be Benjyfish. Let's be honest, guys. These edits are crisp. Nickmercs on all fours. We'll see if Neo can come big yet again. You hear the callouts possibly coming in a little bit as well. Thieves on the other end doing quite a bit of damage. The Storm's starting to make a little bit of a deficit. And we'll see. It looks as if Nick does, unfortunately, get taken down. A lovely shot comes through from Neo. Unfortunately, it comes just at the worst time in terms of getting his teammate up. And so with all things considered, Storm starts to move in. He's going to grab the reboot card and possibly be on his journey. But still, it's got to be a little bit of a delay.
Yeah.
If you are this team, that's kind of the worst situation. You would have liked to get the res off. You do have, a few things in terms of the baller available. You have the quad crasher. They could have easily escaped as a duo, but just unfortunate timing. Despite that, though, most important thing is that Neo is still alive.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate he kind of got that landed, but like you said, he's alive, and they have a nice sizable lead. So even if Nick doesn't get revived, they're still going to be sitting pretty with at least a close score going in around 2, maybe potentially having that lead. And engagement going down, loving the pressure being applied by Thieves with the grenade launcher while Typical Gamer is coming in for the sandwich. That team is now having to recuperate while Typical Gamer, he's just free to kind of just shoot as many shots as he wants, and you see that squad is going to be wiped, and that's going to be another couple of eliminations going to their names on their side to kind of close that deficit themselves. Here's a replay, and yeah, the grenade launcher made all the difference, and their positioning was phenomenal.
Yeah, like you said, Nick and Neo currently had a lead. It's looking like that is closing by the second. You're seeing as Typical Gamer kind of comes in. Look at this, the teamwork, hits the shots. Those grenades are making it so difficult for their opponents. You can see Typical Gamers just jumping in and having a field day as these players are having to avoid the grenades over and over. They're breaking the builds, and here comes Typical Gamer like the Terminator out of the fire, just shooting everyone in sight. And like I said, this lead, if Nick and Neo have one, it's going to be very, very slim at this point.
And many people look at that duo of Typical and Thieves and say, oh, they're just YouTubers, they're just content creators. They've won Friday Fortnite in the past. They're an incredibly talented team, and they're not one that you can stray away from. So with that in mind, as we look from one side to the other, Nickmercs down again. Thankfully, Neo is going to be here. I think that maybe that reboot van that came in might have distracted a few opponents that were just kind of off toward their side. So it's definitely starting to have a few barriers, but they are holding on. They're still staying up, which is going to be important. But like you said earlier, Ryan, that lead that was established off of that early game has kind of been halted a little bit. It's been a matter of them kind of having a mid-game that's been incredibly slow, filled with a lot of pauses.
Definitely. Nick's got to be careful here. Doesn't have any really heals right now. Does have the redeploy, though. It's going to help him.
Just use that and follow them.
And then he'll also be able to use the slipstream as well, but still the positioning is looking on the side of Thieves and Typical Gamer. They're able to rotate through, and they will have a minor lead when it comes to that, so they'll be able to quickly engage onto some opponents. We're going to be down to just 14 total eliminations that they'll be able to get. We see some builds now. Some players are going to hop into the slipstream themselves, so finding those eliminations is going to be a little bit tough, but it does give them a reference point. Finally, we're going to see the jump. Thieves coming down, player up ahead, getting some shots, got him down to just about half shield. Quickly gaining that high ground, drops down, and a beautiful edit that comes through and breaks the shield full on this opponent. And you see Typical Gamer being that great player coming in and getting the finish.
And I see on the bottom of my screen, Neo actually getting kills as well. I think I'm not sure if he's in this engagement or not right now, but both teams lighting up the kill feed. You're seeing Thieves and Typical Gamer still going after this Christmas skin. They finally get the player down. Curious to see what the score is right now. See Nick starting to join the party as well.
I think those eliminations were just from those players behind. Nickmercs, I love this split, right? Nickmercs, he's going to go ahead and go all the way over towards Pleasant himself. He's leaving Neo to kind of, you know, be by himself as we're going to see the replay. And this was great, right? I love the dynamic that Thieves and Typical Gamer have. Typically, the first one to lay down a support fire is going to be Thieves. Typical Gamer is the one to come through and finish up and clean up kind of those eliminations as well. So you love the fact that they can kind of come through big in the end. And Neo did, in fact, steal one of those eliminations. But Nickmercs is going to be the wild card. Going off the Pleasant himself, he could come through with a lot of eliminations that would not be possible by his enemy team of Typical Gamer and Thieves.
See a few players maybe even coming out of the storm. This would be a big moment right now for Neo, just around the Durburger, as he does drop one with somewhat of an ease. I will say low on HP, but still trying to go for a few of these fights. Somehow manages to land one of those bullets. Losing some shield is the enemy, trying to steal this one away from Thieves. How correct would that be according to names? And it looks as if
Okay.
Look at the play by Neo.
Storm
Down
flip
the double
tossed out,
campfires.
and Thieves is going for the rush. Like we said, those campfire play is going to give him an opportunity to possibly steal a few of these. Wrapping the wrists as these fights are getting intense, guys. I mean, what? All four of our players are around.
Oh, nice.
What a shot from Neo, 1 for 1. And Typical's got to be a little bit frustrated after that, but that's now 10 for Neo. I'm seeing, what, like 8, 9, 10 for just about everybody.
Yeah, it's going to be a close game between these two. You know, you kind of like to see that. And I think he's wanting to potentially go for that rift that's off in the distance. He's going to heal up, and he will, in fact, hit that. That's going to give him immediate high ground, plus be able to see over the distances. Meanwhile, everybody's going to have to play on foot. But look at Nickmercs. He's still off by himself. He's going to be in a 1-by-1, and I do believe he's been tagged up just a little bit, so he might be in a couple of engagements himself. Meanwhile, everybody's kind of healing up from that fight that they unfortunately had to take over in the Storm.
You can hear the call-outs right now. Thieves and Typical Gamer saying maybe we should split right now. There's only, what, 7 eliminations left in the lobby. You see one of them in front of Thieves gets tagged up. At least a team of 2, maybe even 3 right now. It's going to be a huge swing right now for Thieves. Gets the first couple of hits, 76. Getting that high ground.
I noticed they were kind of trying to go for a double push, and it just wasn't working. They were kind of flailing in the distance. And
this opponent can build. Look at this. Opponent got the high ground, but
baller
will be rewarded as the ball comes in. Thieves once again getting a nice shot with that combat. Takes the player low. Just having his way with this entire build. No one can stop him right now.
Oh, nice waterfall down to come on top of one of the players who's just going to be sitting there, not sure what he was doing. But fortunately, that's going to be an easy elimination. Storm once again hitting him, and this is going to be hitting pretty hard, especially once it collapses down. I believe it's going to start hitting for 5, but gets tagged up, and he does go down. And I think that player might have been rezzing or splitting off some bullets. Full elim coming in. Thieves is gone. Typical Gamer, where you at? He's going to be off in the distance, and hopefully will be able to spread himself out. In the meantime, though, Nickmercs still by himself. And unfortunately for him, he did have the distance, but was it that fruitful? I don't think he picked up an elimination since he split off.
I don't believe so. I don't think he did either, actually. So
It seemed like when he was splitting off, though, it was because he didn't have any heals and he was fairly low on health and just was making sure he got in the zone to be safe. You can see right now, he even still doesn't have any heals.
in not the greatest situations, we could see that rotation possibly be made a little bit ahead of a few of those shots. Regardless, though, I think that is Neo who ends up dropping him. Yeah, I believe that is a frag that does go their way. So with that in mind, a few bandages found off the ground, that's going to be nice for Nickmercs especially. He's getting a little bit too close for comfort. Thankfully, he has that glide to redeploy and should maybe, yeah, he's going to be good. I thought that storm might be moving a little bit closer in. So Nickmercs lives to see another day. No more reses for Neo, at least for now. But like we said, guys, despite Thieves dropping, that is the best case scenario for him to be dropping at this particular moment. So I think he might even be seeing a few players coming out of the storm based on the way he's playing, looking kind of toward his backside. He's definitely aware of a few more fights to come. Possibly the last squad could be around this area. The last duo, rather, is around this area, as we are only at 5, including our 3 that are up from this team. And you see that baller coming through, shots being displayed, and it looks as if lovely shot. One bullet lands, and that's also going to equate for the knockdown. One more player left up. The Boombo is ready to be charging for Mr. Typical Gamer as they are closing this one out. And in comparison to where they started it off, they are finishing way better. Goes for the quick little edit, and that one should be his. One more shot should do it, and that should be game. trying to W key through, looking toward the roofs, takes it back over, looking for the edits, knows that campfires are placed down, knows that pyramids are as well, looking for the edit. Can he find it in time? It looks as if Neo and Co are here.
Wow.
And
Stole
that's
it.
Did Neo get the
a little bit
Yeah.
frustrating
They stole
as it will be Neo who grabs the final kill. Had the minigun. That was the one weapon that unfortunately Typical Gamer didn't have in the inventory. So all things considered, a fantastic game from all 4 of our competitors, all kind of up in that 10 range, which is definitely going to make this scoreline very interesting. A very, we were talking about this at the beginning of this game, a very solid start for Neo and Nickmercs, considering you could argue the passive style based off locations going to going toward the outskirts of Salty Springs. We saw a hot location be grabbed for Typical Gamer and Thieves, and despite that, though, they walked away with a 7 elim deficit out of it.
And I want to kind of point that out. I mean, it's kind of yin and yang. You saw a huge difference in the starts off the beginning, like you were saying, and was it that fruitful going over to the hotspot? Not necessarily, because of the rotations also coming out. It seems as if your typical locations, Neo Tilted, Salty, Dusty, Megga Mall, regardless if they're a hotspot or not, they're always going to have activity because they've been there for so long that players are wanting to go over to them. It's just a natural thing. So hotspots, do they make much of an impact? Not necessarily. Maybe off a split, I think it would be more impactful. Maybe send somebody off Salty, Dusty, and then go over to the hotspot. But you see it, a 7 elimination deficit potential. I mean, it clearly shows. Yeah,
it definitely does, and that's the one thing that kind of plagued them, I feel like, because I think in terms of the end game for the most part, and obviously the scoreboard could tell us differently, I felt as if Typical Gamer and Thieves were playing better than Nickmercs and Neo kind of toward the end. I will say they're going to come into this next game down 2, but I mean, we were talking about they were down by 7 off the start. So
that deficit was kind of everything there, right? I feel like the middle portion of the game is where they really kind of started to take off, and obviously at that point catch up because they were down so much. I'll be honest, I was pretty surprised to see how few players were at Paradise. Usually has a lot more than 3 players.
Does, yeah.
That essentially means one team was there, and we didn't see the bus, so we didn't get to see quite where it landed on the bus path. But I mean, Paradise, like I said, it's kind of like I said, risky sometimes, but at the same time, there could be a lot of players there. Of course, there even were the drones this time, and then of course you have those rifts. So there's also a lot of opportunity there, in my opinion. But again, I was more so surprised just to see only 3 players there because, again, that was a big telling tale of why Nick and Neo came out with the lead is because they got to leave the initial up 7.
And I do want to point something out real quick. Imagine if Nickmercs wanted to drop as many times as he did, Neo would have had to stop and pick him up or go for the revive. Things could have been much different.
And look at so Salty, already considered kind of a hot drop, is even literally a hot drop in this game right now, and that is where Nick and Neo are going to land. So definitely potential for a lot of players there, but also potential for them to leave this area with quite a bit of loot themselves.
Typical Gamer goes for the chest on top of the ship. Unfortunately, has to back off. He wasn't going to be able to get it. Now he's left with just a great pistol. And his teammate split off from him. He's going to be on the weird mountain next, or in between Dusty as well as Salty. So a split coming through, taking a little bit of damage off the start. And if he gets tagged up, he might be in trouble, Landon.
Yeah, that looked a little bit scary there. One of those heavy assault rifle shots hits, and he's maybe not feeling as confident as he is right now. Slurp Juice back in the inventory, along with some shadow bombs as well. But like we said, guys, I think this is a great spot if you are Nickmercs and Neo, considering this has been your spot. I mean, Salty Springs has been the location of interest, but on the outskirts, Thieves is making some stuff happen, so goes for the shadow bomb play. Possibly going to go for a little bit of a flank. The enemies, I don't believe, have really kind of seen exactly where his next path has been, and he finalizes an elimination. Only 1 player was up from that team, and that's going to treat him ever so kindly. So going to go and utilize again the shadow bomb. Wants to get back in the fray, as now all 4 players are diving in on the hot zone.
Shadow Bomb, so much versatility, allows you to get the flanks, get out of a difficult situation, and allows you just to travel faster, maybe even not take fall damage. I love the addition of that. And honestly, it's a very skill weapon. If you use it correctly, you can come out with a lot of eliminations and put yourself in a great situation.
You're seeing Thieves utilizing those drones in the air. Like I said, Salty Springs a hot trap. It looked like Dusty right next was a hot trap as well, so it could be opportunity for a lot of players out in front of him. You can see Nick and Neo also getting some action in the kill feed as well. About half the lobby is gone. Like I said, came into this with a 7 elimination lead. That's not the biggest lead, but also fairly comfortable if you're a player and team of this caliber right now. So definitely looking to see Nick and Neo continue to kind of turn it up. You see Nick taking very low right now, only 16 HP. 1 bullet with pretty much anything will drop him at this point, so he has to kind of tread lightly the best he can, look for some heals, because he cannot afford to kind of keep going down like he did in game number 1.
Right, and that's the biggest thing right now. Needs to try and stay alive, and thankfully he and Neo were there for the team shot. A big moment for them to keep up, knowing that there are still enemies around the area. It looks as if Neo going to go and hand off a few of those minis, not wanting to waste any of the structures, just hides behind the bark from the tree. So staying alive right now is Nickmercs, but not the greatest situations. And he's obviously had a glitch in the camera. He knows this is intensity. He needs to kind of have a solid game. And that was the thing. They had a fantastic early game. It was a matter of them kind of slowing down through that mid game. And so if he can kind of stay up, continue to be a factor, like you mentioned, Ryan, they are in a great spot to most likely walk away with this game and rather this series and to continue to have a solid Friday Fortnite showing. I will say, as we start to take a look at all 4 of our players, it's a party. Leaving Salty Springs, the party's now over, and it's now time to make our way down inside the divot.
Yeah, we talk about all the time kind of the strategies you use if you're up or if you're down right now. If you are up, one of the strategies is to follow around your opponents, right? Make their lives difficult, try to trade out kills, kind of weather the storm as the lobby starts to kind of taper down. You can see it looks like Nick and Neo might be doing just that. Of course, we know that Dusty can give you so many materials, right? So much shield, and right now you can see how low Nick is. That's a good opportunity for Nick to get in there, grab some of those mushrooms, and potentially kind of get some health back. But it looks like there's actually a group of players in there in the meantime, and kills are starting to come in. I think Typical Gamer ends up getting the first elimination kind of this engagement over in Dusty. You see Neo shooting at one in the meantime, ends up taking some fall damage. Gets the down. Looking for more, though.
Yeah, not bad at all, and I believe it's going to be cleaned up by Thieves as well. So you see that sticking together. Hey, sometimes it works out for the best, sometimes it doesn't. In this case, it's going to be a split of opponents. And so, you know, Neo went in that with 4 eliminations, walks out with 6. So we're nearing 10 for Nickmercs and Neo, and I do believe we're nearing 10 potentially for Typical Gamer as well as Thieves. So with the score line only being 2 eliminations between the two, 19-21 going into this game, it's still very close. If any team drops off at this point, it's going to be detrimental, and you're moving down to the loser bracket.
And are we thinking maybe as well, depending on how the scoreline is looking, if Nickmercs and Neo start to get into pinch, I mean, this is a situation we saw them start to split. I mean, it's not something they're uncomfortable with. We saw it even happen last week in Friday Fortnite. It wouldn't surprise me as well as if that could be the call. And based on how Typical Gamer and Thieves like to play. I mean, this was something that we've, kind of originated, we've been thinking about for the longest of times. These guys came up with the mirroring strategy. If they find a lead, they have no problem with kind of hanging around Nickmercs, hanging around Neo, maybe sending one to just try and be annoying. If these guys can establish a lead, they have no problems trying to play, not necessarily dirty, but playing kind of what is known as an unfavorable strategy, one that a lot of fans don't like to have happen. But these guys, they just want to walk away with a victory. Their main target is just finding a W. No matter how it happens, they're willing to do anything at all costs.
And despite this lobby having 2 hotspots, right, which is 25% chance of that happening, and the hotspots, mind you, being at Salty as well as Dusty, look at how many eliminations still remain, right? 38 total of 39. So with that being said, this lobby hasn't dropped as quickly as it probably could have, given the fact that Paradise was the hotspot last time, and the lobby went fairly quickly. So with that being said, still plenty of opportunities for both teams to kind of fight it out, and plenty of strategy needs to be developed between these two. And I do like the opportunity, the fact that Thieves, as well as Typical Gamer, heading over towards loot. This is a great transitional point, and Ninja even calling it the heart of the map changed my mind. And it really is, right? Because you have to go here, especially if you want the rotations with the slipstream. Player down below, engagement's about to go down.
Looks at Thieves trying to be the first one here. Looking to try to make somewhat of an impact and spot someone just from the flank. No shots taken from the enemy, and that's a lovely stuff. Rather lovely play coming through from Thieves, and got to catch out. You got to watch a few of your corners. Places down, goes for the edit just to make sure he's going to be good in that situation. So all credit there. We'll see exactly if Thieves can start to combine for another one. Trying to go for the W key. He's going to be able to find the player, and it will be Thieves despite all the shots, despite all the pellets coming in. It's going to be Thieves at least for the first, and Typical, I think, might have found the other.
That's massive.
And based on the kill feed, I don't think that Nickmercs and Neo escape with maybe more than one, if any at all.
Yeah, it seems like every time they get into kind of these team situations where both teams are there, it seems like Typical Gamer and Thieves are always the ones that end up getting kind of the 2-for-1s, right? They always seem to be getting more kills out of these engagements. So, I mean, we don't have a score update quite yet, but it seems like they might be starting to kind of pull away right now.
They are.
Every time, like I said, if you keep getting to these 4-man engagements and you keep getting those 2-to-1s, 3-to-1s, it's going to start to add up.
Oh, even that, right? Nick tries to go in, and we see him trading shots. Luckily, he gets one knock on that player. We're going to see the Storm Flip being activated with the Storm as well.
No.
And that is not the situation you want to be in. And, of course, Nickmercs having to move out in this situation. Neo being low in health himself. Luckily, we'll find a slurp. Plus, he also has a campfire. He's going to go ahead and rock that and kind of heal up a little bit. Hopefully, Nick will be able to carry on in this situation. He needs to start gaining some distance like he did before. I want to see the split go down because the score is too close for comfort, especially if I'm sitting in Nickmercs and Neo's position.
And like you mentioned, Taylor, it's been a pretty slow lobby so far, right? A lot of times you see the initial go down in the blink of an eye is only 30 players. There's still about half the lobby at that point, so it's still 22 eliminations potentially remaining. There is still plenty of opportunity for them to kind of start to close that gap. We do see that Neo does have 8 kills. I didn't necessarily think he had quite that many, so maybe the gap isn't quite as big as we thought, but still plenty of eliminations left on the line. But they have to find a way to maybe even, like I said, break off, split something, because Typical Gamer and Thieves are putting the pedal to the metal right now. You can see the score right now. Nick and Neo are actually still up 2 right now.
It's been an even game, right? I mean,
it's
11 to
felt,
11 so
yeah,
far throughout this game.
It's felt like, and maybe just because, like I said, we haven't seen the kill feed quite as much in Neo's favor. It's felt like Typical and Thieves have kind of been pulling away in these battles, but looks like that. Nick and Neo still up 2, that same kind of lead they had coming into game number 2 right now.
I will say we were giving a lot of credit to Typical Gamer and Thieves for their late game. They played much better than Nick and Neo kind of toward the end, so we'll see if that may be a factor when it comes down to game number 2. This is the moment, right? This is your chance to try to distance yourself. Nickmercs and Neo could be running into a few problems if they were to let a few of these frags start to slip. Thieves desperately looking for where the next few players could be. And like you mentioned, we've been kind of alluding to this, it's been a very slow game. Where are these players at? When are the rotations? When are they going to finally start to come from outside of the trees? When are they going to reveal themselves? And this comes an issue of, where this circle is. There's going to be probably one major portion of the map, whether north, east, west, or south, that a majority of the players are going to kind of come from. And it's a matter of targeting that, knowing early where the fights are going to break down, and making sure that if there are any squad fights going down, that you are in the midst of it. And it looks as if Megga seems to be the target. Typical here, Nickmercs here as well. Just around the reboot van, it looks as if Nick, quick to get in the engagements.
Oh, a reboot comes through, Landon.
Oh, it does? And they were using the build. They were actually trying to hold on to it. I love the strategy from the average player, but it's not going to equal out to much. Nick a little bit slow on the trigger to find that third one, as it's going to be Thieves who at least steals one. But lovely play coming in from all 4 of our players. I will say Nick was a little bit late to the party, but I think it might have been Thieves who was kind of waiting for that reboot van to kind of come in off the start.
And I think Thieves got that one, but in the same time, Neo got a kill in the kill feed as well. So we're talking about some of those swings, feeling like they were in Thieves and Gamers' favor. Now the swings are starting to be in the favor of Nick and Neo. So great job by him to take advantage of that reboot situation. And you can kind of see what was happening for a minute. There was kind of both teams splitting, and one member of each team were kind of following each other, right? And that could have been maybe the directive from Nick and Neo to kind of, maybe take advantage of the fact that they did have a lead and to make their opponents' lives tougher. But then you saw all 4 players kind of converge together, and now as they move, you're seeing sort of the same. You're seeing Typical Gamer right now, and you're seeing Neo kind of both off together, and you're seeing Nick and Thieves off sort of close to each other on the other end.
At this point, it's just going to be a mad dash to find as many players as you possibly can. And really, a lot of luck is going to come down to these final portions. Luckily for Nick, he is going to be in engagement. Notice that mini-map, nobody's going to be beside him. So he has the opportunity to finish off an entire squad and have all the spoils of war go to him. And this team is not challenging for high ground. They're not pushing him at all. And he can easily beam him down below. He takes some damage, but he feels confident with the trade-off. He comes through 3 eliminations. He goes from what? 4 eliminations, now he's at 8.
That's massive, Ryan, because we were talking about the end game. This is the issue that Nickmercs and Neo have had, but that squad wipe might have not necessarily kind of sealed the deal, but that might be a few nails in the coffin there to find those frags. And since Typical and Neo are kind of, Typical and Thieves have kind of been trading for the most part, the ability that he had that one all free might be good, but just as we start to give some positives, Neo is down as well as Thirsted, and now right now, if you're Nickmercs, you're thinking, hey, we do have the advantage, but we got to make sure we do not let this one slip. There might be someone first to try and engage upon. This guy's a little bit slow to react, has some shields, but Nickmercs quick to take him down. These kills, though, that he's finding, these last 4 that he's found, might have done it. And you see the kind of the tone from Thieves may realize this one might have just be done based off the positioning. It might not even matter that Neo's gone down.
When it matters, Nickmercs came in clutch. We talked about how he had kind of a slow start, but keep in mind, Landon, this is a world champion, right? This is a competitive legend of Gears of War, obviously competitive legend of Fortnite at this point. Came through when it counted. You could see no emotion on his face either, right? Ice in his veins as he made the plays when it mattered. Humongous plays, and you can hear right now in Thief and Gamers, like you said, the tone of their voice. I think they kind of know that it's either already kind of over or it's about to be over, as Nick kind of got that one kill that might have been the icing on the cake. That being said, though, you're seeing Thieves getting the first knock, maybe another player in his sight as well, trying their best to maybe at least maybe go for a tie again. We don't have quite a score update yet, so we don't know exactly where they stand, but you're seeing Nick kind of falling around typical game right now. You're seeing Thieves finally get that elimination.
Both teams going back and forth. One player remains.
I think Nick's getting kills in the process as well.
We'll
so only one member left alive.
That's it. So, I mean,
Should be done, yeah.
poor soul in this entire lobby. Score being added up, and everybody frantically trying to find the last remaining player who's
For
hiding
typical
off
Thieves,
in
you're
the
just like,
distance.
please, please
Oh,
let this
they
like somehow
have to
happen.
find them. They have
Right.
to find them, right? Because, I mean, the score is close.
Yeah, I think
He's
they're
saying
throwing
we're
some
good.
GGs,
Nick's
yeah.
got the ultimate head glitch on right now. Can't even see his eyes.
I was just say if it ever ends up overtaking his
Yeah.
hat, you know
There it
it's
is.
getting a little bit serious. So they are going to walk away with this one. So props to Nickmercs and Neo, kind of in back-to-back Friday Fortnites. They have been turning up, but it's Nickmercs who goes big toward the end, guys. Like we said, kind of grabbing those 4 crucial kills that kind of sealed the deal, making sure that they were alive, making sure that they could still kind of keep what was a slim advantage up. They started off a little bit slow in their end game from game 2, allowing for typical Gamer and Thieves to start to make somewhat of a comeback. But what a close game. What a fun match to watch. But unfortunately for the defending Week 2 champions, typical Gamer and Thieves, they're hopping down to a very difficult losers bracket.
And that was a great round between both of the teams. The fact is, not a lot of players really dropped. And they came with the victory royale the first game. The second game, they were able to come through big as well. And you can only imagine they're going to get the victory there, too.
Yeah.
Both teams fought it out incredibly well. But I got to hand it to Neo, at least in the first game, for picking up Nickmercs as much as he did.
That's
you know,
true.
in those unfortunate
Definitely.
situations. Nick ran into some hard times, right? Crashed into Quad Crasher directly onto an
that was
opponent
tough.
with a combat shotgun. There's nothing you could do in that situation. But Neo coming through in the end, able to pick him up, was absolutely massive. He was really the savior in the first game. Second game, you can argue Nickmercs just as much as a savior, going off on his own with the confidence, getting that squad wipe in the end to solidify the win. Massive.
Absolutely. And Ryan, I'm sure, I think I saw you a few times when Nickmercs was finding a few of those kills. I saw this reaction.
He was
Like, you
smiling.
just-
Oh, yeah.
Feeling pretty
That's-
good.
That's my brother, man.
That-
That's Gears of War blood right there, man. I'm
Absolutely.
definitely, you know, I love what Nick's done in Fortnite. Of course, him and
Yeah.
Neo are a fantastic team. I told you in the beginning I was pulling for HD and Nick, but I mean, Nick, I said Nick's won a Friday Fortnite already, right?
Yep.
Obviously,
First
he's-
Week
he's-
1 champion.
Yeah, he's won a lot of other tournaments in this format. Definitely something that they're very familiar with. And like you said, you knew a player like him wasn't going to go quiet for 2 games in a row, right? We saw kind of, like you said, some unfortunate situations. Neo, I'm giving him credit, teammate of the year in game number 1, had a
Yes,
few
for
res,
sure.
had the reboots. I mean, he was doing it all for the squad, so he kept them alive. And then, of course, they finish it off when it matters. So huge congrats to them. And like I said, you know, if you're a typical Gamer and Thieves, you go through the gauntlet now, right? You have the losers
Yeah.
bracket, and there's just so many stacked teams in this gauntlet, and good luck to them.
Yeah, man. It's definitely getting interesting in terms of the losers bracket. There are so many phenomenal squads who are still kind of existing as of this moment, but whose life is still on the line? We're obviously going to find that back, or kind of find more of that information out when we explore the losers bracket after this commercial break. But while we do so during this commercial, we're going to try to recharge ourselves. And of course, if you guys are interested, you can feel free to recharge yourself with some G Fuel as well. Make sure to obviously visit our friends at G Fuel, the official energy drink of esports, and use code UMG for 30% off of your products in honor of Friday Fortnite. So massive thanks to G Fuel as well as HyperX for making this event possible. But like I said, while we recharge, we'll be back with some more awesome Friday Fortnite action when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite. It's week number 2 here in 2019, in case you aren't really aware. Of course, though, we are live here from the UMG studio. It's myself, like I said, Lando Sanders, joined in part by the lovely Mr. Taylor Reflections Noble, Ryan, a.k.a. Ryan Fools. Guys, we are witnessing one incredible tournament, that's for sure. Seen some surprises, some interesting kind of plays being made. The content duo are still somewhat alive in the losers bracket. I know we've kind of heard of a few updates in terms of whether or not their lives will stay up. Of course, we'll be giving updates as soon as we learn about those, but our kind of focus now is generated toward the winners bracket for the time. We're down to our final 4 currently existing in the winners semifinals. We've got Myth and Poach getting ready to face off against Phases, Tilt, and Jarvis, and in the other side, we've got Nickmercs and Neo getting ready to face off against Grandmateets and Deez.
Yes.
Now, we did hear an update during the commercial break that, and we don't know exactly how this relation goes. Grandma has been tweeted out, which of course he is a qualifier player, was just tweeted out by Drake on his Instagram story. Don't know how that's possible, but he is clearly rooting behind this qualifier team, and I'm not going to lie, if Drake's liking it, I am too. So I'm in support of the qualifier team now.
Come on,
I'm
Friday,
hopping on the train.
Friday Fortnite PewDiePie, Ninja, Dr. Some of the biggest names watching this, playing in it. Drake shouts out a qualifier coming through. It's the ultimate honor. But I got to say, this qualifier team, I mean, for good reason. Drake obviously has good taste. I mean, Grandma and Deez coming through big. This is a team that I said was my sleeper team. They are a talented duo. They've done well in World Cups, at least showings before. And they both rock controller, which is phenomenal. I want to see more controller guys trying to go big and qualify.
Nickmercs and Neo. We're going to have
it's going to be awesome.
A battle of the controller titans, right? You're seeing Nick and Neo, of course, also doing big things with controller. And like you're saying, Taylor, we talk about, we have the content kings, right? We have the king of YouTube, the king of Twitch. Now we got Drake in the mix, apparently. Somehow Drake has entered the fray of Friday Fortnite, so that definitely, I mean, hey, anything can happen in this tournament, right? You never know what is going to come, and like you said, we have a couple of fantastic matches in those winners semis. Of course, the losers bracket also progressing as well. It's been a fantastic day so far.
Absolutely.
It absolutely has. Let's go and take a look at our losers bracket. Now, I did actually hear a word from production actually about Ninja and PewDiePie. Unfortunately, PewDiePie has to leave, so going to be kind of vacating the tournament. However, there's a substitute that is coming in for PewDiePie, and that is going to be Mr. TimTheTatMan. Stepping in for PewDiePie, keeping the train
He's
alive.
back, baby.
So massive shout out to Tim for stepping in, keeping them kind of up, and I think that definitely could be a solid team. We saw Tim going off last week with King Richard, so shout out to Tim. Going to be kind of carrying along. Shout out to production for also kind of updating the bracket along with it. But guys, let's go and take a look through a few of our losers round 3 games. Some interesting matchups about to kind of go through. NRG, MrSavage and Benji still alive, kind of hanging on right now. Of course, they're the champions, defending champions, trying to keep it up as they're facing off potentially against FaZe Dubs and Megga when it comes down to the next round, as well as Cypher and HD getting ready to face off against Aydan and Gorb. Losers out, which is crazy to think about.
And I talked about Gorb, right? He's a solid player, a phenomenal compliment to Aydan. So that's going to be a high elimination game between Aydan and Gorb and Cypher, as well as HD. Love to see that. I'm also a huge fan that MrSavage and Benjyfish still in it. They're going to go potentially against Dubs and Megga next round.
That to me is like the literal battle of the Titans, right? You have FaZe Dubs, FaZe Megga. Of course, Dubs is qualified for the World Cup more than anyone ever. MrSavage and Benji also both qualified, I believe, for the World Cup. I think more than once as well, right? So two absolutely high-flying teams, two incredibly skilled duos. And that, to me, I mean, if you're looking forward to some of these potential losers matches, that's the one that sticks out in the paper the most to me.
I'm also looking to, like you said, that Kamo and Issa versus Replays and Nick A. You can only imagine Kamo and Issa is going to take that, but Replays, Nick A30, having a much better showing this time than they did last time. So I got to say I'm happy for that, if anything.
And don't sleep on the top side of the bracket either. Nate Hill and FunkBomb are still in the mix, right? I think they kind of got slept on because they didn't give us, I think, the best showing in week number 1, right? I think we expected a little more out of them, but that, again, is also one of the best duos in kind of all of Fortnite, in my opinion, so don't sleep on them as well. Looks like if they can get past their current matchup, they will play against FaZe, Sway, and Valkyrae, and then, of course, from there, potentially, if they get through that, play the winner of either Ninja and Tim, or like I said, the fantastic match in Losers 3, which is going to be Ghost, Kamo, and Issa versus Replays and Nick A30.
There are so many interesting losers bracket games. I know it's difficult for us to try to keep up with every single one. I know that our kind of main target is we're gonna try to hop on with Myth and Poach facing off against Tilt and Jarvis. So like we said, a lot of interesting games to come. Of course, if you guys have any recommendations, ones that you want to obviously see, feel free to let us know in the Twitch chat as well as let us know on social media. Let's get Friday Fortnite trending again. We were in week 1 we were trending worldwide, so let's get it going again. Make sure to use hashtag Friday Fortnite, and obviously, like I said, you guys can feel free to type out, do whatever you'd like to, but in the process, let us know why you deserve $10,000. Last week, we saw a very lucky player, rather lucky person in chat be awarded $10K, and now could be your opportunity. Let us know why that's the case. Throw out a few things, maybe try to get yourself noticed. I think what we saw last week, we saw a lot of kind of, phase up symbols, which wouldn't hurt, obviously.
Still going, by the way.
Oh, yeah, it definitely is. All the time. Just constantly phase up, and obviously in the process, we also want to kind of give a massive thank you to Keemstar and FaZe Banks for making this tournament possible. If it wasn't for them, guys, Friday Fortnite wouldn't have not returned. 2019 Friday Fortnite wouldn't be existing right now, so massive thank you to them. But like I said, guys, that $10,000 that you could possibly be walking away with, let us know why you deserve it. I'll be honest, I want to hop in the chat myself. I have my iPad right here. I
Yeah.
may or may not be
That's a lot of money.
putting phase up in the chat saying why I deserve it.
We kind of talked about it last time, right? Someone sitting in chat not playing all day has a potential to make what the grand champions are going to make for playing, you know, potentially 8 to 10 hours. It's a beautiful thing.
It is.
You love to see it, and honestly, it's supporting the community. But like I did last week, I'm going to give another shout out to you guys as well. You guys are phenomenal. I love you guys in chat. I see you guys insanely positive. You love that Friday Fortnite is back. I did see that Ninja was trending, at least in America, with the hashtag Friday Fortnite, but I think we can get the hashtag Friday Fortnite trending equally as well. So let's get it going, guys. But once again, hey, I love Friday Fortnite. I'm glad it's back. Keemstar, Bank, shout out to you, but also more so, shout out to you guys watching. You're all phenomenal.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful broadcast up to this point. I mean, it's been fantastic, kind of being a part of Friday Fortnite again in 2019. Like I said, we weren't sure if it was ever going to come back. Obviously, the community outcry has been, hey, you know, what would ever happen if it came back? So the fact that it's here, it's actually happening, it's kind of surreal. I feel like week 1 kind of just blew by, and now we're in week 2, and I'm like, how has this already happened? Like, how are we already in kind of the midst of week 2 up to this point? And I was actually watching Ninja stream earlier today, and he was kind of breaking down the reason why he thinks Friday Fortnite is special, and kind of going over and saying, hey, like, the reason why this is so much fun is it's just a matter of just a great broadcast to be a part of. You spend your entire Friday, you know, putting Friday Fortnite up on the big screen, having some, you know, friends, or rather having some fun with your friends, just watching some incredible Fortnite play, and clearly it has been a phenomenon with a lot of the gaming community. 10 million unique viewers. You know, last week we saw a concurrent record of 840,000 people watching this across all streams, which is unbelievable.
It's all you guys.
It definitely is. And like we said, I'd imagine that that record might have been broken by our first series, watching Ninja and PewDiePie together. They literally by themselves, they were at like 250,000 plus. Like, that was just at the very start before the game even began.
Remember,
so
Ninja
I'm
was
looking
at 256,000.
Right, and so I'm looking forward to hearing those numbers most likely be broken again.
All right, well, the game is going down. And you know what? I'm actually pretty excited about this because look who's on our screen, right? It's going to be Grandma as well as his partner, Deez. And they're going to be playing off against a solid team of Nickmercs and Neo.
You're going to see Nickmercs actually going down on the top left of your screen. But Taylor, we see another kind of Paradise hit. We talked about maybe some of the advantages or disadvantages of landing Paradise bombs. So now you're seeing, obviously, Grandma and Outcast kind of go in there as well. So, I mean, like I said, I personally love this spot. I mean, I'm only a casual player, one of my favorite spots to land, but I do think that it has some great rotations with those rifts. And as we say that, another beautiful set of shots for Grandma.
Yeah, we saw
the power of Drake.
Yeah, right. Oh, this is someone trying to engage in the bathroom, and it looks as if he's ready to go. I will say, let's take a look toward our top left.
What is going on?
As nearly everybody has dropped. It is all on Grandma, trying to stay alive right now, hiding away in the bathroom. And what a big moment this would be if he could stay alive. Looking toward the backside, a Skull Trooper just in his sights and takes him down with somewhat of ease. 6 elims toward his name. Gonna be able to get the revive on his teammate, but what a massive swing this is. Staying alive and just finding any frags you can is going to be big, considering Nickmercs and Neo, they're off to start this game. They're out.
Everybody always has faith in their grandma. Am I right? We love our grandmas, and of course, this grandma is no different, baby. Coming out, saving the day. 6 eliminations to his name, and on top of that, another gift has been thrown in his lap. Nickmercs and Neo both go down, which means they have free reign to everyone on the map, and you talk about having a nice lead going into round 2. It's going to be possible here. Plus, it looks as if they have all of Paradise to kind of loot themselves, and quite a few, and, you know, honestly, the toughest competition in this whole thing seemed to be that cactus.
Yeah, I mean, still, Taylor, 52 members remaining on the map, too, so still so many chances for them to get that kind of, we call it extra credit here in the studio, right? When you have that opportunity, your opponents are out, and every kill you get now is just extending that lead further and further. And like you said, so much loot in Paradise, so many chances to get materials, guns. I mean, everything is right there. You can take those rifts and then move pretty much wherever you want in the map. So right now, if you are Deez and Grandma, this is a prime opportunity to extend a lead. You can see a couple players in front of Grandma right now. He already has 6 kills through the first kind of half, putting the lasers in on another player, looking to make it his 7th and 8 eliminations. He's going to shoot that player out, going to shoot him on the way down as well. And look at Grandma.
Wow.
Eliminations come in, and, man, they are pulling away right now. It seems we don't know quite how many kills Nick and Neo have right now, but you got to imagine that Grandma and Deez are holding a lead, and they are extending it elimination by elimination.
Yeah, these qualifier teams are not messing around, that is for sure. Of course, on one side of the bracket, we're seeing some utter domination when it comes into Paradise Palms. Let's go ahead and advance now toward the top side of the bracket, where we do see Myth and Poach currently facing off against FaZe Tilt and FaZe Jarvis. Now, originally, Jarvis was actually supposed to play right on cue. Jarvis was actually originally supposed to play with RiceGum. According to Keemstar, he made note that RiceGum actually had a doctor's appointment. So Tilt actually was the runner-up to the team that we actually just watched on the other side toward the qualifier team. And Keemstar said, you know what? Since you're on FaZe, since you made it all the way to top 2, I'm going to put you with the main man Jarvis. So obviously professional player for FaZe Clan. Now, unfortunately, on all fours, hanging out when it comes down to Dusty Divot, hoping that Jarvis can maybe go for the revive. So like we talked about, a very important game right now. And we'll see whether or not Jarvis can go big in this moment. It looks as if taking some shots, maybe even just trying to fade back. And it looks as if he will be back in contention, which is going to be massive for this game. We know with what a majority of these guys, I mean, I think it's fair to say Jarvis so talented with a controller. Obviously, same thing for Tilt, that these guys, right on the other side especially, they're not going to slow down. So anytime you get dropped, anytime we see a knock come through, that's only wasting time because we know how talented the other side can be.
Yeah, it looks like, I think, based on those kills I could see on the side of the map, I think it's a tie game right now. As we said, though, Myth goes down and gets thirsted. It's going to be up to Poach to either grab that reboot card or to take maybe potentially a 1v2 situation, depending on what's going to happen right now. Still 62 players remaining, kind of surveying the map out.
Oh, it's Christmas, baby.
Was that a double revive that was trying to come in from the opponents? I'm not exactly sure. Holding it down in the kitchen, it's getting a little bit hot, and unfortunately, Poach not able to stay alive as they get swarmed. When it comes down to Salty Springs, Poach is not happy, and I got to say, with that many players around there, you can absolutely argue why that is the case, as we'll see it happen again here on Tilt screen, still seeing success in Divot, but my goodness, what a massive loss that is right here.
And if Landon, if he had a combat shotgun, I think instead of that tack, I think he gets away with both of those kills he hit. You could see a shot on each player, but of course the damage on the tack just not going to be as strong as that combat. So once they turned around, he tried to build. He was already pretty low health to begin with, so it just wasn't enough. He got overwhelmed, and just an unfortunate situation for Poach and Myth. And on the other end, we saw in the first semifinal, now Jarvis and Tilt have that opportunity to start to pull away themselves, to start to get that kind of extra credit and build a very big lead in game number 1. There are still, 48 potential eliminations on the board. They're still kind of looting up right now. Don't have a ton of mats to their name, but you still got to be feeling pretty good if you are a FaZe fan and a fan of Jarvis and Tilt.
And it was kind of one of the things people were discussing before the update came out, right, for 9.20, was the idea that one weapon was going to be nerfed and another weapon would be brought back. Unfortunately, no weapon's coming back. We only lose the hunting rifle. We do see that utility being added from the Stormflip. But a lot of people were kind of, excited because they were like, we're getting rid of the tack and we're bringing back the heavy shotgun, which honestly, for me, I'm a huge fan of. The tack is very inconsistent. It doesn't hit right. We've seen many moments, even going back to the Ninja PewDiePie match, where Ninja was just, firing out shots left and right, and unfortunately, it just wasn't connecting consistently. Because of that, he lost an elimination.
Yeah.
So the tack shotgun, not what you need, especially in those close scenarios. Tough situation in the kitchen regardless, but it could have been a lot better if he had a combat or even a heavy. So I got to say, get rid of the tack, bring back the heavy. I'm all for it.
Taylor's a part of the movement.
I'll say Taylor's leading the train right now. I do recall, if I was the one, I think it was on our Sunday Showdown, where I was saying I believe in that combat shotgun. I can't remember which one of you I was casting with.
I think it was me.
I was saying, I was like, yo, I'm telling you, this thing is
because I didn't believe in it at
very
the time.
Strong. Yeah, no one did. For some reason, when it first came out, everyone thought it was garbage, and I think it's just because at the time we had lost the pump. So just, if anything,
it was so powerful.
Anything that was put down that wasn't the pump,
sure.
like, oh, this thing sucks, right?
Yep.
The tack's back, right? Now you can see the combat shotgun has become almost a must, especially in competitive. The range it has, I mean, almost reminds you of like the very first like season 1 pump. Right? Remember the season 1 pump where you could shoot people from what felt like a mile. So, like I said, unfortunate situation. Had he had a combat shotgun, I do believe he gets away with those eliminations. End of the day, though, it's RNG, right? This is Fortnite. Whatever comes in that chest is what comes in that chest. And so now Tilt and Jarvis are looking to kind of extend a lead. Only 1 kill right now for Tilt. They start to see some players on their map, but just not a ton of kills, to their name so far.
I know Hamlin's couldn't play in this tournament, but he's still on the Friday Fortnite screen, baby. Right up there at the top with HyperX. You'd love to see it.
Definitely
he's representing. Definitely is. Looks like from the backside, though, a fight going down in Salty Springs, and Tilt is one of the first ones here. Thankfully, in that fight, the tack shotty going to fare off a little bit better, especially whenever the enemy isn't necessarily expecting it. Tossing out, 96 stink bombs. A lot of damage being done to the opposition. Also grabs a rift to go in the process, so realizes, hey, I got some free time. Might as well go for a few items off the ground, and now it's time to focus just toward the top. And every time that these frags, every time that these kills are starting to come in, it's only more of a negative that Poach and Myth have to look out for as their strategy. We were talking about it. Definitely could have looked a little bit better. Definitely taking a big one to the chest as Tilt. Jarvis still from the skies, looking to do some work from one fish to the other. It's Tilt who manages to stay alive throughout this fight, going for a few minis, and it looks as if they will manage to stay alive. So a big moment there from FaZe. It looks as if they will be having some freedom to go for a few med kits. I think that might have been an explosive that destroys a barrier. So yeah, there's another team that's not too far off. Thankfully, Tilt has some free time to go for this med kit. That's massive for them.
Yeah, Jarvis providing, some of those builds, especially when they're getting destroyed. Good teammate, solid plays. And we're going to see the edits out. Immediately trying to overtake that high ground. He doesn't know where the opponents are, but he has a good understanding. And immediately firing shots down low. That's going to be one knock. Another player there as well. He's going to tag up some shields. Meanwhile, you're going to see Jarvis go on the full send. Can Jarvis get this knock? It shouldn't be hard for him to do, but there it is. Wow. Shotguns come in. And that's going to be a couple of eliminations to their name, and they're going to keep adding onto this extra credit that they currently have, right? They got full reigns of the lobby. They still have 35 total engagements. Poach, Myth, all they can do is just watch in silence.
That's got to be one of the most heart-wrenching situations, right? When you go down early and you just have to basically, like Myth's doing right now, sit there and watch your opponents get elimination after elimination and just continue to stack that lead. And you can see just kill after kill coming for Jarvis and Tilt. Like I said, it seemed like they were starting off a little low. The second they hit that last engagement, though, the players just started funneling in left and right, and they were able to manage to get right now. Jarvis went from, I think, 1 kill to 6 kills just like that.
12.
Yeah, and like I said, we constantly just hear the communication coming through saying, hey, like, they've got 12 kills. That's rather unfortunate, or, maybe debating back and forth. And with this many players alive, this is a huge advantage when it comes down to our top 4. I mean, we talk about how amazing and how close these games are going to be, rather than just the amount of competition that exists in our top 4 teams that currently do exist in the semifinals. It's not going to be easy, and unfortunately, if you do drop, it gives the opponent, who are very talented, a massive, massive chance to continue to distance themselves. And I can only imagine right now, if you are Poach, if you're Myth, they're most likely watching this gameplay, but they're also thinking in their heads, hey, what are we going to do next round?
Yeah,
like, depending on how big of an advantage this is going to be, are we thinking a split? Are we thinking maybe trying to go toward one of those hot zones? Would potentially a Neo tilted drop might even be the play? And yeah, maybe it could even be too far gone, depending on the moment. But it looks as if right now Tilt and Jarvis maybe even focusing their attention back towards Salty Springs.
And I was going to say it, and then they ended up in the communications, ended up saying it themselves. There's still mad people left, was the words I heard out of him. There's still 33 members left of this lobby. Yeah. This has been a very slow lobby. There's still a third of the map left, so definitely a ton more kills right now for Tilt and Jarvis. You can see them use that rift to try to kind of survey the map. It seems like they have found some opponents that are going to use this Sky Tower, I assume, to kind of dive bomb on there. You can see kind of a fight already breaking down right now, looking to maybe get a third party in there. Meanwhile, Jarvis going to be in a fight of his own, picking up more and more eliminations right now as he extends their lead. Now he has 7 kills. I believe Tilt has 6, so that'll be currently 13 for this duo. As there are more players below them, you know that they're hungry to get even more shots coming in. I believe they get a storm thrown on them right now.
Yeah. Storm flip comes through. I think it's really not going to make too much of a difference. Specifically because the zone that we're kind of in, it's not going to hit hard. But look at that combat going in big. You see some shots down low. Fish trying to heal up a little bit, forced to go for the auto builds. Don't think he got that many off. In the meantime, though, they're going to go ahead and focus their attention on a couple more down low. And once they're done with this fight, right, they're not going to, kind of loot around. They're immediately going to probably pop that rift to go, and they're going to start looking for more eliminations. There it is. They're going to start that rotations through,
and that's the
they're going to keep it
part.
going.
It's the scariest part is that they are just continually running through teams, not really having too many struggles. It's full pedal to the metal as they want to try to get this one done. They want to try to distance themselves as much as they can, make game 2 a breeze, right? I mean, they want to kind of come into game 2 with, what? Like, okay, well, there's that. But
that hurts.
And that's the thing, right? This would be an impressive lead. We're saying, okay, hey, they're looking pretty good. Even if this was the conclusion, they still have 22 more players to fight off against. This is insane.
Like I said, if you're Myth and Poach, I mean, you're hurting right now. You're facing off a very talented team at this point. And you see it, shots being fired down low for Tilt. Jarvis up in the mix, ready. Once those builds break, he comes through with the rifle. Instantly comes through, gets the knock, goes for the full elim, and right back to business. Launch pad about to be placed. We're going to see Tilt go off into the distance himself. He's going to go ahead and use it. and they're just going to continue on moving forward. And this is what you have to do. You can't really focus on the fight necessarily that you're in. You have to focus on the next one and continue to rotate through. Another player off in the distance to his left next to Houses. He's going to go at a double back, though. A split wouldn't have been a bad idea there, especially given the fact that this is probably a solo.
That actually works out for him right now, even though his teammate already gets the down in the process. At this point, guys, it's just search and destroy, right? They keep just launch padding in the air, rifting in the air, whatever it is, surveying the map until they see someone, and then they dive bomb on them. He sees a player in the storm right now. Going to very likely clean this one up right now. This player's going to be taken very low. Knows how to build a little bit for themselves, though. Do their best to take high ground.
And I thought I heard a good call out. One of the players saying, hey, I'll take the storm fight. You just go ahead and head out. But I believe they both did stay in, and the launch pad, unfortunately, not be in place. There we go. Finally, he's going to be able to get off. A bit of a lag. No issues, though. He's going to hopefully be safe and continued on 19-3 landed. This is getting carried away.
Yeah, this is just not looking prominent, that's for sure. If you are a fan of Myth and Poach, it's just getting to the point where it's like, oh, man, this is not going to be a fun next matchup. And to me, it's just so impressive, like what we're seeing out of Tilt and Jarvis. I mean, obviously, we're looking at Tilt's perspective right now. He's currently sitting at 9 eliminations. I mean, out of the teams that we have pretty much, what, 2 teams, or rather 2 players who walked away with the qualifiers. We have Tilt, who was a runner-up, as there's a bush just kind of sitting on the mounted turret, ready to fire away, and Tilt is prepared for every situation. Jonesy is just looking around the entire area. Quick little traps. Goodbye. Thank you for playing. That was the easiest kills that they're going to find throughout the entire day. They're laughing. They're feeling good, and they definitely deserve it. That's definitely something that you're not going to see every day. A bush on a mounted turret with Jonesy awkwardly watching over. That was an interesting fight, to say the least. But like I said, guys, like we have, well, I think out of the 8 players that are currently in this top 4, 6 of them are playing with controllers. We have 3 players who are also a matter of who were in the qualifiers. We have 2 players who obviously won, and we have Tilt, who was the runner-up. So this is a much different kind of change-up from what we saw last week. It was a matter of the qualifier team starting to struggle quite a bit. We didn't really see too much controller action outside of the Ghost Boys. So from week 1 to week 2, we're starting to see kind of a difference, and I'm a big fan of it. There's so much talent when it comes down to Friday Fortnite.
We kind of talked about it right before. You have to be aggressive, because if you're not, you're going to run into teams like this who are just going to be able to slay out and get 20-plus elims. I mean, look at the finals last time with Issa and Kamo against, MrSavage and Benjyfishy. How many elims were they getting? At least 15, 20 every single round. You have to pull these numbers if you want an opportunity to try and win in the end. You see it aggressively coming in straight into the opponents, not even trying to overtake high ground. They're going to do it now, obviously, but in the meantime, they're confident in their gun skill to be able to go through, get right up in their faces, take some damage, but they know in the end they're going to get the knock.
And you see a couple downs coming in from each side. Now you see Tilt heading over to help Jarvis. Both players taken pretty low right now. Use this opportunity to met up a little bit. You can hear the call-outs. The last kid is in front of them. This could be yet another potentially 3 or 4 kill swing for this team. I think that would extend their lead up towards the 20 mark, which would just be such a large hill to climb if you are Poach and Myth right now. And they have to just kind of sit here and just watch as this duo continues to just tear through the map.
Because if Jarvis actually ends up dropping, so with that in mind, Tilt needs to go big. They've been seeing a lot of success in this close quarter, so we'll see if that might be the case here. Going for a few crafty edits, may even get the opportunity to go for a revive. And we'll see this one possibly come through. Starting to see a few shots come just toward his left. We'll see how he tries to engage, tries to go for the quick little reaction shot. Still possesses ownership of the wall, so quickly goes for the edit, and now's the time for the fight on his terms. Somehow manages to find it down to 10 HP, still enemies around the area, but Tilt realizes he needs to get his teammate up, however his right is exposed.
He's still going?
Wait, did he cancel the revive?
No, he didn't.
The fish head was in front of it.
That was such a clutch play. I know I'm ditching that revive if I'm down to 10 health. I see RPGs coming in with snipes. Oh, you best believe, hey, partner, I'm sorry, you're going down.
He can't edit. He can't edit. He's stuck. Oh, Tilt, best of luck, buddy. Thankfully, though, he does have minis. If he can, like I said, get both of these off, he'll be up to 60 HP. He has the shadow bombs. Thankfully, he didn't use all of them. So, all things considered, this isn't the worst situation, I guess you could argue, Ryan. By no means do they feel comfortable, but they've been dominating in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, even if they end up going down here, like I said, I think this is the final team. There's only 2 of them left. I'm pretty sure it's the final team of 4. At this point, though, they've gained such a big lead. At this point, I mean, you can hear in their comms just how much fun they're having, right? Nothing is more dangerous than when a team is having fun as they're winning. So you're going to see them I mean, at this point, everything's going in their favor right now. They might as well get these 4 players and listen to them just screaming in the midst as rockets are flying everywhere as they attempt to get these final eliminations against all odds. They're both taken to such low health. One Shadow Bomb is going to be in the hands of Tilt. One Snipe in his hand as well. He sees the players, gets a couple shots in with the shotguns. They kind of have some sights on them right now. Trying to play this a little bit slow.
And that's the one thing that we can kind of, shift the focus toward as the snipe shot comes in.
Always a snipe.
Takes down Tilt. I will say he was very low on HP, but they've been having, I mean, the reason why they're staying alive so well in these fights is obviously due to skill, but that combat shoddy, man. Like, they can just kind of hold on to head glitches, kind of utilize a few of those structures, and just continue to dominate the opponents. Jarvis is at 14 eliminations, wants to make it 15. Not the greatest HP situation, but it doesn't matter. He takes down another opponent, and Poach, sitting here eagerly, wants to get back in the fray, wants to get back in the game, as FaZe, without question, have taken advantage over the opportunity that they have been given. And they're just feeling so good. Wait, is Tilt actually on one ping?
A singular ping.
Individual ping.
I don't even, like, I don't get it.
The ping is 0.
I know. No.
He is hosting the lobby.
I understand that, but I'm at 30 ping, and I'm happy with that. I'm a 0. Now, there was one time I was at 0 ping. Got 18 eliminations. Never happened in my life. Granted, it was during the food fight. I don't care. I got 18 eliminations.
I thought the breadstick was impressive. Then it hit 0. Never even seen that.
That's scary. That's another thing. Another intimidating factor if you're poaching Myth, but quick builds for Jarvis. The console building will just continue as they are waiting now for their final opponent, hide-and-seek champion. Where could he be at? We'll see whether or not they can possibly find this one soon. Bounce pad initiated, and they might have a good idea as to where this player is. But let's just go and ignore the scoreboard. It's fine.
No,
it's
you can't
cool.
ignore that.
No,
At
it's
29-3.
It's all good.
About to be 30.
It's not a problem.
It ain't no problem. No, it's a problem.
It definitely is. Yeah. This guy's a sitting duck, and there it is. 14 found for Tilt, a lot more found for Jarvis. I mean, it's fair to say this is not going to be fun if you're poaching Myth. And obviously, guys, the main topic of discussion right now is a matter of where are they? Is there even a place in the map that can equate to find that many?
You already know the answer. No.
Okay.
27, come on, that is massive. And you got to be thinking, at that point in time, Tilt and Jarvis, if they come through, and they get 3 eliminations themselves just off the start, then they've got a 30 elimination lead. We need to see literally record-breaking numbers for Myth and Poach to come back on this.
Well, not only is it very, very difficult to get 30 eliminations in the first place, keep in mind, like, the FaZe boys are still on the map as well, right?
Exactly.
So we're acting as if, like, they're not even on the map, so they're going to continue to get eliminations themselves. So, I mean, I guess if you're poaching Myth, you want to hope that the Fortnite gods kind of bless you with an early drop, and then you yourself have to have an incredible performance on top of that to match the performance of Tilt and Jarvis. Let's not forget that was 30 eliminations in a single game for 2 players. That is almost a third of the map completely wiped by just one of our teams. A lot of times, like, okay, they combined for 30 kills between the 2 teams, pretty good. That was 2 players.
Yeah,
that was insane.
Whew, my goodness.
While laughing, doing it the whole time.
And they were having fun.
They were having great times. Yeah, it wasn't a matter of like, oh, they were into some easy squads. No, they were in the middle of like constant builds. They were in the midst of structures, laughing, going crazy. There were explosions everywhere, but Tilt and Jarvis are just having a heyday. The console boys are dominating on this side, along with on the bottom side. I just was given an update that I think it was Grandma and Deez are up. I think it was like 20-6 over Nickmercs and Neo. So console gang is out here. They're definitely kind of showing up, which coming from the console scene, I'm kind of proud of that. Obviously, we all kind of do. So I think if you've been a gamer for a while, you probably originated on the console. Maybe not, but regardless,
Nintendo 64, baby, Super Nintendo, console scene all day.
Yeah, I mean, hey, 34-year-old Taylor is just
come on,
showing
man.
His
I'm
age,
27, brother.
I mean, it's getting close.
Still old to everybody out there. Like, 27.
That's true.
Oh,
I mean, hey, we're getting to the
point
where we're getting to the point where people are like, wait, you don't play on mobile? It's like, what? Like, what's happening now? I don't know. Like,
what's a cell phone?
What?
What's a cell phone?
That's
Back in my day.
Yeah, right.
And boys, I think as we drop into the lobby now, I think we're seeing the split that we talked about, or maybe not actually. They both. No, we're actually not seeing a split. I thought we would see that they kind of started to look like they were going away, but now looks like they're both going to hit Megga Mall right now. Of course, it being a hot drop, there could be a good opportunity for maybe a couple extra players who want to go for those drones, but here we go. This is going to show us right now if there's even a chance in the world for Myth and Poach. Poach landing on a grenade. Myth opening up with a kill of his own, though. So, you know, now the deficit's 26. You know, it's getting a little more manageable, I guess, as looks like FaZe Jarvis and FaZe Tilt haven't gotten a kill quite yet, but I'm sure that is going to change very soon. Not necessarily as much action as I thought we'd see kind of in the beginning of a Mega Mall.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, and this is just my opinion, I want to hear your guys' thoughts as well. I like the play. It's nice that there's obviously a hot zone on Mega Mall, but you're down basically 30, along with the fact that the enemy is going to be up consistently, and we're also looking toward the kill feed. Tilt is in there with at least like 2 or 3. They're dominating when it comes down to Dusty Divot.
With the gray AR.
But you're getting to the point, whenever you're poaching myth, and it's like, hey, we just have to like let the game play out. We're almost hoping we're allowing the game to pretty much decide how this one goes. The game's pretty much out of our hands. We have to hope that only so many things go our way. And to equate for the rest of it, I feel like they needed to play a lot more aggressive off the start. Maybe even sending Poach into Neo, sending him at least toward another area to try to find some elims. Because like we said, there's only going to be so many teams who went toward Mega Mall. Like you said, you might have, what, maybe 4 or 5 teams at the most that go toward this area. That's not enough.
Could agree with you more, right? I mean, obviously the split needed to happen. Myth goes down, and this is not the start you wanted, already having that deficit. And there it is. Poach goes down as well. Myth and Poach are out. Jarvis and Tilt moving forward.
In a dominant way.
In a dominant way. Still up. And, I mean, you know, they had, what, 27 lead going into this game. Imagine if this would have played out. How many eliminations would they get in the end?
Yeah, I don't even want to know how many kills that Tilt and Jarvis are going to find after this one's all kind of concluded with. But, I mean, Ryan, I think we could be talking like 60 range.
Yeah, I mean, if you drop, what, a 30 bomb the first game, you got to imagine they were already on a hot start, too. You got to imagine they're going to get something at least similar to that, probably at least crossing the 50 mark. So definitely a huge performance by them. But it looks like we are hopping into the Nickmercs and Neo versus Grandmateets Deez match, which I believe, like you said, Landon, there was
like
a 20 to 6
yeah,
scoreline in
for
game
the
number
qualifier
1.
team. Yeah.
Just, I mean, looking right now, game number 2, Grandma has another 5 kills on top of that in game number 2. So it looks like they're kind of starting off with a very, very similar opening as they did in game number 1. So if you're Nick and Neo, you got to start to make some big plays and kind of, honestly, maybe even do a split and just start to try and slay out the best you can, because it looks like Grandmateets Deez are doing just that once again.
Yeah, I think they might even be mirroring Neo right now, Taylor. It looks as if they're kind of on his heels, whether or not it's just for one fight or maybe the future of him. It's not a bad call. It looks as if trying to make the escape is the enemy, but he's quickly about to run into a few opponents. Neo is down for the count, and I don't believe that Nickmercs is going to be around the surrounding area. So if that's the case, yeah, Neo is thirsted, and now it's the countdown timer that becomes a thing. Nickmercs have to make the jaunt. Nick is also on a very low amount of HP. It's probably, what, 5-6 in total?
Right.
This is not looking good.
No, you can't afford to. Nick goes down. He has to back up. There's no way he's getting a card.
Yeah.
He's going now solo with already a deficit. What was the score? 20 to 6, something like that, right?
Yeah.
A 14 lead for the men over on Grandma and Deez. It's getting out of hand.
And I mean, Grandma we saw had at least 5 eliminations. You see Nick right now only has 2, so you got to imagine.
Oh, no.
I think
He didn't get the med kit off.
I think Grandmateets Deez are even already up on this game as well. One bullet's going to kill him.
Oh,
No!
what?
My goodness, that ticked for 5. He had 6. Nick, he breathes another day.
No,
No, he doesn't.
Gone.
Just like that.
And there it is.
You can only get lucky so many times.
Our qualifier players, with the power of Drake behind him, managed to make the winners finals.
This is insane. This is crazy, and I'll be honest. Like Taylor, you were giving them a lot of credit. You were giving me some updates saying, "Hey, these guys have looked phenomenal. They've got so close to qualifying when it comes into the Fortnite World Cup. They have a lot of expectations upon them, and boy, are they responding as they lock in a place in winners finals now against FaZe Jarvis and FaZe Tilt.
Sure,
I'm loving this.
Yeah,
4 console players in the winners finals.
Holding
All
it
of
down,
them.
holding it down
4
for
for
us.
4. It's insane.
Seems like
and I will
gotta
say,
switch over.
regardless of who would have won, Nickmercs and Neo also would have been a constant team.
Correct.
So, you know,
6 of 8. Yeah, I mean,
say,
6 of 8 in the semis is not bad.
It's definitely impressive, man. That's for sure. We'll obviously be giving you guys a few bracket updates here soon. But in terms of some surprises, like I said, coming from the qualifiers last week, you know, I was kind of up on them. I was like, hey, you know, maybe a top 16, top 12 around placement would be kind of, you know, normal. Unfortunately, they go down top 32, and we were talking, what, like 430-plus teams to get here is insane enough. The fact that they are performing the way that they are is super impressive. And I know, Ryan, we've been talking about this myself. Like, we've all been kind of used to this qualifier aspect when it comes into UMG tournaments. The guys who grind on UMGgaming.com are incredible. And if you guys are interested, you can feel free to visit our website, UMGgaming.com, possibly be involved when it comes down to this tournament.
It's free.
It's free. It's not easy to get through, that's for sure. You get 429 other teams to face off against. But if you can get here, you could have a chance, much like we are seeing right now. 3 out of the 4 players were already in the qualifiers. We have the runner-up, FaZe Tilt. He was added because he's already on FaZe. Keemstar added him because he knew how talented he is. Obviously, he's here with FaZe Jarvis, and now it will be them facing off against Grandmateets Deez for a spot in Grand Finals. And I'll be honest, guys, I am shocked that we do not see Ghost here. I'm surprised that we don't see NRG here either.
Yeah, you don't see any of them. I mean, and even what Cypher and HD, who played incredibly well last week, you don't see them here. You see these two teams, and I got to say, they are passionate. They're young, and they're wanting to go big. I love to see it. And I do want to say, Deez made a very good choice. He's a former college baseball player who transitioned to Fortnite. And by the way, we know Friday Fortnite, it does make some careers sometimes. We've seen players be added on to organizations. Both of these members here are free agents. Deez are, you know, this Grandma's already been shouted out by Drake.
Yeah.
100 Thieves? I don't know.
There you go.
One thing to point out, guys, too, I mean, we always talk about, obviously, like Nick said, the path to pro and all these ways to kind of show out and prove yourself. Just take a look really quick at Grandmateets Deez's path to the winners finals. Let's take a look at kind of who they have taken out in the process. Ghost, Aydan, and Gorb. Okay, big win, right?
Yep,
then you go against Nate Hill and FunkBomb, one of the best duos in all of Fortnite. Take them out. Then you go against FaZe Dubs and FaZe Megga, who have qualified for the World Cup 36 times. Obviously, an incredible duo on their own. Take them out. Then you go against Nickmercs and Neo. Nick, a player who's won these tournaments. Obviously, him and Neo, a very good World Cup duo themselves. And then take them out. So their path might even be the hardest so far that I've seen out of kind of anyone on the bracket right now. They have played just a bunch of massive teams, so huge shout out to our qualifier teams. That just shows you there's still so much unknown talent out there.
They've been consistently taking out FaZe teams and not be doing it here. They've already taken out 5 members. We'll see if they can make it 7. Let's go and take a look now toward the losers bracket and see exactly how things are lining up there. So a few kind of results that are solidified, as we do see, obviously, FaZe, Nate Hill, and FunkBomb do make it past LazarBeam and 2 Twins on Twitch. It looks as if Ghost, Kamo, and Issa are still alive, as unfortunately replays in Nick A30 are done for here in week number 2. The defending champions, NRG, MrSavage, and Benji are also up and will be facing off against FaZe Dubs and Megga, one that we've talked about how that should be a very, very hyped-up game to say the least. And it looks as if Aydan and Gorb have taken down Cypher and HD. A team who placed top 4 is out already. Aydan and Gorb, though, live to see another day taking on the defending champions from 2018, Typical Gamer and Thieves.
MrSavage and Benjyfish still in it, baby. You love to see it. They have literally had to fight since round number 1. And in fact, they did beat Mongraal and Mitro earlier on in the loser bracket in the second round. So that's a solid matchup, and I do think they're going to make it to the finals.
Definitely going to be a matchup of the century, right? 2 of our strongest teams in this entire event. To me, that's kind of the matchup of the losers bracket that I'm looking forward to the most. It's going to be, as Taylor likes to call it, a banger.
Yeah, banger. We have a lot of like terminology that's exclusive to Friday Fortnite. Not many people may know exactly what it is, but the chat, people who've been around since the OG days know exactly what we're talking about. But guys, like we said, we have a number of different incredible matches to come. Feel free to let us know what your thoughts are on them. Which one would you like to see? Along with staying involved in the chat, let us know why you deserve to be awarded $10,000. We'll be obviously awarding that as time goes on. So make sure to stay active in chat and let us know exactly why you do deserve it. But losers games, winners games still to come. We'll be right back as Friday Fortnite will continue right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019. It's week number 2, and of course, we're live here from the UMG studios. Myself, Lennon Leno Sanders, joined in part by Mr. Taylor Reflections Noble and Ryan, a.k.a. Ryan Fools, as the Twitter underlay would like to suggest. Obviously, guys, it has been an incredible tournament up to this point, and now we are down to our final 2 in the winners bracket. We've got FaZe Tilt and Jarvis getting ready to face off against our qualifier boys of Grandmateets and Deez.
Yeah, 2 talented teams. Very much so for the qualifier team, right? Having to beat out 430 teams just to come into this. Man, I got to say, I'm a little bit worried for them. You got the FaZe boys on the other end. Tilt and Jarvis, come on. We saw them drop a 30 bomb in the first game against Myth and Poach. And then who knows how many they would have been able to get if we would have maybe, seen the conclusion of the second game between them. But Paradise, another location we're going to. We've kind of been discussing it. And let's see if it's going to be fruitful. But this does seem to be the location Grandmateets and Deez like to go to.
And they've been put on a show so far, Taylor. I'm telling you, I'm a believer in Paradise. I think that it's got just a ton of mats, a ton of opportunities for obviously some weapons. I mean, all kinds of things. You have those rifts that basically you go anywhere you want on the map. That's kind of my favorite part about everything about it. You can get that hotel, get some high shots in.
Yeah.
So a lot going on, and a lot of players land here as well. So to me, if they continuously land here and of course come out of that fight on top, which they've been doing all day, I think they're going to have a pretty good shot at taking this as well. Of course, keep in mind, guys, the winner of this does go to the grand finals and gets that advantage of coming out of winners, right? Because it's a double elimination tournament, having that kind of 2-series lead is so important. We saw it last week. The bracket was reset and everything. Like, when those situations come into play, that makes things so much different. And having those 2 chances to win just make your life so much easier.
Definitely do. And like we said, when it comes down to what's on the line, right? I mean, this is guaranteed cash. If you make it forward, possibly, like I said, you get the opportunity, rather, when it comes down to the grand finals. And my biggest question right now is we're actually going to see possibly a snipe. Do not tell me he's going to land. That might be even a... Is anyone in there?
Yeah.
Oh, there is. Okay, I thought for a minute it was a roll. Can he hit the shot?
Gosh,
oh my
you're
gosh,
nasty.
it looks so good from Tilt's perspective. Unfortunately, not able to make it land. As we'll see exactly the builds come through from Tilt.
Okay.
Has the trap a little bit late to call it in. So all things considered, now back to ground level player just exists on top. Going for the quick edit on his terms. A wall. Not able to make it land. Tries to go for the trap. Does it go? I don't believe it does.
He
So
didn't get the roof
with
place,
that in mind, it looks as if now back in action, taking him down. And that's going to be the easiest one up to this point. Another player just in front of Tilt. Holding on to that high ground advantage. Cone placed down.
Yeah,
Trying to play this
kinda
one so
waiting,
carefully.
This guy's kind of trapped. In the meantime, he's going to go and hopefully break this build, get down, and really just at a standoff. This player wants to kind of edit through, but yeah, unfortunately, he gets caught with the pants down and goes and gets eliminated. It is what it is. 4 eliminations for the man of Tilt, a couple for Jarvis himself. And a bit of a slower start for Grandma and Deez, sitting at 3. But you got to be thinking both of these guys are relatively even, and their rotation seems to be Megga Ma. You'd be thinking there'd be a couple people over here, but not spotting anybody as of yet. Meanwhile, it's not, action is going to be nonstop for Tilt and Jarvis. They're already in another engagement.
So players right in his sight. He has one right below him. Gets the knock on those players. Has shots coming in from above, though. Has to be careful. Does a good job at kind of building defensively right now. He has 2 launch pads as well, so if things get kind of dicey, he kind of has that get out of jail free card as well. So always one thing to keep in mind as well. Jarvis coming to help him out. Player being shot in the air by something. I'm not sure if that was a flint knock or a impulse or something.
The flint knock just actually received a, not necessarily a buff, but kind of a balance in a way. So now the flint knock does blow the opponent's back as it is intended to do, much more than it was earlier. So that was kind of a new addition, or a new balance rather, in the 9.20 update they just released.
There's Tilt making use of one of those launch pads. I think he sees a couple players over in Neo. Tilted going to use that slipstream to kind of close that gap. On the other end, though, you see Grandma and Deez both getting a little couple engagement over in Dusty.
Looks as if Deez, coming from the side, takes down a lonely little referee. But with that knock, means that there are only more teammates to come, given the ping. And now the teammates are made aware. Player holding on to that high ground, tossing in a few frags, and it will do some damage, though, to Grandma. Has to slowly back up, and it looks as if those storms placed down. And he needs to kind of fade off just toward his west, and he will be able to accomplish that. So no major problem. Enemy not affected, though, by the flint knock pistol. Despite that, though, having to wait a little bit of time. Player starts to engage into the quickest reaction in the land as Grandma manages to find that one, manages to take it. And now it's time to enjoy the rounds at the cozy campfire from one side to the other. Dominance being shown in Dusty, dominance being shown toward the outskirts of Neo. And my goodness, all 4 players staying up, seeing success, and continuing to roll on with the eliminations.
And this is the winners finals. Both teams incredibly solid, and eliminations are lighting up the kill feed on the left. And nothing, I mean, honestly, we had to expect this, right, between both of these squads, and whoever ends up being in the grand finals, getting that spot, it's going to be sitting pretty. Like you said, you never want to have to fight your way through loser bracket. Despite that, though, MrSavage Benjyfishy did make it happen last time, but it's a lot of work, right?
Oh, it absolutely
and you have to play a lot of games. So this is a great opportunity for both teams. Controller Gang's going at it. Edits coming in. He's going to go ahead and, unfortunately, he makes a door. He did not want to do that, but he is going to capitalize, get the player down to about 20, 30 health, and the elimination down low. And plenty of launch pads for mobility, and still more engagements being had as Jarvis, I do believe, is in a couple himself.
Yeah, Tilt currently with 9 eliminations, going to start to heal up a little bit. Take a look at his kit right now, Taylor. You see he has obviously the AK or the AR. There's, oh, hold on, Jarvis actually goes down in the top. Is he going to be able to get these eliminations and save his teammate? Like I was about to say, he has a pretty good kit. He has that combat, has the drum gun, and that heavy snipe. 3 of the most deadly weapons in Fortnite right now. He's kind of just surveying, waiting for these players to make a mistake.
Yes, sir.
Puts that heavy snipe to use and gets the kill with it. You can see the other player might have been jumping out with a launch pad or something. But this could be the opportunity for Tilt to save his teammate. The other player is going to have to waste his time by rezzing his teammate. So now it looks like Tilt will be able to get the res off on Jarvis. So huge play by Tilt, putting that heavy snipe to work. And now Jarvis should be alive to help his teammate out. Grandma and Deez, I'm sure we're so happy to see that, but it was going to be short-lived as the FaZe boys are back at full force. And on the other end, Grandma is in a fight of his own, gets the first knock, takes out the second player. That's going to be his 8th and 9th elimination. As we have, from what we can see right now, we'll have a score update pretty soon. What we can see right now is a pretty close game.
Definitely doing a lot of work right now. Like we said, the Storm not too far away, so rotations are being made. But, guys, it's a matter of just overall dominance from both sides. This is what we saw last week, Taylor, when it came down to the winners finals. It was Ghost having some incredible moments. And we were back to NRG, and they were having some highlight plays. It wasn't just a game. It was more of a highlight reel opportunity
honestly.
that both teams were displaying. And we're seeing that exact same thing go down right here and right now. Grandma & Co., the qualifier teams coming in and putting on a show, dominating right now at 9 eliminations just for Grandma up to this point. We've seen Deez have some fantastic performances as well, but they are just seeking opponents. They have no problem, going off for a little bit of vacation, kind of splitting off from time to time. It's not a big deal for these guys because of the amount of talent that exists here, the amount of momentum that is carrying on from all of their prior matchups. And, I mean, Ryan, we were even bringing this up, like the amount of teams that these rosters have gone through. I think it was for the qualifier team of Grandma and Deez, they were going through FaZe team after FaZe team after FaZe team. Now they're facing off against Jarvis and Tilt. Same run for those guys. They have been seeing a ton of success. And as we talk about success, Jarvis dominating in the kill feed. He finds at least 3. And Tilt, he's just watching all the madness break down.
This is working its way out to be a 40-plus elimination game between these two. I mean, and I kind of called it, right? We already saw 30 before from the side of Tilt and Jarvis. You can only imagine how Grandma and Deez are going to be able to come out big in the end. We're getting down to the remaining scraps of players. Circle will collapse down, and everyone's kind of scattered at this point. They want to just find each individual player. And honestly, a split, coming away from your partner is a hugely beneficial thing, especially with the talent in this lobby. Given the fact that anybody, honestly, with the split, nice bunny hop into the shotgun, but a split's not bad at all because each of these players are so talented, they can wipe a full squad easily.
It's absolutely called for.
I got all of them.
Here's Tilt calling out. You heard it. I got all of them. That seems to be kind of the story with both of these teams, just continuously wiping squad after squad in FaZe, not taking their foot off of the gas thus far. You can see on the other end, Grandma doing a little bit of the same, trying to kind of survey the map. He's kind of separated himself a little bit here, heading on over towards the snowy side of the map, seeing if he can maybe find anyone building a snowman. He seems to have found someone, and get the laser shots in before the player starts to build. Almost finishes him off. That player must be so low, and somehow gets damage in the player on the mountain.
I feel like every single time we watch the combat shoddy be put in play, it's just even from farther ranges, we're seeing HP get taken. I think it was only like 11 or 12 or 13, but still, though, at that range, it's definitely impressive. Graham on the low ground, his teammate on the high, and they are just dominating everybody in sight. I will say, though, Jarvis ends up getting dropped, and that's going to be another opportunity for our qualifier players to take down a lonely enemy. Going for a few minis. It looks as if Tilt possibly going to go for the revive if need be. Obviously going to try to be aware of that player first, try to go for the kills at first hand. Going for the engagement, and Grandma will take it down. As now it's a matter of checking out the score lines. Obviously, we see Grandma right here finishing off with 10. I know based on the lack of streams, it's going to be difficult for us to try to add up the scores. So regardless, though, it was just a dominant performance from the start of this game to the end. And we've been seeing, all players dropping down. We've been seeing, quite a few matches where we've seen quite a few reboot vans be involved. Not the case here, gentlemen. There was not really much of a case for it. It was just highlight play after highlight play. these two teams are just running through everybody in sight.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most dominating performances that I've seen from any team so far, even from the first week of Friday Fortnite, because I thought, you know, Issa and Kamo were impressive with how aggressive in the way they were playing. I thought MrSavage and Benjyfishy were impressive, right? But, I mean, these two guys coming out of nowhere, especially our qualifier team, and they are looking unstoppable. Like I said, I guarantee you we were very close to a 40 elimination game between these two. Because, I mean, they literally were wiping, you know, just the I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you know, we're getting a score update right now. I believe it was 20-19 in favor of FaZe. So we didn't quite hit the 40 mark, but we were just one elimination off. Just an absolutely monstrous performance from both teams. And to me, what makes this matchup so much fun to watch so far is just we've seen time and time again just how aggressive both of these teams are, right? So to see them on the same server together, see them also just pushing player after player, it's just been incredibly fun to watch.
Oh, it is. I mean, this is just, it's a pleasure to watch. Like, it's a pleasure to watch these guys getting their opportunity, kind of getting their chance to really showcase their skills. And obviously, I'm more of the lines talking about the, you know, the qualifier squad in this instance. But still, though, I mean, it's just been, it's been insane. Like, I really wasn't sure what to expect when it kind of came down to these two teams. Like, not necessarily that we weren't expecting it. Like, I obviously thought that, at least in my opinion, Tilt and Jarvis were kind of my sleeper team. I'll be frank, didn't expect them to get all the way to the grand finals. But these teams are obviously showing the talent that they possess. If no one really thought that they were on their radars in previous, they definitely are now. And if the qualifier team, I mean, it's fair to say the amount of viewers that are existing right out there for Friday Fortnite, we were talking about like breaking numbers, 10 million unique viewers last week. You can only imagine what it's going to be for this week. These guys, they're in the spotlight, and they are showcasing themselves. Incredibly talented team up to this point, have looked great. We've been seeing number of different highlight reel opportunities, and they're taking it to the FaZe boys. Granted, they're coming into this one elim down, but let's be real. It's basically a tie game, all things considered. Right? So that one elim may make somewhat of a difference. But regardless, though, as we will fly in here for game number 2, who will take the advantage? Who will book their ticket into the grand finals? It all gets decided here and now. FaZe only up by 1 frag, and we'll see if that can make all the difference.
And I pointed out before, guys, if you're an org owner in the chat, you're watching Grandmateets Deez, free agents, free for the taking. Hey, listen, they're a talented team, especially when it comes to these elimination base. They've been performing well in the World Cup. They are a duo to watch out for, pushing forward. Dusty Divot, Tilt, Jarvis heading over here. Jarvis a little bit late. I think he was maybe thinking about potentially going over towards Salty. But look at Grandma already getting us started. That's going to be a knock plus an elim.
And you can see Tilt getting that snipe. Wait, Grandma goes down.
What?
Grandma goes down. Deez is taking low as well.
Oh, my God.
That elimination up.
Not like this. Not like this. I just shouted him out. I just said,
oh, no.
Org owners, you got to be watching out for this duo.
Caster curse, Taylor? Did it happen?
The ultimate caster curse apparently coming through, forced to pop the fire.
Not yet. There's still hope. This is Deez and Grandmas we're talking about.
Well, yeah.
Incredibly skilled players. We've been watching them wipe teams all day.
Oh, but when your resort is to go to the bottom of blue, to be in that basement, you know you're in a lot of trouble. But we've seen a lot of great plays come from the basement of Bunker.
The problem is, like you said, the players know he's there, and his point of exit is just rough. As he finds a player right on top of him, gets the kill. That was close, but he gets the elimination. That could have spelled trouble, but he lives once again. Has the reboot card as well, so they're not out of this yet.
They're definitely not. It's looking pretty good if you're Deez. Like I said, just fading off for the distance. Another pick is found, and somehow he is managing to stay up in Salty Springs despite all of the opposition, despite all of the negatives that could be coming his way, losing quite a bit of HP when it comes down to the shields, goes for the edit, but still does have the high ground. Hearing stink bombs go off in the distance, possibly taking down one, but gets shot just in the chest as he drops. That probably should be good for FaZe to walk away with it. You're hearing the callouts come through from Tilt and Jarvis, and just like that, they have booked their ticket to the grand finals after what was a highlight reel in game 1. One of the fastest matches, one of the fastest maps that we have seen in game number 2. And my word, that was a sight to behold, as we now have one team locked in, and now it is all about the losers bracket. Which team can make it through? And like I said, if you are the boys from the qualifier squad, you got to be holding your head high. I know they're a little bit frustrated after that loss, but they've got some time to think about it, some time to kind of go back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can continue on and maybe come back for a rematch, much like we saw last week.
Chat, like you've been doing all the day long, FaZe up in the chat. Can I get it? FaZe now in the finals. Tilt, Jarvis, such a talented duo. You said your sleeper team. I got to say, I'm very impressed by you to say that was your sleeper team coming into it.
I got to say, like, I've been watching a lot of gameplay from Jarvis. I've actually been subscribed to his YouTube channel for a while.
Watch out.
But yeah, he's looked incredible. And I was watching, a lot of his gameplay when he was playing with RiceGum last week. He was even kind of playing in a duo squad game. Dropped 23 by himself. So if that's any indicator, I think it was kind of an easy prediction for myself to kind of make that claim. And I know Tilt, obviously professional Fortnite player for FaZe Clan already, came in as a runner-up to the team he actually just defeated now.
Yep.
So there's a positive in that end, kind
Revenge.
of a revenge
Yep.
essentially in that case. But, I mean, it was kind of, at least for me, I thought both of them kind of have something to prove. Jarvis didn't really have the greatest placement, one that I thought he had the ability to get. But, yeah, man, it's definitely impressive to say that, hey, these control players, back-to-back weeks, it was Kamo and Issa, for Ghost Gaming last time. Now it's the FaZe boys. So, like I said, both of these organizations, we talk about FaZe, Ghost constantly kind of involved with, grabbing players, being, one of the most premier esports organizations in Fortnite, having teams in back-to-back weeks in the grand finals.
And hopping on board right now, looks like with the, speaking of Ghost, there he is. Ghost, Kamo, and Ghost Issa versus Ninja and TimTheTatMan. It looks like Ninja and Tim both taken down right now. It looks like Kamo and Issa are hunting down the last player. Only 3 remain in the lobby. You can currently see Kamo has 13 eliminations by himself. We don't know quite how many Issa has, but they are hunting that very last kill.
Jetzt zu choken einfach vor Ninja Stream.
Kamo and Issa hanging out just toward the racetrack. Like we said, not many players do remain. In fact, it's only going to be 1. And they're laughing. They're feeling good. I think they might have even pickaxed. I'm not exactly sure what happened for the closeout. But in the end, they're dancing. They're feeling confident. It looks as if Tim finishes with 2, Ninja with 6. And I think it's
21 to 8.
It's pretty much Kamo who outscores them by himself. So, like I said, for the runners-up from last week, I think they're feeling good. Unfortunately for Ninja and Tim, they're definitely having a mountain to climb for next game. Unless that was match 2. I know we're still trying to figure out an official word of that.
Yeah.
But regardless of that, might be a win for Ghost and Co. But they're feeling confident regardless.
Well, we'll definitely have to see. Ninja and Tim, I got to say, from Ninja and PewDiePie, right? Making it so far in the winners as they did, of course. PewDiePie having to leave, but joined by Tim. If Ninja makes it through Friday Fortnite to the winners, imagine that, right? I mean, you got to be thinking, from PewDiePie to Tim, you're playing with content creators and you're still making it work. A beautiful thing.
I mean, we know Ninja's a fantastic Fortnite player, obviously. Fantastic at pretty much any game he touches. The guy just one of the most natural gamers I think we've ever seen. So it wouldn't be no surprise to me how far he makes it in this tournament, right? And, of course, it's been pretty cool that he got to play with Pewdie. And then, of course, Tim, too, just fantastic personalities to kind of complement him. Of course, though, he is up against 2 incredible players, right? 2 players from Ghost who are also, I believe, already qualified for the World Cup themselves. I think Ghost,
Issa and Kamo?
Ghost has so many Fortnite players that I can always keep up with which ones
Issa and
are
Kamo have
qualified, which ones aren't, but I do think they already are qualified. So, again, 2 incredible, talented players there as well. So they got to get through that hump first. But like I said, Taylor, if they manage to get through those, that would be an awesome story.
I got to point out something. I was taking a brief little look at the losers bracket really quick. I know we're getting ready to hop into another matchup here soon, but I was taking a look at the losers bracket. MrSavage and Benjyfish are done.
Oh,
they actually
come on, don't tell me
end
that.
up getting taken down by Dubs and Megga and losers round 4, as Dubs and Megga will now face off against Typical Gamer and Thieves. But what a shocking result that is, man! Like, what an insane kind of result that we have in terms of the defending champions going down as early as they did. I'll be honest, that was the result that I was expecting for Dubs and Megga last week. And that's the thing that we've talked about consistently, Ryan, is, it takes a while for, a lot of these qualifier teams, or not the qualifier teams, but a lot of these guys who are kind of newer to the format, give them a week, right? Give them a little bit of time to kind of get used to, this public game format of which locations to go toward, how aggressive do you want to play. That's usually an indicator for, why a lot of our top teams struggles, because they're just not used to the format. So that could be the case here for Dubs and Megga. It just took them a week, and they've already taken down the defending champions and are sitting somewhat pretty in the losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those matchups that no matter what the result is, you're not surprised, right? I mean, if either one of those duos come out on top, by no means is there any form of upset there. It's literally potentially like the 2 best duos out right now, right? There's, of course, so many World Cup qualifications across the board on both of those teams. I like the point you made, maybe kind of week to week getting better at the format. We saw that kind of during the first kind of season or year of Friday Fortnite as well. Teams start to kind of learn some strategies, learn how to kind of navigate these kill race formats. So definitely could be the case there. As of course, someone like FaZe does, to not have him far in the bracket just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't, that's for sure. Of course, we are referencing losers bracket games, which that's all we're going to be up to right now until the grand finals. But right now, obviously, we do have Nate Hill and FunkBomb currently going up against Friday Sway and Valkyrae in losers round 4. Winner of this game, I believe, will play the winner of Ninja, TimTheTatMan, and Ghost Kamo and Ghost Issa. So a lot on the line. We'll see how this game obviously will kind of play out, but I'm impressed, right? Friday Sway and Valkyrae, I didn't really know what to expect for them kind of coming into this. They had a great losers bracket when it came down to last tournament. So that definitely could be the case, but boy, this is not going to be an easy team to go past. We know the power of Nate Hill and FunkBomb.
Uh-oh, and you can imagine if that bow was shot just in that moment when the wall was built. Yeah, you would have taken a lot of damage. But unfortunately, we do lose a player at the top. Valkyrae does go down, and Sway comes in for the hero play with just 43 health. 7 eliminations to his name. Valkyrae sitting at 0 herself, so that is definitely not the start you want. But with that being said, the reboot card can get picked up, and we will be back to square one with both players playing it out. Still plenty of players in the lobby remaining, a lot of eliminations to be had, and we'll see how it goes through.
Is it me or is Sway not picking up the reboot card?
He's definitely not.
It says expires in 40 seconds, and you look at the map, they're right next to it.
I don't know.
I don't know if he maybe accidentally forgot to pick it up.
It's too early in this game to do that. It's way too early. You need to get your teammate up. There's no reason to leave it behind. I could understand if there was, 20 eliminations total. Maybe, the circle's getting, pretty close. Maybe your teammates are finding constant eliminations, but they're all in salty, and the reboot vent is right there. There's no reason not to get it.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little confused as to why Sway would not pick up the card. I don't know. Maybe we're missing something. Maybe it's some kind of strategy we're not thinking of.
Unless it was glitched out, which could be a thing we saw last week, right?
That's
Maybe
possible.
you couldn't pick it up.
That's possible.
I'm not 100% sure that definitely could be the case, but like I said, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll say that there was maybe an issue for it, but yeah, definitely would be an odd situation if you don't go for the reboot card in a situation that's very clear you could have made that happen. So in this situation, though, if you're a fan of FaZe, you're kind of happy, but also kind of sad, right? Because you have 3 FaZe members who are all up right now, but majority is currently winning out as Nate Hill, FunkBomb sitting pretty well when it comes down to this game. He's making the rotation now here toward Dusty Divot, going for a few more of those mats as FunkBomb, first one to go for a few engages, has that boom bow ready to fire as the lava sits just below. A very cinematic moment for the time. It looks as if he might have his first shot. Can he make it land? And yes, 1 for 1, looking great. Nate Hill just off in the distance, some support fire coming in from FunkBomb. You love to see plays like that happen as FaZe, like you said, these two guys, they're used to teaming up with each other. They know exactly how this is like, and trying to go for the revive, not going to happen on FunkBomb's watch. Lovely play coming through as he's now up to 4.
One thing I love about this duo is they seem to have the most natural chemistry and the most natural teamwork out of, to me, I watch a lot of these guys. They have just an unspoken teamwork and unspoken chemistry between them that makes them so fun to watch. They play together for so long. They've been seeing success since, I believe, the first set of the skirmishes, right?
Yeah,
They just have been so consistent in every single tournament, and so that's what makes them so fun to watch for me. And of course, a tournament like this, that kind of teamwork, especially when you're in kind of 2v4 situations, can be so important.
See Valkyrae.
Looks like Valkyrae full disconnected.
Yeah, she's already left. And
Sway has 11 kills on his own too. I mean,
Sway's tearing it up.
He's holding down the fort. I'm not sure maybe if this is game 2 and they're down by too much. I'm not sure what it is, but
could be.
You see Sway in the kill feed just turning up.
All right, well, building up. Nate Hill. See if he'll be able to find a player, maybe work his way over towards the slipstream. But I got to say, regardless of the scoreline, Sway is tearing it up, and you can only imagine if Valkyrae would have stayed up.
Well, I think I heard Nate just say we're up, and I couldn't hear what the word was. He said we're up something, and they seemed pretty casual about it, so I'm assuming that maybe in game number 1 they kind of went up by a lot as Sway just gets absolutely
I love the sound there.
Yeah.
Like that was kind of the situation for Sway. A headbutt and Neo tilted, and despite that, though, 11 eliminations.
Yeah.
Playing well. I know we were kind of calling it out, but just my goodness, this guy is an absolute don. Another controller player, and I got to say, I was watching a few highlights from Friday Sway. Didn't get to watch him play last week. Obviously in Friday Fortnite with Valkyrae, but he is one of the most insane builders that I've seen from a controller. And we've seen some talented players. We're talking about Nickmercs, we're talking about Aydan, obviously the controller players that we have, existing right now, FaZe, Jarvis, and Co sitting in the finals. But he is one insane builder, and that could be the main reason why they had such an insane losers bracket run last week. I mean, they kind of started off slow. I think they got knocked down in winners round 1 by Tory Lanez and written by Ray, and they later took down teams like Gotaga and Mickalow, Typical Gamer and Thieves, along with Replays and Nick28T. So they have the potential to make something happen. I will say, all things considered, based on the result, based on the confidence being shown from one side in comparison to the other, their run may be ending here shortly, but it would be versus a very respectable opponent.
I said it's coming through. You see him, he's going to go ahead and take control of this wall. Great job. No turret to place down,
Ooh,
but
goodness.
for some reason, the player drops down with the roof piece. That's not what you want to do in that situation. And,
I think that was Nate that
okay, it
dropped
was
that.
him. You're right. Okay, I was about to say that was an odd play, but that was a heads-up play, I guess, for Nate Hill.
Yeah, I mean, those situations, when it comes to like these pro players playing in these tournaments, those kind of close quarter situations where it comes down to kind of like playing that wall and breaking the wall versus placing items, like they do that so much.
Oh,
and
we caught the edge.
Nate Hill ended up taking a great fall.
That is unfortunate.
There
I think his foot
Yeah,
caught the edge and
did.
it kind of registered. I've not seen that happen too much. Obviously, on the FunkBomb stream, it's not too bad. He's going to go for the rest. Just a little minor hiccup, but nothing too bad. And that's
casually drinks the Starbucks as he's reviving it too. It's another day in the office for this duo.
Yeah, I think they're feeling very comfortable with the lead that they have. Sway's kind of slowed down quite a bit, not because of his doing, just nobody being found at this point. Still a lot of area where these players can be.
And I will say, too, I mean, obviously considering the result, where we're obviously thinking that this one is going to go the way of Nate Hill and FunkBomb, they're going to need a little bit of a calmness right now because the team they're going to ready to face off against is actually going to be Kamo and Issa. So I would kind of take this. I'd drink your Starbucks now, kind of be ready to focus up because you're going to need it. That's for sure. Kamo and Issa going down the way that they did kind of earlier on in the bracket surprised a lot of people, including, I think, all three of us here on the couch. So all things considered, I think that they're going to kind of chill out right now, kind of be aware of that, maybe get a few call-outs underway because they're going to have a gauntlet coming up soon.
Definitely already kind of see Sway using that ball to kind of just survey the map. You see that strategy used so many times by our players in these kill race tournaments. Get as high as you can see as much of the map as possible, and then when you see a player, you dive bomb on them. You can see him just getting high as he can, trying his best to just find anyone on the map at this point. Like we said, it sounded like Nate Hill and FunkBomb were up quite a bit. They seem pretty casual, but you never know what can happen, right? Sway has been slaying out himself. He has 11 eliminations to his name. You can see it looks like on the other end, FunkBomb has found a few players of his own. Seeing the big old, I'm gonna keep calling it the stink bomb on steroids right now.
Okay,
as
it's
the storm
fair.
tilts in front of him. Right? I mean, look at the AOE on that.
Oh my gosh,
Poach
takes
a little bit of
lot of
yeah.
fall damage, and he's going to have to now fight off this opponent who luckily tries to go full send with the shotgun and unintentionally gives up high ground, but out of mats is going to be funkin', so he's going to get tagged up. So now he's going to have to do a ground war with this opponent. Luckily gets him white, able to get the knock. Opponent's feet's just up ahead, and he gets the tag through the crack. Heads up play. Nate comes in and gets to knock himself some shots from the other distance. Luckily, Nate's going to have some mats and be able to build the wall, and he's going to go ahead and add some added protection. He's going to call the flank. Finish is coming through, and we're going to get to see a replay, and this breakout is going to be very important, right? He's going to go ahead and back up, dodges the dynamite, comes through, does the full elim come through? No, it does not. And unfortunately, it looks as if he's going to be very weak himself, but Funk has been dropped, can't play the life. He goes down. Now it's a question of, did they have enough to keep Sway at bay?
I want to hear what their communication is actually for the moment. Let's see.
Teleported down.
It seems as if everything's kind of, kind of chill for the most part. I think.
To tie.
I just missed
Said he
it.
needs
So I think he needs 15 to tie, so
He has 4 above us.
or maybe 10.
He needs 15 to tie.
Or he needs 15 to tie,
Is that
so
it? Okay,
well,
that's all.
So
there's 16
Well, does
players
he
left
mean-
that he could get.
does he mean
so.
15 of the remaining 17? I assume because if he
Yeah.
needs 15 eliminations, I mean he's he's knocking on the door. So I assume
Yeah.
I would imagine they'd be feeling a lot
right.
less positive.
Yeah, no, you're
a lot
right,
less
you're right.
calm if,
Yeah.
But you never know. I mean, hey, Nate Hill just might be a chill guy. I mean, he seems to be like one.
He has the Rick and Morty stream thing, so the stream alerts. There you go. So that's one other reason I'm a huge fan of him, outside of the fact that he's absolutely incredible at Fortnite.
That's true. Let's see what Sway can do, though. Like I said, this is kind of just a highlight reel for him. We'll see what he can try and provide. Looks as if he's doing some damage off the break, taking another down. That'll be the 15th. He's still taking some shots from the skies just above the mountaintop. controller at hand, doing everything he possibly can.
I mean, he is
Going
playing
for a few
so
minis.
well landed.
Oh yeah, he absolutely. I mean, he's making a case like, hey, like guys, be aware of me, right? I mean, if I wasn't at such a deficit right now, we really could have a solid chance. And I said, watch these, like watch the builds. This guy is just unbelievable. You give him enough resources, he'll put on a show. Obviously, the shot is just only a another positive of his overall gameplay. Quickly takes high ground. The enemy is just staggered at the amount of brick that's been placed. It's a lovely structure.
Of course.
And one that obviously gets utilized and a rift to go. Does Sway try to go for the engage? No, because there's still a fight progressing just toward his west.
I mean, imagine you're the public player, then you see that coming at you, right? I guess I kind of agree with this choice of Rift. I mean, you know that you would absolutely have no chance against him.
Yep.
Just like that, the other players have the same fate. This time, though, he is going to join them in the Rift, and he is going to chase them down.
Let me say this. Two things are guaranteed when it comes to Fortnite. You get sniped when you're least expecting it, and every time you get opponents in front of you and your life is on the line, your tournament life is on the line, they're always going to have a Rift to go to get away from you. Those two things are always guaranteed when it comes to Fortnite.
I don't know how it always happens. I mean, like
Every time.
we were spot
Every
on
time.
last week. It happened literally every time. So that's rather unfortunate. But hey, this is
Hey, I'm not going to lie.
Sway is entertaining
I was
us.
just say, like,
17 elims, and he still has 15 more players. He can break some records.
say
here.
Nate said he needed 15. He's gotten a few kills since then. There's still a few on the map. I
Yeah.
mean, we've seen some
Can you
crazy things
imagine?
happen. I mean, hey, very, very unlikely, but you never know.
Oh,
There's that snipe you're talking about, Taylor,
If
when
he
you
would've got sniped,
least
I'm
expected.
telling you, that quote is so true.
As soon as he starts to engage, I'm just waiting for all like 9 rift to goes this to be deployed. But Sway coming from the skies. We'll see what he can try and do here when it comes down to the divot. Storm starting to come in here soon. One shot, one knock. Lovely stuff coming through from Sway as that is number 18.
Oh, break it down, break it down.
Trying to go for the high ground, places down a few cones, decides going back up. Can he take high ground advantage? Decides to go for a different point of view, takes a shot in the process, so has a few minis if he needs to utilize them. Placing down cones, but overall possesses the advantage and knows that, hey, he can kind of take a little bit of time to reset. He's trying to look through all points, or rather all perspectives to be aware of those builds that could be coming in here soon. Takes the extra mini, trying to escape Flintknock, nearly used from the opponents, but he's hanging on well here, guys.
Tough position. This player is definitely good who he's going against. I mean,
It's a sweaty pub kid.
it definitely 100%. Now he's got to, kind of battle it out. But the thing is, you got to be thinking, the more time he wastes on this
Oh my
engagement, which he
God.
has to, is more of an opportunity that some players are going to drop off, and he needs every elimination in this lobby. So with that being said, he can't waste that much time here, but I mean, he's kind of forced to. Luckily, the drop comes through, and that is going to be his 19th elimination of this game, ladies and gentlemen.
There's no one else that's dying.
Landon, I'm pretty sure that when Nate said he needs 15, I think that Sway had 14.
Yeah.
Since
but
then,
let's look at the kill feed.
So he would have needed 10 out of the remaining 14, which he said no one, I mean, by the caster said no one was dying. So it was looking like, okay, finds another player. I mean,
Now, Sway is how old?
I don't know.
He's young, isn't he? So I'm pretty sure. I got to say,
I mean, he's in school.
he's-
According to
well,
Keemstar.
yeah,
I don't know
so-
if that's high school, college.
Oh, I'm pretty sure high school if his mom is getting him out of it, but
mean,
I got it.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. You know,
not
you
in a
never
car if he's in high school, you know?
I'll tell you what, he definitely has a career to make some more money. That's for sure.
I'm phased for a
That's
reason,
without
right?
I mean,
Be
he's
rolling-
obviously a very
rolling.
popular YouTuber as well. Just a incredible talent. That's without question. But what a run this guy has made. Like we said, 21 eliminations. I mean, I'm having a great time just watching him by ourselves. Like normally it's like, oh, we get to watch one player just kind of play things out. But no, this is an impressive run, one that we're not going to see happen very often, if often at all. And let's watch how he decides to go ahead and take down this entire squad. I have ultimate confidence in Sway. Like I said, has quite a few resources to his name, an inventory that would impress quite a few people. Goes for the quick turn. Unfortunately, loses a lot of HP, so 50 now. Going to get back up to 100 with these minis. Trying to reset, trying to get back to full strength, and I think I just heard a rift to go. So there's that.
Just like that, Taylor. You
Every
mentioned-
time. Every time. You know what? Shoot the player once, Rift to go. I got to get out of here. It's this too
Hey,
crazy
man,
moment.
You're playing
Like,
smart, man. Got
start hyperventilating. I got to go. I got to go.
Play your
It's-
life.
It's like, I got to go.
some smart esports player, right?
Every time.
Play your life.
Yes,
Whoa.
well, they played it very well, apparently. Sway already shooting him in the back. He's on full pursuit.
I
They're
can only
going.
imagine what the enemy's thinking. This guy is not fair.
I think if he kills the remaining,
Sway, stop it!
I think if he kills the remaining 8, they tie. Again, that's a big if.
Well, I thought we saw a
Capital.
couple of eliminations. I gotta say, if you're fucking Nate Hill, regardless of the situation, if you win, imagine if there was a reboot. There was a reboot.
Did he just take down the bush? No,
In
he
the
didn't.
air?
Okay, I don't think he did.
The flying bush.
Oh, the bush is still alive. Do not tell me the bush is going to be the
flying
final boss.
Bushman.
This cannot happen. Sway.
Oh, watch the storm though. The storm is moving in. Someone pops. The storm flip. He's going to get away. What a break off the bottom he had.
Sway.
Course Glider redeploys. He is making a show out of these players. One still remains. He's got plenty of mats to make it work. Campfire's coming out, and he's just going to chill.
Oh, he's cozy.
For the time being.
He is cozy.
I think that even if he gets all 3, loses by
I
1.
don't care if he loses. He is still a dominant player in my book.
This is absolutely incredible. This has been poetry in motion, but it looked like he had a chance.
Romeo and Juliet. This is amazing.
This is artwork, Taylor.
This is
What we're seeing is just beauty.
Vincent Van Gogh.
This is incredible.
Chopping ears off.
I am. Oh,
Mike
look at
Tyson.
That. Hey, look at that, guys. Another rift to
Wait,
go.
what's
That's
that, Taylor?
awesome. This is just fantastic.
Oh yeah, I gotta get out of here, man. It's a rift to go.
Has he taken more rift to goes than kills? I have no idea.
I don't know who this guy is.
There's
a
the
bush.
bush is back.
Another
Oh, the
bush.
bush is a beast, though.
HP from the backside. Still 3 players left. That would be 28 eliminations. Double trap for good measure. Hey,
He gets
enjoy
him
it.
with it.
Enjoy it.
Now it's the Bushman versus Sway.
This is
The
incredible.
player drops.
What can't this man do?
Oh my gosh.
My God.
27 eliminations. Valkyrae, why'd you leave?
There's the bush.
Everybody left, actually. Or no, there we go, Sway.
Did I win?
Did I win? Buddy,
I didn't even know he had the ability to speak.
I'm going to say, regardless if you did or not, Sway, you're a hero in my book. But with that reboot van, though, because someone revived.
Valkyrae, I think I might have just won the game. Come back,
Valkyrae
please.
hosted another stream, too.
Oh, my
We were just
goodness.
told to
No way.
check
Hold
the
on.
bracket.
I got it here. 1 second.
Valkyrae hosted another streamer. She's like, okay, I'm about to yoink those viewers back. Please come back to my stream because me and Sway, we got a tournament to win.
That I don't even know what to say. That was just such an incredible display of Fortnite by a single human.
And Nate Hill and Funk, what are they thinking? FaZe, you got a good one. FaZe, you picked up Sway. I mean, that is a solid one. You know, from skipping school last Friday to now here, how many 28 eliminations at the end
For a single player.
for a single player in solo squads? It
It seemed like there was
I
just
am
nothing.
dumbfounded.
It's like there was just nothing they couldn't do.
Unbelievable, unbelievable.
Guys, I have an update here.
Tell me, Landon, I can't take it.
There's been a development.
There has been a development. Sway and Valkyrae won.
Oh my gosh!
God.
And you saw Nate Hill and Funk. They were sitting there. Yeah, he's got to get.
You know,
He's got to get 15 to tie
And then they were
it.
doing the math. Like, okay, based on that math, he would have been one
Oh,
short.
I'm
But he
like-
did it.
Look,
That was incredible.
I'm quick to count people out. I counted them out. He moved forward. Valkyrae, take those viewers back. Pop the stream up again. And start. Let's get it going. Valkyrae left. Oh, how did she feel?
Is that
Chat, phase up,
correct me
baby.
If I'm wrong.
Oh
is,
my
is that
gosh.
a Friday Fortnite record for individual kills by one player?
That-
That
as
very
far as
well
I
may
know,
be
that
the
is.
most eliminations by a single player
Going back, I
we've
mean,
ever had in Friday Fortnite.
It's been a year. Ninja was probably the closest one. I know we had actually at the time we had a squad record set, so I don't know.
It seemed like one of those things where, like, you know, like, okay, like, you know, the teammate quit. Like, you could see just FunkBomb's just drinking the Starbucks. Like, everything is looking just nice and chill.
Valkyrae leaves.
We're up by, he's got to get 17 million just to win. Like, we're good. And then all of a sudden, like, okay, a few kills come here. Okay, the lobby's still pretty slow. Like, okay, another squad wipe here. Okay, he's at 15. Like, okay, he's almost at 20. Like, that's a lot of kills. Like, if only. They were like, okay, more players are alive. Another squad wipe. And then next thing you know, 28, and then they win.
Oh my. Okay.
I was in the frame of mind that, like, it wasn't
goodness.
possible. Then it happened.
I like how
It
we're not
happened.
like,
Oh.
oh my gosh, she does it. It's just like, what did we just see? Like, what was that? I
Sway,
can't.
baby.
I think of an adjective. I can't think of one. There's.
Phase up.
That's not really an
We've been
adjective, but I'll take it.
bamboozled, hoodwinked.
Oh my gosh. Guys, I have no idea what just happened. If you guys would like to feel free to use an adjective to describe that, I'm all ears. I'm all open for that. But what a performance that was. Is literally a one-man wrecking crew as we will see Sway and Co. make it on to the next round. I have no idea what to think anymore. That was probably one of the most impressive performances that we have seen in Friday Fortnite history. We all thought it was over. Even his own teammate thought it was over. Valkyrae, let's fire back up the stream. Let's get those viewers back. Maybe even start to host Sway. He literally, at the end of the game, he's calling out and asking, did I win? Is anyone in this Discord call? Is anyone here right now? I have no idea. He was definitely silent at that moment. But, guys, what a moment that was as more Losers Bracket action is to continue. But what a play that was. Like we said, guys, we'll be back with more action here in Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 2. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 2. Of course, we are live here from the UMG studio. Myself, Leno Sanders, joined in part by Taylor Reflections, Noble Ryan, a.k.a. Ryan Fools. What a performance that we just witnessed, guys. That was Sway coming out 1v2, finishes off with, what was it, Ryan? 28 eliminations?
28 kills.
Like, we were casting it like, oh, you know, this is great. Oh, yeah, he has to find every single kill. Like, that's really going to happen, like, being realistic. He did it. Like, that was one of the most incredible moments, I think, in Friday Fortnite history.
It's massive, right? I mean, if you're thinking about Sway and how much he just went off, right? I mean, it's huge. It's huge. And he impressed everyone out in the chat. The chat was freaking out because, like, Sway was not intended to win that.
Oh, I mean, no, not at all. Like, no one thought that.
Funk?
Like, like they were both like, oh, darn.
15,
whatever.
like, they were sipping on their Starbucks coffee. You're up 15. You're thinking, easy. Right? There was only like 17 or 18 in the bag. I do want to point out that reboot van was used over by Diner. And I do think because that reboot van came into use, that was the reason why he was able to sustain enough eliminations to win that game. So if it wasn't for that reboot, I don't think he would have won.
Let's look at a few of these highlights really quick here, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely incredible performance. We talked about it earlier. That might have very well been the single most eliminations by one player in all of Friday Fortnite, spanning back to the original Friday Fortnite as well. So like I said, it's just a crazy turn of events, one that looked like it was just so out of reach, and then at that point, kind of fun to watch. And then, as you said, it got closer and closer and closer and closer. Then it ended up actually happening.
Yeah, that was... If you didn't watch that, watch the VOD. Watch the YouTube video. It's going to be all over the internet. It's going to be on Reddit probably in just a few moments if it isn't already. We've got everybody watching the stream today. Tons and tons of viewers. Even Drake, for God's sake, is even watching this one. I think he might even tip his hat to Sway up to this point. Just unbelievable stuff. And I looked at the chat and I asked, you guys, like, hey, give an adjective to describe what we just saw from Sway. And the number one that I saw was majestic. I like that one.
Majestic.
That's the only way that you can really describe something like, I mean, that was just insane, like shot after shot, just not missing a beat, trap play after trap play, quick little, instant reaction shots coming in with the combat and taking a few bushes along the way, man. 28 eliminations. One particular moment in Friday Fortnite history that's going to go down.
Yeah, definitely so. Look at that matchup, though. I mean, in losers round 5. He's got to go against now Kamo and Issa. The runner-ups from last week, that's going to be a tough matchup. And then, of course, Nickmercs and Nia waiting for their opponents on the bottom. Dubs and Megga versus Typical Gamer and Thieves. It's been a matchup we've kind of been waiting for as well, and that is going to be an awesome one, given the fact that both of these teams didn't perform exceptionally well last week. And now, all of a sudden, this week, they turn on the afterburners. They come through big, and now they're making it through losers despite losing over in winners. And Myth and Poach awaiting their competitors as well. Loving the competition and loving what I'm seeing. Yeah,
look at that bottom side, too. If you look at who Dubs and Typical Gamers teams both had to beat, right? They both had to go through two incredibly tough duos, right? Obviously, Dubs and Megga beating MrSavage and Benji, obviously your favorite coming into this. On the bottom side, you see Typical Gamer and Face Thieves beating Aydan and Gorb, a duo that we know is always incredibly strong, especially in these kill race formats. So I'm definitely looking forward to kind of seeing those two teams collide on the bottom side of the bracket. And from there, of course, they move on to play Myth and Poach, who we know are, of course, both very, very formidable opponents as well to make it this far.
Let's go and list out a few predictions as well, like in regards to that losers round 5 game. Sway, Valkyrae versus Kamo and Issa. I know we're still waiting for Valkyrae to kind of come back. I know she thought the game was over, and so did we. I will say, based off just the names, I would think kind of in general, kind of defending runner-ups, if you will, Kamo and Issa probably going to take that one. But based off that performance we saw from Sway, I don't know, guys. I mean, he was a one-man wrecking crew. 28 kills for a team combined after one game would be impressive, let alone by a single player. I don't know, but what are our thoughts on that first round 5 game?
I mean, honestly, you got to be loving what you're seeing. Sway, if he turns up like I know he can, obviously, Kamo Issa is going to have their hands full. But Kamo Issa, they can turn up, and they love the salty drops. And that's something that I do believe Sway and Valkyrae, they like as well. So there could be kind of a conflicting style between those two. With that being said, though, Kamo Issa is still a favorite if you had to rate both of them going into it. They're obviously going to have to play off post. So is Sway and Valkyrae, right? But so it's even playing field. It's going to be an interesting one. But Kamo Issa, I think, are going to walk away with that one. On the bottom of the bracket, Typical Gamer and Thieves going against Dubs and Megga. It's kind of mixed for me. I want to see both teams do well. Dubs and Megga, I want to see them perform to the best of their abilities like I know they can. But Typical Gamer Thieves, that OG Friday Fortnite duo, I want to see them push forward as well.
Well, like I said, Brian, we're obviously hopping into this one. I know before we even see anything else, kind of thoughts coming into this match. I know Dubs and Megga have been a big pick that you've been looking out for a while.
Yeah, definitely. This is one of the teams that kind of looking at the bracket, I kind of favored all the way through. Of course, one of the biggest, performing duos so far, at least in the World Cup, right? So you gotta imagine they're gonna do a lot of work against some public match players, of course, in some of these lobbies. So definitely one of my favorites coming into it. Of course, we've seen time and time again what Thieves and Typical Gamer can do, dating back to even kind of season 1 of Friday Fortnite. So definitely a fantastic matchup. Of course, kind of just taking a look at what we can see so far. Not a ton of kills on either side. We're seeing one member with 2 and one member with 3. Not necessarily kind of what we're used to seeing out of both of these teams, I would say. But knowing these guys, as the storm starts to close in, as circles get smaller, they're going to start to turn up. You can see Megga, a couple players in front of him. I think you're going to see more action very soon.
Definitely should be the case. Like we said, Megga firing off quite a bit when it comes down to Mega Ball. 3 eliminations to his name, and quickly could start to capitalize his Dubs just from the outside, firing away as well, providing some support shots, trying to get rid of that structure. Seeming to play pretty well. It looks as if someone might have just used an impulse, possibly from behind. Or I think that might have been the enemy who threw that one. It definitely kind of shocked Dubs a little bit. Sniper shot ruins the builds, but it's not going to stop Megga from being on the hunt. Glad to redeploy, maybe accidentally utilized from the opponents, but still, FaZe is putting on the pressure.
Finally breaking down the build. I was waiting for him to do that. Unfortunately, no one's going to be home, but it is going to give an opportunity to push forward, especially with Megga coming through and getting the full squad wipe. And that's going to be 3 or 4 to his name, and more to come. Of course, being next to Megga, you also have the slipstream, so they're going to be able to rotate through.
And I like that kind of just the way they played that, right? You saw Megga kind of up in there, getting those close range engagements. Meanwhile, his teammate was behind him, offering that support fire. So definitely love to see that when 2 teammates kind of play together the way they did, and it works out so beautifully.
I was tossing out a few of the utility, and it looks as if Megga, another knock, finalizing the kill. Good night to John Wick, and at the same time, Thieves down for the count, unfortunately does get fully eliminated. So Typical Gamer put in a pretty awkward spot as we now get to check out their point of view. They're hanging out in Neo Tilted. Like I said, a little bit of a delay, so we'll see exactly how this fight ends up breaking down. We'll see from Typical Gamer's perspective what exactly ends up going through. But if you notice, the top right of our screens, I don't see another arrow. So they might have split up.
Did he just, was he in the slipstream and then jumped and a ball coming at him midair in the other side of the slipstream? That was very, very impressive.
Yeah. These players have kind of locked down that strategy. And I don't know how they do it. I can't do it personally. So my strategy, I knock the ball out of the slipstream and then I hop in it. I can't do it while it's in the slipstream, but very talented and a lot of stuff going down. Megga is going to drop and he's going to be fully eliminated. Thief still down himself. Typical Gamer trying to come to the rescue. And actually, yeah, Typical Gamer is going to go down himself, so now it is going to be all up to Dubs. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what went through here for Typical Gamer. Like we said, a Sting Bomb tossed out, not really affecting him all that much. Still has that tack shotty. Looks as if there are going to be a few enemies just in front of him. No builds,
that's the problem
nothing
right
really
there.
to work with. Unfortunately, resources are slim, too many enemies, and it looks as if he probably will get collapsed on.
I
hear, like,
had to go all in.
Yeah, you hear, and I had to go all in. I had to try to make something happen. So with that being the indicator, checking the scores, it is going to be Dubs and Megga sitting pretty. I'm not sure. I was going to say that might be game 2. It sounds as if that will be the case. So Typical Gamer and Thieves, just another team that does get taken down by the young FaZe duo. Like we said, these guys didn't have the greatest performance last week, but boy, are they showing up now.
Absolutely, and I love to see it because, like I said, they were very talented. We were all talking about them in week 1. Now in week 2, they're starting to make their way forward, beating out an OG team, Typical Gamer and Thieves, and maybe in a quite convincing way because as soon as Typical Gamer and Thieves dropped, they knew immediately, hey, GG, and they even said as before they left, hope you guys win the whole thing.
And I was going to say too, you know, one thing that I really was liking a lot about this particular matchup was that it's the definition of new school and old school, right? We talk about typical gamer and thieves, you know, 2018 week 2 champions, the guys who kind of initiated the mirroring strategy, guys who like to kind of, you know, follow the enemy, kind of do a lot of things that maybe a lot of the fans out there weren't always the happiest with, but they were always willing to do whatever it took to try and become champions. So the fact that they come out top 32 last week, a much better performance here is great to see. But like we said, these guys, these talented young guns, I know obviously NRG no longer in it, but even the Ghost guys, obviously here now with Dubs and Megga, they are making strides. I mean, we was talking about Jarvis and his teammate, like Sway. Like these guys are just so unbelievable. It's so hard to compete against them. So with that in mind, it's just, I mean, it really is a sight to behold. And as we even start to kind of call out a few things, we're just watching Sway hang out and obviously showing off his skills when it comes down to building. By the way, guys, this is on a controller. Yeah. That's a controller. Yeah, I don't understand anything. But like I said, like getting back to the point, man, it's just a matter of these guys have such incredible talent. It's a marvel. It really is. It's a sight to behold. It's like you mentioned earlier. It was like painting a picture. It was like beautiful music.
Poetry in motion.
There you go. That's a very accurate way to describe that. That's like, and you can't really describe it too many ways.
And your point, just talk about all those players you mentioned are all on FaZe. So big shout out to the FaZe scouting when it comes to Fortnite, because obviously just so much of the tournament, you see the brackets progress, just FaZe. So definitely big shouts to them for the scouting they obviously do. They have a fantastic roster, and of course it's showing here today.
It definitely is. The young guns are showing up. Do they look good to take the entire title? Well, we'll have to definitely see if that can be the case. But guys, like we said, we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. Friday Fortnite will return right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite, of course, live here from the studio. Quick little commercial break, but we're back, and we're better than ever. We're feeling great. Like we said, another losers bracket game still to come. But what a tournament it has been up to this point, guys. Like we said, we've seen some interesting, kind of surprises. We've seen some young guns start to continue their dominance from week 1 now into week 2. I am just so interested to see exactly how the rest of these matches are going to go, because we have so many talented teams still alive in the losers bracket. I mean, I don't even know how to predict this.
I know, right? And this is how it always turns out. The losers bracket is insane, and whoever battles through the losers bracket has got to face the qualifier team there at the end of Grandmateets Deez, and we've seen that they can put up some incredible numbers. So honestly, that's kind of like the final boss, if you will, of the losers bracket, and I think a very fitting one indeed with how good that they are. But even coming down to these matches here, I mean, you still have Nickmercs and Neo. You still have Myth and Poach that you have to get through.
I would say Dubs and Megga actually, so I don't think it's updated on the bracket.
Oh, that's right.
Dubs and Megga just took them down, so that'll be the next match.
I mean, but that's going to be a powerhouse of a match. And then, of course, still waiting from Sway, Valkyrae, and Kamo Issa, which we should be able to hop into that game and watch it. But that's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. I got to say, if Sway and Valkyrae move forward on that and beat out Kamo Issa and knock them out of the tournament, it's going to be a huge upset.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, the question becomes, can Sway kind of recreate that performance that we saw out of him in the last match? You guys are seeing
I don't think it's legal to ask that again.
Right. Like you're seeing a few of the replays right here. I mean, just put on potentially, like I said, the record-breaking performance in Friday Fortnite. It was absolutely incredible to watch. Poetry in motion, we have actually deemed it here in the UMG studio. Incredible by him to just continue to wipe squad after squad when it looked like it was almost impossible. He ended up doing it. Again, the question becomes, though, you're playing against, one of the best teams, not only just in this tournament, but one of the best teams in the world when it comes to Fortnite. So definitely a tall task in front of them.
I mean, we've been seeing, Kamo Issa's name be brought up more and more as the, Fortnite World Cup has been kind of a thing. We obviously saw them play, incredibly well last week, losing. And I will say, if one particular fight does not go their way, we're talking and saying, hey, they are defending champions. Because, I mean, obviously, for those who do remember last week's grand final, it came down to a random moment where it was like, oh my gosh, Benjyfishy and MrSavage, they're not looking really in the greatest situation. Wait a minute, Kamo Issa, they both go down. And so it was like a very kind of brief moment where, like we said, we're kind of talking about this, and that grand final was so close. This is not going to be an easy task by any means for Sway and Valkyrae, but like we said, if we can see him kind of continue this performance, continually taking down bushes like that, Taylor, they could be in a pretty good spot here. We could see an upset possibly go down.
Well, we are in the queue. Sway, Valkyrae giving the waves back and forth, and you love to see it. Well, I guess that's Issa and Sway for the time being. So, hey.
It's nice little, friendly, good luck.
I like it. Oh, my favorite dance. And, unfortunately, I didn't buy that.
It's your favorite? You didn't buy it?
I didn't buy it.
That's your favorite.
Star Power is my favorite, actually, if I have to be real.
All right, just casually switching up favorites, all good.
You know, honestly, I can never make up my mind. You know these things. But I can always make very bold predictions on who's going to be in the finals.
That is
Would
what
you like
you
to start
do
that now,
best.
Taylor? Would you like to start that off right here?
I'm going to take.
I'm going to take, yeah, we'll do that another time.
You got to give us a bold prediction here. Hot take.
Hot take, Kamo and Issa move forward in this match.
Wow.
Are they going salty too?
Would
Yeah,
never
of course.
expected that.
Hey, listen, you know, Valkyrae, you should know this, right? Kamo and Issa, they run salty, and this is what I was kind of talking about. Both of these teams love to go salty, so there's going to be this huge dynamic. A lot of eliminations to be had. And if they split these eliminations, whoever tends to go here, it's going to come down to rotations in the end. So rotations are going to be critical if you want to beat a team such as Kamo and Issa.
And all 4 members are going to be dropping together. We don't see that too often. Again, sometimes in the hot drops, you're going to see Kamo getting beat to the punch, going to get a nice little swing of the hammer in there, but not going to be enough as he searches for a weapon. See Issa right alongside him right now. Got to let him through the door first, and he's found the tac shotgun. It's going to be all he needs in the beginning to start the party off.
And I was going to ask you guys, I mean, do you like, regardless of the salty play, I think this actually could work out pretty well considering FaZe Sway and Valkyrae. If you're here, you can kind of take away the initial beginning of Ghost. You're kind of like almost halting them back a little bit because you have the same access to the fights that they do. So, I mean, in your guys' opinion, do you think this was a situation that might work out pretty well considering?
I think it could. I mean, you get the mirror. You know, obviously, those are eliminations that you need to get yourself. They land at bottom, and I don't think they've found anybody over there as of yet. Well, actually, excuse me, they won't be in a fight here. Trying to drop down below. Finally comes into the Lion's Den, and yeah, for that player, he's going to lose it. Sway comes through big. Now it's about rotating. I'm trying to get down to Dusty as quick as I possibly can. And then once I'm down to Dusty, I'm going to go up to Diner, use the Slipstream. I'm going to head over towards Mega Mall. I'm going to head over towards Loot, maybe even Neo Tilted. This is the aggression you have to utilize if you want to beat Kamo and Issa.
And this is the conversation we constantly have, Ryan. It's a matter of, hey, if all 4 teams go towards Salty Springs, who is the first team to leave? Which is, of course, what Taylor was mentioning. Like, who is the first team to initiate toward Mega Mall, to initiate toward Dusty Divot? It could be an interesting dynamic, and like I said, another possible positive that Valkyrae and Sway could have.
Yeah, the name of the game in the kill race format is always rotations, 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 right? Who can rotate the fastest? Who can make, I mean, sometimes you never really know necessarily where some of the players in the lobby are going to end up, but it's more so about who can navigate the map the best, because, of course, players are always going to naturally be pretty spread out. So I'm with you. I actually do like the idea of kind of sticking with them early, slowing them down, and then from there, try to be the ones to make the, you know, take initiative, right? Make the rotation.
Yes, and Kamo going to be very low in health. Currently, that overhang is going to be the man of Issa. He's going to come down and try and join Kamo in this 1-by-1, maybe benefit from the campfire just a little bit. Plus, he's got some bandages, but that was a little bit worrisome. Some more eliminations coming over on the side of Valkyrae and Sway over on Salty. Impulse into the player on the roof. It's going to connect the headshot, plus the elim comes in, and that's going to be 5. I do believe Valkyrae is sitting at 1, so that's 6, and they're going to be tied despite the early rotation to Fatal. Kamo and Issa, they get tagged up a little bit, and that's going to slow them down.
A solid return as the Reaper is destroying in Salty Springs. Like we said, it is all level at 6-6, so maybe that strategy we're talking about, was it beneficial? Could it work out? It definitely has, at least for the time. It's a matter of just trying to silence, trying to hold off Ghost for as long as you can. We'll see how that will last as their mid-game will now start to progress, finally leaving Salty Springs and maybe going toward the Divot. It seems as if for Ghost, they've made their way toward Fatal Fields, and this was a place, this was a POI that we saw get utilized quite a bit. There's been many teams who have been making this rotation toward Fatal as of recent. And there's been surprisingly a lot of teams around this area. And we've been, I know, Taylor, we were kind of discussing this last week. Like, what is the major reason? Is it the slipstreams that you kind of go through the middle of it? Is it just a rotation that, or a POI that people just happen to like all of a sudden? I'm not sure. But regardless, though, people are here constantly. And that's the reason why we see Ghost currently in this spot.
And I do want to point out, guys, if we haven't noticed already, the ping is, in fact, not in Kamo and Issa's favor, being from Germany themselves. Now they are going to be playing off host. Now this is where they need to capitalize, try and keep it as even as possible. We do know being off host for them really doesn't matter. They're used to playing off host for several times. The edit comes through with the deagle to the head. What a way to capitalize. Kamo, 7 eliminations himself, but with that being said, this is the time Sway and Valkyrae being on their host. They need to come through big and get as many eliminations as possible, because once they're on the home turf of Kamo and Issa on the Ghost Boys, they're going to have a hard time.
Yeah, you definitely always have to keep in mind the server they're playing on, the kind of strategy behind it. In your opinion, guys, would you prefer to play off-host first or on-host first? To me, I think I'd rather play off-host first. Of course,
Sure.
somewhat of a double-edged sword, right? You could kind of get a huge deficit early, but at the same time, I think I would like to go onto my own server.
I agree.
Kind of knowing that, okay, like I get to finish this off kind of on my turf.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I think that trying to get some momentum on your side and kind of, you know, playing from the back foot, it makes that second game so much easier as well. But let's keep in mind, take a look toward the top left. Sway is down. He's even trying to hide away in a crate, but it's not going to work out too well as two enemies pretty much destroy him. At the same time, though, Valkyrae is dropped in Fatal Field. So half the lobby dropping in just a matter of moments, and that is an unfortunate situation because now Kamo and Issa, they've got the rest of the game to have free reign in. Like, this is great for them.
And to the last point, too, like we were just talking about, they are off-host, too, so they
Yeah.
get to rack up all of these potential eliminations on their opponent's host where they can next go onto their own servers. And, man, I mean, we see them wreak havoc on the opponent's servers. You already know they're going to do even crazier things on their own, so definitely an unfortunate situation for our hero Sway and, of course, his teammate Valkyrae. But, hey, they're only down 6 right now. You know, hopefully it doesn't get too much worse, but still very manageable at the moment.
You got to be thinking, though, Kamo and Issa have been known to put up large numbers, so I think 12 is just going to be the beginning. Could easily walk away with a 20-plus game, and that's obviously going to hurt in the end.
By the way, you guys used to make fun of me for Fatal Fields. Fatal Fields has risen.
So it has.
Fatal Fields is here.
Yeah, you know, and I don't understand why so much. And it's not because of weekly challenges, right? It's not about that. I think it's just simply a good rotation. Maybe adding that, you know, that drop ship over there, like, kind of does make a huge difference because of the fact that you do get some rotational aspects out of it. Typically, it's a softer drop with a lot less competition. Then you can kind of rotate into Salty from there. Plenty of opportunities. Maybe even rotate all the way over to Shifty and then kind of push in towards Tilted if you wanted to. But, yeah, Fatal has become more and more popular over time.
Has risen.
So it seems.
Fatal has risen.
My kingdom has risen, which actually makes it a little tough.
Your kingdom is Fatal?
Yeah, I love Fatal
Right
Field.
on.
It's actually, and it makes it a little tougher for me online now that a lot more players come there. I will say so myself. I, of course, do not possess the skill that some of these players do, but still very cool to watch. I mean, I think with one thing with the update, too, obviously Tilted Towers being changed, retail kind of being changed into Mega Mall. While there are still a lot of players that do go to those places, it has felt like it's spread the map out a little bit more.
Sure.
It does seem like other, you know, POIs on the map do see a little more action. So I definitely like that aspect of it. I like knowing that not every single player on the map is going to be centered towards one area. And I know some players did love the original Tilted. Of course, it was fantastic to watch the action, but I do I personally love the fact that the map is a little more spread out.
And I feel like we haven't really seen too many teams in desperate moments go toward Tilted. Like, it's kind of been like, hey, let's go to Mega Mall. Let's kind of double towards Salty.
Yeah.
Like, not that I necessarily agree with, you know, being at a major deficit and only going toward one location, but it's not as it's like Neo Tilted, or rather Tilted itself, is no longer the scapegoat for deficits anymore. It's kind of like you said, Brian, it's kind of a matter of the map is much more spread, which I'm kind of a fan of. You know, I'll be honest. I like the idea of Neo Tilted kind of being the end-all, be-all, but it hasn't really treated too many teams all that kindly.
No, it hasn't. And Jacob kind of pointed this out before. A lot of the buildings are kind of weird when it comes to the overall engagements. On top of that, you don't run out with a lot of mats. So Tilted just isn't, it doesn't have that lore that it did before. But like, I do got to 100% agree with you guys. I like that because I was getting sick of Tilted being like the be-all to end-all. Loot Llama in the tree. Just want to point that out. Or Supply Llama, rather. But yeah, you know, loot being changed, obviously a very positive thing.
I think one thing to keep in mind, too, when it comes to kind of the Neo Tilted versus the regular Tilted is the fact that you can't really leave with as many mats as you could, at least what it feels like, from the regular Tilted, right? A lot of times you can get out with a lot of wood, a lot of brick. Now it's mostly metal. I mean, there is some trees around, there's some stone, but because there's so much metal and without the kind of the siphon that you see in competitive, it just feels like it takes so much longer to get materials. It feels like you're doing a lot more fights kind of without materials. And like you mentioned, the Supply Llama being stuck in the tree. Luckily, it took no fall damage on the way down as it gets bursted open.
Oh, my God.
Luckily, it took no fall damage.
It's like a cat in a tree, you know? Got to make sure you get the firemen to get him out.
Oh, that's true.
That's a good point.
True.
I mean, you don't see too many firemen just axe down the tree and just hope that
the cat just
floats
lives.
down.
Could you imagine? How terrible.
that would be horrible. But thankfully, we have to worry about that. All things are positive. No cats were harmed in the mention of this time in commentary. But regardless, though, like we said, I mean, at this moment, Issa and Kamo, much like how we were having the most random of conversations, they are too. They're just kind of hanging out. They're feeling good. But I will say, there have been leads that have been established versus Sway in the past. And while I would be feeling good, I'd be feeling confident. Even 15 eliminations could not settle the score.
So
that didn't even get it done.
So you're saying this is setting us up for another potential heroic performance by none other than Faceway? Is that on
Potential,
wax?
yes. Potentially is a word that I would use, yeah. But
I like that potential.
I wouldn't say that it's based on statistics, something that I would personally bet on. But you never know. Like I said, we could see back-to-back moments. We could be seeing an incredible moment on our hands. However, Issa ends up dropping inside of the barrier. Now it's going to be all up to Kamo. Can he keep the moment alive, as he will be able to go for his teammate? Gets the reboot card. Also finds a very clutch rift to go. I think a baller might have just been kind of floating throughout the side of Dusty Divot, so he's got to be careful. Like I said, he does have that reboot van toward his side, but there's just so many builds right now, Taylor. It's so hectic. I don't even know if he feels comfortable doing anything outside of just trying to hold on to some high ground.
Yeah, and you know, at this point in time, like with that rift to go, he can kind of dip out if he wants to. We've seen that happen plenty of times in mini fights, right? But I think he's going to go ahead and go for the revive. Easy Elim up above. I believe there's still some more builds happening. There might be a couple more players remaining over there. We do see the baller dropping down, and it's going straight towards him. And he's going to be up in the air, and he's definitely going to watch out. He's going to get this in just the amount of time, but that player's going to drop out of the ball and falls by a great fall. Yeah,
that's fall damage.
fall damage.
Come on.
Yep.
That's actually
That was his moment.
that great victory he thought he was going to have shut down.
And that's perfect for Issa coming off the spawn, too, because basically
Right.
that player just delivered him an entire kit right to the reboot, man. So definitely
There you go.
a nice stroke of luck if you are Kamo and Issa right there. Just a hand-delivered, entire kit.
Oh my gosh, that's a great friend right there. Whoever that was has no idea how much that meant to the opponents there. So, Ghost feeling good, going to utilize that rift to go
Oh, Issa
as
missed
the
it.
storm has in fact started to move in. Like I said, it's a little bit slow to the party, but he's still going to be around. But what a big moment that is for them to kind of hold on to that kit. Like I said, the lead isn't like incredible right now, so they're not probably feeling the greatest about their situation. But still, though, we'll see what they can try to provide as an early fight going down, trying to play this gatekeeper role. They're safe in the zone. They're feeling good, but the enemy by no means is not.
Elimination coming through in the hands of Kamo, getting lit up. 60 health remaining, 61. I do believe that is a glitch. And yeah, Campfire luckily going to come through. Does have the mini, so he's going to be able to get up to 150 and fight for another day. But got to tell you, this team off host, on host, it doesn't matter. I mean, they're going to come out with slays, easily come out with 20 eliminations. They're just a talented overall team. And Jacob kind of highlighted that last time, you know, being from the Ghost organization, these Ghost boys are crazy insane. And they're fighting. One of the original ones from the finals last week, Benjyfish, MrSavage gone, Kamo and Issa, they want to have a repeat. They want victory this time. They don't want that second place finish.
Yeah, definitely. And coming out of the losers bracket, if they want to get it done, they're going to have to do that full bracket reset, right? Coming out of losers, you of course need to win 2 best-of-3 series rather than only having to win 1 if you come out a winner. So for them, I mean, like I said, not only is it tough coming out of losers just in terms of stamina, right? You have to go through so many matches and so many opponents. Then you got to win back-to-back in the final. So it's a tough task, but we've seen these 2 before, right? They just put up crazy numbers time and time again. So if anyone can do it, I know it's them.
Well, my big question is obviously we take a look at the scoreboard now, 19-6. It's probably going to raise a little bit, considering the amount of players that are alive and considering that this is Ghost Issa and Kamo. So with all those things in mind, Valkyrae and Sway, we haven't been seeing too many teams, despite being down large amounts, splitting apart, separating. We've been seeing them all kind of converge around the same kind of portion of the map. Are we thinking, as the more eliminations start to come through from Ghost, that they might try and split moving into this next game, or do you think they might try to hang out with each other?
I think they're going to stay together. I don't.
Do you agree with it, though?
I don't. Well, I mean, I guess I do, given the fact of, like, you know, the performance, but I don't think they're going to.
Oh, no.
You, come on.
Taylor felt that from all the times it's happened to him.
I hate that. I hate that. You know, it's like, you killed me with the trap. I fell into your box. Big deal. You're going to L-dance on me like you're a hero?
Oh,
you're a zero.
This means a lot for Kamo. Okay. Silences him pretty easy, dropping the trap, and we'll be grabbing the reboot card. Does it really matter? I mean, hey, whatever. But I will say Sway's on the other side, so let's keep that in mind. But, Ryan, all things considered, like I said, a very big deficit, regardless of what's going to happen toward the end of this game already. Sway and Valkyrae, do you think they split? Regardless of your opinion, do you think it's a good idea if they were to?
this doesn't strike me as the team that would do the split. That being said, I think that personally, I mean, yeah, I think that's kind of your only option. In these situations, a lot of things kind of have to go your way, right? We saw it kind of happen in the last match, but the stars kind of have to align, right? You have to be in kind of a favorable lobby. I would say you have to get, I mean, in this case, you're going to have to be really lucky and have their opponents drop pretty early, maybe get an unlucky drop themselves, and then, of course, you have to absolutely slay out like last time.
What?
But again, I don't, if it was me, I split. I don't think that's going to be the case this time around, though.
Whoever that was, congratulations. You just melted him out of the air.
Everybody's dancing right now, man.
For probably, I don't know, that was a good elimination. This right here, though, gets that headshot, comes through big with the E-limb. A lot of great moments from Sway and Valkyrae, and they're going to have a massive deficit. You asked me, do I think they should split? I do, but I also think it's not going to benefit them in the end. I think Valkyrae is going to work best, hanging out with Sway over there in the end. I think they'll be able to compete, and for me, that's just a better thing. I think for the longevity of the match itself.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of an odd situation because you don't want to split. It's just like it doesn't feel natural to do it. I mean, ever since we started off, watching, this kind of public format Fortnite tournament, it's been a matter of like splitting. Like really, I remember in like the early weeks, we're like, why are they getting away from each other? It's not a good play. It's not something they should be doing. But it's a matter of you have to play uncomfortable. You have to be putting yourself in situations too, and in a lot of situations wouldn't work out. Like the low percentage things are the ones that are going to work out in the end. So 22-6 obviously is going to be the score after game number 1. A very solid advantage to say the least, but one that I got to say I was kind of expecting considering the talent that exists for Kamo and Issa. But like I said, these guys are coming out with the vengeance. They're mad that they got knocked out as early as they did. I got to say, maybe they got a little bit I won't say comfortable, but they got to see the benefits of what it was like to kind of be in the grand finals from last week, kind of just hanging out there, taking a 3 to 4 hour break, just like, hey guys, it's pretty nice. We just kind of get to watch the games play a little bit. Yeah, now they're going to be kind of hungry. That to make a lot of stuff happen, but it's fair to say they are faring off very well, at least when it comes down to game 1.
And the winner of this moves on to play Nickmercs and Neo, right? So that's going to be a tough matchup for both sides. And Nickmercs and Neo, they've got their hands full. That's going to be like the ultimate matchup. Now, if they win that, I mean, I'm very confident they're going to continue to push through. And I mean, honestly, at that point, the bracket is going to be anyone's game. But then, of course, you have on the bottom right, Megga, Dub still playing it off against Poach and Myth, and still a lot of powerhouse teams. Now, we talked about it. Will the split come into effect? Valkyrae's already dropped. Sway's extending on out, it seems, but they are having both at the same line of sight. So it looks like Salty's going to be the area, and Kamo and Issa, they're going to head over towards Salty themselves. So it's going to be much of the same start, it seems, for the both sides.
Yeah, and if you're Kamo and Issa, I mean, that's a lot of the strategy we see a lot of times anyways. When you're ahead, go follow your opponents. In this case, they happen to already be landing there in the first place. So this is kind of just you get to have your cake and eat it too, so to speak, as they both kind of go off rip. And as we said, Valkyrae and Sway are going to need to make, I would say, a lot of magic happen. We saw it happen last match. Can it kind of happen again? It's going to be, in my eyes, a little bit up to the Fortnite gods to maybe land a few blessings, but it's all going to start right here.
And they're also off host, too. Remember that.
Oh, that's a good point to bring up. It's not going to be the nicest thing to look out for, but we'll see how they can start to try and weather the storm. No pun intended. It looks as if Sway possibly being joined alongside by the opponent for the moment. Kamo just giving a friendly wave to as a neighbor would, just decides to go and hop inside your house and take over, maybe even steal a few things. So that's
not a good neighbor land.
It's definitely not. I mean, hey.
Thankfully, my neighbor doesn't do that.
That's good.
He does wave from time to time. Good man.
You said what?
He's a good man. He waves for me. He waves to me time to time.
Oh, okay.
Luckily, he doesn't come into my house and steal things. So.
That's good. I mean, that's good. It signs that you have a good neighbor.
Not yet. I don't know. We'll see.
Do you guys remember the challenge? I can't remember which week it was last season where you had to get the eliminations after like ringing the doorbell inside of the house.
Oh my gosh.
I'll never forget that because I had to drop this place so many times. That's obviously where a lot of the houses are. So I'll kind of never forget that challenge. Just remind me when you said the neighbor. Just remind me of that whole situation of entering someone's house and you had to do the whole doorbell thing.
It was definitely a challenge to kind of train kids how to ding dong ditch. You love to see it.
It's said that a lot of them experience that virtually, rather
corrupting
than
the youth.
It really is. We sound like just a bunch of grandpas. You guys want to talk about the weather, by the way? Is that our next step?
Well, it is a natural progression for me. So
yeah.
Being 27. One day.
Oh, man. We give you a lot of crap for that, but hey, it's all good, man.
Well, Ryan's about my age. Actually, Ryan, are you older than me? Or?
No comment.
I really don't remember.
Did we just see that from Sway? Did I see that correctly? Oh, my gosh. A lot of explodes, a lot of builds that are being ruined.
How many dynamites?
John Wick with the flintlock.
Oh, my God. Oh, Valkyrae running into a frenzy.
She's got this. I believe in it.
163 ping in all.
I
This is
believe in
not
her.
going to be profitable. We'll see what she can try to do. The ult to do. The reboot card would be nice if she can try to grab that. Shots from afar, able to at least pepper up the enemy from some distance. Going to go for the first build fight, giving herself some credit for the builds. Trying to get up close, losing some HP, trying to place it down.
She has no shotgun.
She does have the trap if need be, but yeah, no shotgun, unfortunately, right now. Places that player back inside the
Oh,
box.
no,
but
the lag!
Oh, no,
Oh,
160
no.
ping. It's never going to work out too kindly. And
Oh.
just like that, Valkyrae and Sway are done for, as Ghost will claim another victim and will move on in the bracket.
Oh, that is unfortunate, but still a smile on her face. A great performance. How many, I mean, that was literally like 6 dynamite that was thrown at that player. A little bit overkill, but it, I mean, it got the job done. And yeah, she just phases down, and there's not a lot you could do in that situation. But a good try, though. A good try.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going against Kamo
There's
and
only
Issa.
so much you can do when you're down 89. You have 4 million ping, and you're going to Dusty Divot when there's like 3,000 people there.
John
So-
Wicks with flint knocks, dynamite all around. I mean, I can't think of a worse situation
Yeah.
than that. So yeah, definitely an unfortunate drop. It kind of was odd there. Salty seemed to be empty.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It was like,
They all just waltzed out with
It-
0
you
kills.
know,
There was a
Alright.
few, but still.
It's really interesting, too, because from server to server, like certain spots have, you know, different hotspots, right?
Right.
Like Salty, I think, is really popular in America, maybe not so much over in EU. I'm speaking just off the top of my head, so don't correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm hoping to be right. Valhalla, one of my favorite places to drop, doesn't really do well in America when I go on EU servers, which is like never, but whenever I did, a lot of people over in Valhalla. Point is, guys, maybe it's a little bit different.
It depends from game to game, that's for sure. You never really know what you're going to get. But let's go and take a look now at our losers bracket. A few matchups to be looking out for as we've got Nickmercs and Neo now set to face off against the Ghost Boys of Kamo and Issa. At the bottom side of the bracket, we've got Myth and Poach getting ready to face off against Dubs and Megga. Oh, man, these are about to be some interesting matchups. Guys, feel free to let us know in chat which one that you want to see. Maybe even let your predictions be known. I know we got a lot of FaZe fans out there, so they may be rooting for Nickmercs and obviously Dubs and Megga on the other side. But like we said, guys, we've got some very interesting ones up next. A lot of storylines and a lot of fun still to be had.
Absolutely. What's your favorite matchup, guys, going into this?
I think for me, I'm looking more forward to the Nickmercs and Neo versus Kamo and Issa. I think that on the bottom side, I do kind of give the edge to Dubs and Megga. I think that's going to be.
I agree.
I think that while Myth and Poach are both, of course, incredible players,
Sure.
I think that Dubs and Megga are just on a different level as a duo. So I kind of fare them on that matchup. I think that on the other end, though, Nickmercs and Neo, Kamo Issa, that's going to be just a banger, as you like to call it.
It's going to be an absolute banger, guys. Let me know in chat, what are you guys thinking is going to be the best one here? Who do you think is going to move forward more importantly? Because it's definitely going to get even more interesting. And remember, we still have the qualifier team,
Yeah.
Grandmateets Deez, over there waiting.
Yeah, they're awaiting the I don't know which match it's going to be, but yeah, they're definitely awaiting
Oh,
some.
it's going to be the
right-
losers finals.
Right now we're in top 6, so yeah. So they're sitting in losers finals, of course. FaZe
Oh, that's
sitting
true,
in winner.
yeah.
So the
Right.
two
They're still
winners move forward. Winner that plays
Right,
losers finals.
exactly. Like I said, a lot of interesting matches to come. Like I said, guys, this losers bracket is an absolute gauntlet. Who's going to make it through? And there's a lot of kind of fans out there for FaZe, maybe even a few other organization support out there. But like we said, guys, we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. Friday Fortnite 2019, Week 2. We'll continue right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019. We are hopping into a losers bracket game, losers round 6 to be exact, as we've got Nickmercs and Neo facing off against Ghost Kamo and Issa. The Ghost Boys are hot off a very solid victory. I will say, all things considered, one of them is currently sitting in the respawn screen. Kamo awaiting for his teammate to possibly go big, as Nickmercs is dominating when it comes down to Salty Springs. He's making blue his own. We'll see if that can continue. Of course, we are live here from the studio. Myself, Lennon Leno Sanders, joined in part by the fantastic Mr. Taylor Reflections Noble and Ryan, a.k.a. Ryan Fools. Guys, it's been a fun one so far, and we'll see as Ghost Issa is getting up his teammate how they can continue to dominate versus a very solid Nickmercs and Neo group.
Absolutely. You know, getting that revive was massive. Having the Chug Jug as well to give to his teammate, not a bad opportunity for them. And normally at this point, right, Issa doesn't, or Kamo doesn't go down. they're already rotating. They're heading over towards Fatal or even more, but actually rolls a little bit reverse. Neo, Nick, rep is built. We're heading over towards Mega Mall, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and both teams pretty low in kills in the grand scheme of things, right? 4 on the side of Nick and Neo, only 3 for Kamo and Issa. So I would say for the caliber of these two teams, probably a pretty slow start in my eyes.
Yep.
Let's see if they can kind of turn it up kind of as the second half of the map starts to go underway. You can see Neo and Nick have found at least 2 opponents in front of them. This could be the opportunity to extend their lead a little bit.
It's a great opportunity, like you said. Mega Mall, the current choice that's made. Here's ShadowBomb being utilized off in the distance as Neo dropping yet again another player. That's going to be 4 now. And you hear that communication coming through from Nickmercs. They've got free reign for the time, but Nick actually ends up getting dropped, so we'll see what Neo's call is here to do. Is it time to play passive? No, it's not, as it looks as if one player just from afar gets destroyed, one player up close. Also getting a lot of HP loss, down to 93 to be exact, but as he starts to make his way down, he actually does run into an enemy waiting to hop on the elevator. We'll see if it works out. Neo desperately trying to take back the high ground, but meets him face to face. The tack shoddy, rather I think that might have been the combat. Was it the tack or the combat that he had in his?
It was the tack that he had.
I was going to say, he quickly swapped off of it. I couldn't even react in time. So solid play, picking up the better shotgun in this case, but going big and picking up Nick. Neo has been a consistent player who's gone off in the clutch, guys.
I was just going to say, Neo's been making plays all day long, whether it be offensive plays, getting kills, whether it be weathering the storm to help pick his teammate up. Obviously, in one of the matches we watched earlier, I think he had, what was it, like 3 or 4 revives and then a couple reboot bans. I mean, he's just been doing everything he can. Obviously, Nick, of course, came in the clutch when it matters, and you know he will continue to do that. But just that's kind of, to me, what makes this team so strong, right? Of course, they're both incredibly skilled players, but they both have the opportunity to make such big plays when it matters. Of course, they just complement each other so well. They've been playing together for so long. Games like Call of Duty, and on the other end, you too see Issa getting tagged up a little bit. I think made the call out so Kamo can come help him out. But if Issa and Kamo go down early, that could spell trouble.
And I do believe they're playing off-host. Honestly, they might be playing on-host. If that's the case, Nickmercs and Neo have a phenomenal start that is incredibly impressive. And, you know, a couple of little momentum items if they want to kind of use it. Also, one Shadow Bomb in his possession. So, yeah, he's at 41, but if times get rough, he can go ahead and leave. Luckily, doesn't fall off the edge. He's going to manage to maintain his life. That's 1 knock plus a finish. Much needed bandages over there that he is not going to grab as of yet. But a med kit, shots are going to be fired. And an opportunity for more eliminations if they play this correctly.
They said still receiving some shots. They're going to go and hand off a little bit of loot, maybe try to get back to the HP game. But what a Turtle War action kind of going down right now. It's like I said, the high ground not at all in their favor. That grenade launcher, he's got it out. I think he was thinking about it a little bit. Kamo might have been saying, hey, it might be the call to possibly make. Regardless, though, it looks as if that yellow arrow, I think, might be starting to fly in, which is actually going to be Neo. So maybe trying to steal a few of these elims, being aware that Ghost is not in the most favorable position, existing on the low ground. They might be moving toward a different perspective, but Neo up top firing away and unfortunately not going to connect for the moment. So finding some good resources off the ground, but you like to see that kind of aggression coming in from Nickmercs and Neo, having no problems whenever they need to possibly go for a few of those kill steals.
Yeah, and looking at Neo's kit right now, he has both the flintlock and the impulse, but also that redeploy as well. So a couple items that he can obviously use to gain high ground, to fill gaps, and of course, if he is high in the air, has the redeploy as well. So I like kind of the combination of his kit to go alongside that SCAR and that combat shotgun.
And more importantly, too, like you said, that flint knock in conjunction with the combat shoddy is going to be a powerful duo. Because, I mean, you're talking about essentially a double pump from back in the day. That's how much damage you're going to be doing. And now with the knockback being fixed, it is so incredibly awesome. And no matter what weapon you're going to have in your hand, Nickmercs, Neo, they're just going to continue to mow these players down. That's going to be 1 more knock and another elimination.
I think it's 11 now.
And they're off host.
Yeah.
That's what's the most impressive thing.
Oh, wait, are they?
I can't tell because both of them are sitting like relatively well.
Yeah.
Like,
so I think that Nick looks like he has about 30 ping. I think that Issa and Kamo had around like the high 60s,
was it?
maybe in the 70s. So
it, yeah.
maybe it's one of those things. I think because Nick is back on the East Coast now, so I think maybe
True,
could be East Coast service or maybe a little more favorable. I do know that like Valkyrae, for example, in the last match was on the West Coast, so that could be why the ping was so high the last time around. So I do believe that this will be our first match on East Coast. So we will head into, like I said, the European server next time around.
This is the time to capitalize, and it looks as if Ghost, like we said, not the greatest ping situation, but they're still making it work. Spotting a few players just on the outskirts of Neo tilted. Might even have to try to get inside if need be. Just off toward the mountain, now back in the storm. tossing in a few grenade launcher shots while Issa looks to try to engage from the skies. Not a whole lot of success there, but actually utilizing the Shadow Bomb. So coming in from all kinds of different directions, these players are totally caught off guard, not having a whole lot left to say, and it will be Issa who takes him down with somewhat of an ease. So Ghost trying to get back, even fighting for these eliminations. If it means being in the storm, they realize, hey, we start off a little bit slow in combination with how Nickmercs and Neo did. Any elim that we can find, we've got to try and capitalize on it. Hopefully for them, there are only more to come.
Now with that slipstream, you can make moves like that. You can engage fights in the storm because the slipstream allows you to have so much mobility. And on the other end, you can see Nick taken very low, but able to get the eliminations himself. Going to go ahead and heal back up. As you know, there are going to likely be more enemies coming. They're going to be coming fast.
Neo had 9 eliminations before we clicked off of them, right? So 9 to 4, that's 13. Not a bad start for the men of Nickmercs and Neo. They are looking solid, and this duo have been playing for quite some time. They've got that team chemistry down. They even have a record together. So not a team to sleep on by any means. Shots fired, and you know, that player just about one-shot Issa. He's going on the hot pursuit. He wants to get this full elim if he potentially can, but where is this player? He could be heading into maybe a full squad, depending if that player kind of dipped out to his team, but a good solid rundown in the player in front as well as on top. Easy breakdown if he decides to break down the ramp, but it is connected to the wall now, so unfortunately not going to be able to.
And Taylor, if you look at the top left of your screen right now, Nickmercs actually goes down. At the same time, Issa going to be tagged up as well, so both of our teams under duress. Meanwhile, he takes out the minigun and finishes off the player in front of him. Kind of keeping an eye right now on the other end. You look at the bottom right of your screen, you can see Neo getting eliminations himself. Is he going to be able to basically save his teammate once again and make that play? Makes the good edits. Issa goes on the other side. One member of each team going to be down. It's going to be at the Kamo and Neo.
Both need to go off for their team. It looks as if right now, like I said, Kamo on the main frame. We'll see what he can try and do. 21 HP, still has those minis, and realizes he has some freedom, he has some time to kind of hang out. You look to the top right of our screen, it is going to be not too far away. Engagement's going down. This is a hot spot for a lot of our remaining players. Quick little edits, manages to hit through with 37 HP, looking toward the skies. Actually does place down the barrier block, so good play coming in from Kamo. Just up top, though, ends up losing the high ground and unfortunately kind of has to sit at bay, wait for the enemy to possibly make the mistake. He might try to go for the edit if the enemy gets a little bit too aggressive. We'll see how he decides to play this. Looks for his chance. Unfortunately, can't make it work. Loses the barriers, loses his own structures there.
Definitely. So you know how the metal kind of forms. I thought a dynamite was thrown in by the opponent. A 1,000 IQ play. Unfortunately, not the case. He's going to go ahead and drop down and reset at this point. Potentially try and bring it down if he can. Edits are coming through. Going. Yep. Grabbing his partner's card. Not a bad play. And that player drops. Nickmercs is here.
I was waiting to say, I said, look on the top left of your screen. Look who's back. And just as I say it, he comes in and gets a couple kills of his own. Another fantastic play by Neo to save the day, to save his teammates' life. And, man, Neo's just clutch city.
No, I don't. What the fuck?
Nickmercs and Neo fighting tooth and nail. This team is probably going to be one of their biggest opponents as of yet. He's going to go ahead and build up, and yeah, he's going to go and use that launch pad in conjunction with his teammates, and with Issa completely down, be a total of 7 engagements and a nice lead, 10 or 12 eliminations, or 10 eliminations rather, for Nickmercs and Neo.
That's comfortable for sure.
It's very comfortable, especially if the ping isn't that offset, because East and of course EU, like they're sitting okay going into game 2.
Yeah, if you assume that the pings kind of just flip-flop, right, and they're playing on this, 60s, 70s, and other teams playing on the, whatever it is, the 30s, you got to still be feeling pretty good as Nick looking to ascend their lead right now. 2 players in front of him, going to take that wall, gets the edit, gets the beautiful shot onto the first player, looking to finish it off. I think Neo's going to get the knock as well, so 2 members currently down in this fight. I believe Neo might have even picked up the second one now, so another swing of kills in favor of Nick and Neo as they look to extend this lead in this 2v1 situation. They could take advantage of these final fights. Nick does it again. You can see the storm tilt coming as well. Looks like the end of the game is among us right now, and it's looking like it's all Nick and Neo at this end game.
Kamo so low on HP. We'll see if we can try to make something happen. Like we said, shots starting to go down right now when it comes down to this storm flip. As it starts to dissipate, Neo holding that high ground. Nickmercs providing some support fires. That's going to be his 8th. Like I said, Kamo ends up getting taken down as well as Thirsted. So Ghost no longer a factor. I will say, all things considered, not the worst situation considering there aren't a whole lot of players left. But you have to keep in mind the lead that is already established is now only going to get extended. Ghost not feeling good. They are having to ride home about this one. It's going to hurt quite a bit when it comes into game number 2. We'll see what their game plan will be as they now sit in the respawn screen and await and watch what their opposition is doing right now. They might be going to the drawing board and maybe trying to establish a few strategies in terms of what their game plan could be moving forward. And Neo already spawning a few more players. That's now going to be number 15. This guy is just insane. We saw his play last week, and he is continuing on this time.
Yeah, assuming they get this final kill right here, they're going to enter game number 2, landed with a 16-point lead. And, of course, we talked in the beginning about, okay, a 10-point lead, not so bad. You know, it's, I guess, a little manageable if you are the boys at Ghost. You're going back to your own server. But a 16-point deficit, that is going to be rough. So Nick and Neo doing everything perfectly right now. Of course, on their host, taking full advantage of it, and they are going to enter game 2 with a very sizable lead and are looking poised to potentially move forward in this bracket.
Yeah, and this is a big move, like I said, for Nickmercs and Neo. To move forward against Kamo and Issa, second place last week, is a huge accomplishment and probably a big momentum boost on their side, because last week, you could see it in Nickmercs' face, whenever he was eliminated, he felt so incredibly disappointed because he wanted to come through and win. He won the first ever Friday Fortnite back in 2018. Now in 2019, he wanted to come through and have that same success, because that's bragging rights, absolutely, right? So with that being said, he is fighting. Nickmercs and Neo are hungry, and they are playing on point. But I do want to say, rounds can swing massively, and you only have to reference back a couple of rounds ago with Sway, right, coming through with Funk and Nate Hill, beating them out. With that being said, Kamo and Issa, despite them being down, you know, what? How much is it at this point?
It's going to be
15,
likely
something like
at
that.
the lowest 15, at the most 16.
With that being said, that is easily coverable. Nickmercs, Neo, they go down early on. Kamo and Issa, they can cover that gap relatively easily.
Yeah, I think if you're them, I mean, the situation that kind of most favors them to win as the player comes out with the Shadow Bomb would be, of course, if Nick and Neo were to drop early, of course, you know, kind of get blessed by the Fortnite gods, and then from there covering the 16-point deficit. That being said, though, Nick and Neo are such a good duo, right? The likelihood of them dropping early like that is just so low. So if you're Nick and Neo, if you're a fan of the M-Fam, if you're a FaZe fan, you are very happy right now. Your team is looking so good heading into game number 2. And if you're Ghost right now, you got to be wondering, what are these boys going to do? Are they going to do that split we always talk about? Are they going to land together? Are they going to hot drop? There's so many different options when you enter game 2 with the deficit land, and it's up to you. What are you doing?
I mean, I'll be honest, like at this point, I think you have to split. Like, Nickmercs and Neo have just been so good up to this point. I feel like that has to be the play. I will say, though, Ghost is not in this situation very often. You got to keep in mind, Host as well, kind of moving forward. I feel like they're going to have a lot more confidence, I guess you could say, kind of realizing, hey, this is our last map, might as well try something crazy, kind of go for a Hail Mary type play. But I don't know, I feel like for them, this is a situation they're not in, like I said, too often. It's not often that we do see these guys get down, and if they do, down by this kind of overall portion. So all things considered, a very solid game off the break for Nickmercs and Neo. We'll see if the Ghost Boys can start to try and recover. But hey, I'll throw the question out to you guys. I mean, if you're in their position, what's the call? Are we seeing a split, or, I mean, hey, is it time to kind of play together? You're defending champions, or rather kind of defending runner-ups for a reason. You were in that championship. You were in that grand final. So
Kamo and Issa are moving over to their host. They're two talented players. We see them squad wipe very easily, honestly, with great mechanics. Honestly, a split from them wouldn't be that scary. Typically, a split is very scary, but covering that distance could be great. I think a split off the initial, that's where you're going to find most of your eliminations, is probably the strategy to go to. Maybe converge towards the end once they kind of, you know, covered a little bit of this deficit. That's the way to go about it. If I'm Nickmercs and Neo, though, I'm hot on the heels of the opponents. I'm trying to monitor each and every elimination possible, because even if we go trade for trade, they're not going to be able to cover that 15-16 elimination deficit that they currently have.
what was the landing spot off the break of that last game? Was it salty?
I think we jumped in about halfway through.
I want to say that we saw a few fights going on. I could be totally wrong.
You could imagine.
We've seen so many games. I thought it was salty.
You can imagine how Kamo and Issa, they went salty. I mean, I think salty probably was the drop for both.
Right. So I'm curious if that maybe could be something that we see one player kind of split toward. But I believe we do actually have a replay kind of going down on the other side of the bracket. I know we end up seeing some interesting moments go through. Now, this is actually going to be Dubs and Megga currently facing off against Myth and Poach. So all things considered, let's see exactly how this one ended up lining out, as Myth instead of Neo tilted. Oh, did he just lose possession of the ball?
I can't tell. No,
I think Megga stole the baller from him.
That hurt. Stuck in the storm. You see
Oh,
Myth so
Myth.
disappointed. He's going to go ahead and track down yet another one. And actually, I think it's going to be
This
the
is
replay
amazing.
once again.
This is amazing. So Myth
Yoink.
climbing up the builds, looking, saying, hey, I'm going to go and steal some of your loot. Megga's like, really? You want to try to play this game? We're going to go 1 for 1? That'll be my baller. Thank you very much, sir.
Look at Myth's face. He's like, what just happened to me?
No, and I will say, in combination with that, Dubs and Megga did end up taking them down. I looked at the bracket. So Myth and Poach are out. Dubs and Megga end up moving forward. So the winner of this game will now be facing off against the very, very talented young FaZe duo. So a lot on the line. Nickmercs and Neo feeling confident. Kamo and Issa coming into this one with a large deficit. Let's see exactly what their game plan is. Will we see a split? Will we see them go to the same location? It looks pretty similar to me.
Nick might be hitting the Sky Tower right now.
Which is a kind of
Is
a
Nickmercs
common-
and Neo playing more
I think
aggressive than Kamo and Issa are?
I think I've seen Nick land Sky
Yeah.
Towers like a couple times so far in the tournament, so I'm not super surprised by that. It's not the most aggressive drop. I mean, at the most you might face, what, 1 or 2 players
Sure.
up there? Not necessarily, of course, like a huge point of interest, obviously.
But we were working down, like, should the split be in play? It's not for Ghost. They're feeling confident, saying, hey, we're used to going Salty Springs. We've had some success here in the past, and like I said to them, they're going to kind of ignore what we thought would be the main play to make, which would be to split.
Supply ship for both sides, one on the outside of Fatal, the other going over on the outside of Salty. They will be able to converge, and maybe they're going for a split themselves. I couldn't imagine that. But yeah, they're going to go ahead and fly in, and they're both going to converge now on Salty as they see some eliminations starting to go over to Kamo and Issa. And this is what I was talking about. Monitoring these eliminations is going to be critical. They go trade for trade. They're still going to end up with an end, but here on Weird Mountain, it is going to be Neo, and he's going to be mowing some players down, taking some shots in the meantime. You know, a couple mats, but, you know, the longer they shoot is a better opportunity for Nick to come on the flank and potentially get a couple eliminations himself.
Yeah, I mean, in my eyes, until you start to see the kind of the kill feed light up with Ghost, or until you start to see, you know, your lead start to be chopped away, I kind of like the approach Neo's taking. Kind of play from a distance right now, pepper in some kills. You don't need to get up on a lot of these close engagements, right? He's obviously, look at how accurate he is as he's just taking out player by player. Keep in mind, this is on the European server with 113 ping. So just in case you guys are curious just how skilled Neo is, I think this is a perfect display right here, as I think he just downed like 5 players at the same time. So I love his approach right now, just playing from a distance, playing it safe, because they're up so many eliminations. It's not worth risking your life and throwing it away for a close quarter fight that could be a 50-50 at times.
You
Great
know,
stuff coming in from
And
Nickmercs and
that's-
Neo, and like I said, he falls.
That's kind of
Nickmercs
like I was
is
talking
down.
about. Jumping, you know, like I said, luckily for him, Neo has been making a ton of plays. Nick even getting 2 kills in the process as well.
oh, Kamo saves his life.
Kamo and Issa, though, end up being the ones to save him, so nice swing for him. I'm sure Neo's going to get over there and get the revive off.
And that's one of the benefits of your teammates kind of mirroring you, because even if you go down, there's powers in numbers, right? They're unintentionally going to come through and save your life because they want the eliminations just as much as they want you to go down. So they're going to go and get that elimination and kind of prioritize that first, because especially with Reboot being added. Maybe if the Reboot van wasn't there, they let Nickmercs get fully eliminated, then they go in and get the eliminations. But now there's no benefit in waiting. They just go full send, and now they're going to go ahead and start that rotation. Neo, he's going to be stuck reviving Nick in the bottom end of your screen.
You know, they might waste a few seconds doing that, but Neo has 7 eliminations already, so I think that they can afford to kind of
take
you
their
know,
time.
play it slow, take their time. Like you said, Taylor, I love the idea of the reboot van and kind of the new element it's added to Friday Fortnite since the first kind of year we ran it. Definitely changes up sort of some of the action, right? It changes up some of the fights, the way players think, certain decisions you make. So I just definitely a fun thing to add to the game, not only in Friday Fortnite, but just in general, right? It's added so much more incentive for squads to play, right? It makes duos more fun. So definitely one of my favorite additions so far.
Looks as if Kamo and Issa now going on the rotation as they want to continue this fast-paced play, try to take advantage somewhat of that little bit of a patience that Nickmercs and Neo have to try and hold on to right now. So Kamo coming from the flank, it totally destroys one off the start of his Neo tilted push, gets brought down to 26 HP, and unfortunately gets flanked from the opposite end. So Kamo is down, and now it is up to Issa, who unfortunately did not join alongside his teammate when it came down to Neo. He is hanging out in Dusty Divot. The split comes in, and I don't think, I mean, depending on his mobility at this time,
I think he could make
slipstreams,
it.
etc., I think that there is an opportunity for him to make it, and I think that might have to be the call. I think you might have to do it, and I think that he might have to, like, I'll say this. Does he have the chance to make it? Possibly, but I think he's going to go ahead and ignore it. I think he realizes, hey, the risk involved in me going over there, the time it's going to take, that might be the game right there. And the ability for how long it takes to get to that point, the game already might be mathematically impossible.
And you hear the call out right now. I think I heard Nick saying, yeah, we just kind of have to shadow him at this point. And, I mean, as you see the bottom left of your screen, as the kills come in that aren't the ones of our players, that just means we're one step closer to this being mathematically impossible, right? Of course, Nick and Neo breaking off with so many kills in the beginning, coming into this match up 16. I mean, they got to already be up in the ballpark of somewhere around the 20s. So as more kills start to come in, as more squads continue to kind of wipe each other in the process, Nick said Nick and Neo making the right choice, just kind of shadow him, be annoying, go kill for kill, like you said, Taylor, and just finish this off easy.
And as much as I love Nickmercs and Neo, this is a huge upset. Issa and Kamo is one of those talented teams that have proven themselves not only on the World Cup side, but also in these elimination-based tournaments, especially for Friday Fortnite Week 1. And you see them getting dominated as much as they are. Nickmercs and Neo are playing out of their mind, and they definitely want to make the finals this time, and they're going to capitalize on this. Off-host, on-host doesn't matter. They are a solid duo, and guys, if you're a supporter of Nickmercs and Neo, give them your energy in chat because they're about to take a huge victory off of Kamo and Issa.
I'll accept upset. I will not accept huge upset. Don't you forget, Nickmercs is a Friday Fortnite champion, right?
Of
He is
week
someone
one
who has been there before.
2018.
He's a champion in other games
season
too.
like 3.
He's champion in other games too. He's ice in his veins at all times. He is built for that stage. We know this is one of our strongest teams coming in. Upset, I will happily give you. Kamo and Issa, grand finalists last time. I get it, but not a huge upset.
Okay, all right.
Throw some respect on my boy's name.
All right, Ryan. Not a huge upset, but an upset nonetheless.
There we go. Agree to disagree, huh?
There you go.
Like I said, you just hear the communication, like kind of all guns ablaze. They've been just playing so solid, even leading in game 2. Kamo getting dropped off the start. The split from Ghost just not going to work out this time. As there's just, I would imagine, just way too many fights to happen and just so little time for Issa to accomplish everything he needs to. And the biggest problem is that the opposition is still alive, right? As long as Nickmercs and Neo are still alive on the map, it's just going to make that possible comeback, that miracle play so much more. There's so much more less likely. So as he decides to go and land inside a lazy lagoon, Nickmercs already doing and displaying some damage off the break, tossing down some dynamite, just trying to distance himself away from the Ghost Boys, knowing that he is ever closer to trying to capture another Friday Fortnite title. We've talked about it. It's been a while. It's been some time since Nickmercs has been there, and it's still somewhat of a journey to make, but he is on the road. He is on a great footing to possibly make it happen.
Yeah, already have 19 eliminations, and they want more. You can see that they spotted players, and they ended up pushing them. We're not seeing them play it safe despite their lead. They want to continue to extend, and a couple players tagging Nick up a little bit. Ends up jumping around. A couple nice shots, and going to break the shield. Player's going to be taken very low. Goes with a nice edit and finishes him off. And, man, the more kills that Nick and Neo get, like I said, the closer it gets to becoming impossible. This is getting out of reach right now for Issa.
Yeah, definitely so. I think Kamo and Issa are starting. I mean, there's still plenty of time and plenty of eliminations. Let's just say Nickmercs and Neo both go down, right? Issa could potentially come clutch in the end, but dropping down the heavy snipe, giving Nickmercs the advantage up there with that player 1v1. See the walls being spammed out, but there's no way Nickmercs doesn't get this. He's finally going to break through. Here's the trap, and yeah, the elimination does come through, and that is going to be,
Neo.
I believe, Neo who's able to pick that up in return. So once again, Issa, you know, kind of an elimination stolen right out from his fingertips. He's going to dip out. He's at Shifty now.
I don't think he can even do it mathematically anymore. I think there's 23 members left on the battlefield outside of our opponents. There was like a 19-point lead. We just saw Nick and Neo get more kills. Taylor, I think this might be very well over, especially as Nick and Neo just continue to kind of roam around. They're not even following him anymore. I don't think they're even worried about following him at this point. So now go run free. You're probably going to die anyways. This match is all but over.
Yeah, definitely so. And I got to say, guys, Nickmercs Neo, an incredibly solid duo coming through big. And, of course, we got to see who's going to win on that bottom end of the bracket between Myth, Poach, and Dubs and Megga. And I know that's going on, or it might even be over. We'll get an update on the bracket soon. But, I mean, whoever wins that is going to be playing off against Nickmercs and Neo, unless Issa, a miracle. He can drop a tactical nuke on the map itself. Those don't exist, ladies and gentlemen, and because of that, it might be all but over.
And Landon, correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe that Dubs and Megga did move forward in that matchup, Taylor, so I believe we will have Dubs and Megga facing off against Nick and Neo. So another fantastic matchup ahead of us.
Definitely a banger, as we have established here in the UMG studio. It's It's a term that I'm kind of becoming more of a fan of over time. But like I said, guys, if you are enjoying this action, if you love Friday Fortnite and want to get involved in some Fortnite tournaments, you can obviously join the new UMG Discord. Feel free to use !Discord in chat for a chance to win some UMG credits and to gain free entry into some awesome Fortnite tournaments. So like I said, guys, make sure to use !Discord and get involved. Continue with the action as it looks as if Issa will be taking down Trap City as he will come to a close, and so will Ghost's chances of trying to come back to another grand final and make another title run. So Ghost eliminated Nickmercs and Neo, move forward. We were kind of alluding to it a little bit. Would it be an upset regardless of your definition of major to minor? It is an upset because of the way the placements worked last time, but regardless, though, an impressive run from Nickmercs and Neo. GG's, as you got to kind of throw it out there to the Ghost boys for making a very, very solid run in their own regard. But there were just so many moments and plays like this one, Ryan, especially, where it was just like, hey, okay, this is looking pretty good for the Ghost boys off the break, and Neo steals 3 of their kills.
I mean, they were just dominating.
Yeah, I mean, Neo, except the kind of the lesser known of the duo, right? Of course, Nickmercs being one of the biggest streamers in the world. His partner Neo is making plays all day long. Except just seems like he was in the right place at the right time every single time. So huge shout out to Neo for coming up big alongside his partner Nick.
Yeah, what an insane game this one was. And like we said, this is the way that it came down to a close. Issa not really able to make a ton happen in that situation, but now it is about time for the losers semifinals. FaZe, Nickmercs, and Neo about to face off against FaZe Dubs and FaZe Megga. My goodness, FaZe up, ladies and gentlemen. We got 3/4 of FaZe already in the semifinals. And then you're going to face off against the qualifier teams. In the distance, Tilt and Jarvis still awaiting who can get to the top of the mountain, as we've got controller squad after controller squad still waiting off. And my goodness, man, what an insane event this has been. What an incredible tournament it has been. I got to say, all these names are new. We haven't seen these guys kind of get brought up in the top 4, the top 5, top 6 discussions. So the fact that we are here now is definitely interesting.
It definitely is, and I'm very excited to see how this matchup's going to go, but more importantly, how Grandmateets Deez is going to play. They've been on ice for quite some time, ever since, of course, the winners finals, and whoever plays off against them, they can put up major numbers, right? So with that being said, whoever has to face off against them is going to be tough. But then, of course, forcing a bracket reset on Tilt and Jarvis in grand finals, these guys were putting up major numbers, and you can only imagine how much they're going to be able to put up in the finals. But I got to say, I'm loving what's going down here in Friday Fortnite ! Bracket. If you want to keep along with it, let us know who you think is going to make it to grand finals. Maybe you'll be right.
Like we said, guys, it has been an incredible tournament up to this point. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure to check out our friends G Fuel. Visit their website. Of course, they are the official energy drink of esports. And if you guys want to visit their website, add a few things in the cart while you're also there. Kind of type in that little promo code UMG. It will give you a 30% off discount in honor of Friday Fortnite. So massive thank you to our friends at G Fuel as well as HyperX. But like we said, guys, we've got a number of awesome losers bracket games to come. FaZe is the only organization that is still alive right now. How crazy is that? Every organization is tried, but unfortunately only one still remains at the top, but still a few more teams still to come. Who will claim that championship? Who will meet Jarvis and Co. in the grand finals? A lot of questions to answer, and ones that we will right after this quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 2. Of course, it's Lando Sanders on hand. Of course, joined alongside by Taylor Reflections Noble and Mr. Ryan, a.k.a. Ryan Fools. Guys, we are about to hop into our losers semifinals as Nickmercs and Neo are beginning their tear. They take down Ghost Gaming, and they're looking to do so now against the young duo, the much improved from last week, Dubs and Megga.
It's going to be a phenomenal matchup. Nickmercs and Neo are hot right now. And in fact, how many eliminations did they end up last time? Like over 30, well over 30,
lot.
right? So you got to be thinking Dubs and Megga have their hands full. But it's going to be great to watch Dubs and Megga play because we haven't got to see them play today. And more is unfortunately someone takes a long fall. Neo has this mountaintop locked down. And Nickmercs over on the Sky base as well. He's starting off with 2 eliminations. Nick probably gets a couple himself. But the thing is, the most important thing is Dubs and Megga from last week to this week, it's like night and day. They are playing so
definitely
considerably
is.
well. If they make it to finals after being eliminated relatively early on last week, clearly it shows, you know, adversity, right? They could face that and come through on the other end.
Yeah, I mean, Landon, you mentioned it, kind of going from week to week, right? A team that we haven't seen a ton, obviously, first time in Friday Fortnite, haven't seen them in a ton of kill race matches, so that could have been their first time for all we know, right? Playing that format. And so for them, maybe it's kind of just adjusting what you did week one, kind of realizing what your mistakes were, maybe changing up a drop, changing up whatever your kind of strategy is coming into week two. And of course, we know the skill of these players. That's never been in question.
Sure, yeah.
I can't say enough. They've qualified for the World Cup 48 times. It's just they're just too good. So I think that if they obviously have found some sort of formula that works for them, and that's why they find themselves, I believe we are, in the top 3 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Nickmercs Neo going against Dubs and Megga. Winner of this plays Grandmateets Deez. The winner of that moves on to play Tilt and Jarvis. We are moving towards the finals very quickly. And you love to see it. Big fight going on in the basement. Let's see who comes out ahead.
Yep, a lot of our players try to lock things down as these structures only continue to get foiled more and more. A lot of crafty edits, but unfortunately, I believe most of the elims have already been found. Here, Nickmercs getting involved in communication a little bit, slips some words in there singing. Got one. That's good. At least it's going to start things off. You never really know against Dubs and Megga how talented these guys are. And like we mentioned earlier, right, they were top 16 last week. They get knocked down in round 1 by Cypher and HD. It's fair to say that a little bit of the progression that they made is starting to carry over into week number 2. Megga up top. Okay, doesn't even decide to ADS. He's doing work from long range with the drum gun. Love to see work like that get made. A quick little frag stolen. And I was going to mention too, guys, I mean, I love the strategy that we've been seeing consistently from Nickmercs and Neo to kind of go to what we have kind of labeled as Weird Mountain. That's Taylor's official call-out. I mean, I've heard a number of different things. I'm cool with Weird Mountain, and then also that Sky base that kind of converged then onto Salty Springs. However, Megga and Dubs, they kind of pop right in here and start to take quite a few eliminations as well. So all things considered, all 11 eliminations go down in Salty Springs. And at least for Dubs and Megga, they grab a decent amount of those.
And one thing I want to notice with Nick kind of throughout the course of the tournament, he uses that glider redeploy almost every time I see him. He seems to be using it. And I think that, and you're seeing even FaZe Dubs using it, I think that's such an integral part of these kind of tournament formats because you're going to get in so many situations where you're building super, super high up, so many situations where you're going to need something like that to not take fall damage. And I think that's just such an integral part of people's kits. And I think while we're starting to see more of it, I don't think we see enough of it.
You know, that's the thing. The World Cup really changed the way players play, and that's why we kind of started being, you know, utilities being rocked way more than anything else. You know, shields, hills, obviously the glider redeploy, stinks. You know, now you have, you know, kind of that storm flip. You also have what's another one? I mean, you have the shadow bomb as well. So that kind of limits your inventory. So that's why a lot of times players are just going with an AR and then a shotgun and then a rush utility, and it's a smart thing to do. And that's just the meta that we've kind of moved into. Having that glider redeploy is crucial in the World Cup, and it's just as crucial here to avoid falling to your death when it comes to getting in those build fights and elimination game modes.
And it looks as if right now Nickmercs and Neo have decided to go and make their way now here toward Mega Mall. Kind of a counter essentially to what we see Megga and Dubs doing. They pretty much go Dusty Divot. Nickmercs and Neo saying, hey, they kind of went toward the spot that maybe we kind of had in mind. No worries, we still have Mega Mall to possibly sink our teeth into. So definitely a worthy location that you can find quite a bit of loot at. So I like to play. Not a bad one by any means. Both teams just trying to find a little bit of freedom as that lobby already dropped down now to 35 players.
Yeah, definitely a very quick lobby, and you see the rotation starting to come in. You're seeing FaZe Dubs and FaZe Megga head towards that loot lake. It looks like you can see some builds being made. Players are going to be spotted right now. Look in the bottom right-hand corner. Megga going to find an engagement. Calling out the shots. I love the communication by these two young players. Getting the first knock. Going to quickly finish it off.
With that, I think they're going to tie it up 7-7. Actually, if that was 2, maybe they'll take the lead, but very close in score overall, taking up that high ground, beaming some shots at players down below, not letting them get any rest. Dubs coming from the bottom, umbrella into the minigun, not going to connect enough. Dubs with the high ground, easy elimination up top, and that's going to be a full squad wipe, and I do believe another one remains over here.
And that's that power of that redeploy, Taylor. You saw how he's able to close the gap so quickly and ended up getting behind that player, putting in that team fire. And again, these two young players have shown such good chemistry, such good teamwork. It's no, you know, obviously no shock of why they've achieved so much in Fortnite already at such a young age.
Go slow, man.
Looks as if Neo able to grab the loot llama here from Lazy Lagoon. Is the
It's another one in a tree.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's another one that's kind of found in the foliage. There's another one, like I said, is gonna be found. So Neo and Nickmercs now gonna be on the rotation. Somewhat of a split right now. You don't really see Nickmercs' arrow for the moment, so definitely gonna be planned out. These guys have been kind of consistently making that point known that they have no problems whatsoever in splitting if the call is necessary. It looks as if, based off of Neo's perspective, it seems as if Nick might be in the battle for some eliminations with Megga and Dubs by himself. So trying to go for a quick little W key. Unfortunately gets turned on by the referee, blowing the whistle. And unfortunately, Nickmercs sitting on all fours for the time. Megga, though, is kind of coming to the rescue. I will say it's not going to matter too much. Only a little bit more HP for Nickmercs to bleed out. So it's going to be down. Reboot card is now available. And we'll see if Neo can possibly get there in time. But well, that's currently going on. Dubs and Megga are lining it up, and Neo tilted at the top of all of these builds, and there comes another. Also going to find a rift to go in the process. Looking solid right now are the boys from FaZe.
I got to say, a player is always in trouble if he has, the drum gun or, the assault rifle, right? Being up close and personal, fighting that against a shotgun. More often than not, the shotgun wins in those engagements every single time. So I always get worried seeing that. And Nickmercs in that situation just tries to spam out with the drum gun. Not going to happen. He goes down, Neo by himself. And this was already a close game as it was. And Dubs finding some more players in the air. Unfortunately, not able to connect as many as he wanted. And this is an opportunity, maybe on the other side, Neo's to kind of rotate through. But hot on the hills is going to be Megga as well as Dubs. And they're going to be right behind these people.
Here comes the engagement. Now I do believe on the other side that Neo did pick up Nick's reboot card. At the same time, Megga going to make the nice trap placement. Boogie Bomb's coming in, going to get the first down on the Drift character. Some nice edits coming in to close the gap. Going to try and get the down on the banana skin. Takes him down to white health. Missing a couple shots. The Storm comes in out of nowhere.
Is he going to survive this? Oh, man. That was looking a little bit too close for comfort. Megga, though, able to back up, wrapping the wrists as he's going to rely on Dubs to possibly get a lot of the rest of the work done.
And Nick's back.
And he did get revived.
Neo, the unsung hero yet again.
So he got revived over and tilted. Neo tilted. Phenomenal work as that Storm was moving in. Nobody was going to challenge that, so he sought an opportunity. He took it, and the revive comes through.
How have we not made the Neo tilted Neo joke yet? We have a player named Neo. We had Neo tilted. How have we not made that pun yet?
I'll be honest with you, never came to mind.
Right?
That is actually crazy to me. Never even thought about that. Look at you.
We're off our game, boys. our pun game is weak today, ladies and gentlemen.
What do you call a bear with no teeth? It's my go-to.
What?
Gummy bear.
Oh, boy.
Still off the game. That didn't help me at all.
That offends me, honestly.
Producer is pissed.
Well, you know what? I tried.
I respect the effort.
You respect the hustle?
Yeah, absolutely. You got to.
You win some, you lose
See
some.
the
You
Storm
definitely
tilt
do, yeah, that's for
in
sure.
the hands of Megga? We haven't seen it used offensively yet so far, or even defensively, in all honesty. We thought that maybe we'd see some of our players use it as kind of like a stink bomb-esque attack, but honestly, not a ton. Maybe it's just because you can kind of only carry one in each slot. It's kind of maybe worth carrying a heal or worth carrying a different weapon, but a little surprised to see kind of the lack of Storm Tilt, I'd say, that we've seen so far.
I feel like it can be valuable, though, when you're in these kind of 1v3, 2v4 type situations from time to time. Like, when you're facing off.
Sorry, me and Taylor are laughing at if you look at Nick and Neo's screen right now, just these quad adventures. There we go. Sorry, Lando, we made to cut you off there, but
no, they're finally setting sail as the lead right now for FaZe, 18-10. Definitely going to be feeling good right now. And if you're Nickmercs and Neo, a lot different situation. I think the sniper shot nearly was attempted, or rather nearly connected in mid-quad crasher as Dubs is on the hunt. He is hungry. For a lot of these elims, you hear the communication coming forward saying, watch your back, as they're going to be pretty much in the midst of quite a few structure fights. Locked in, has to make sure the trap is not going to be placed, and he's so distracted there's not even going to be an opportunity for it. Neo able to kind of lock in there, involved in the kill feed. Ends up dropping one. Dubs and Megga able to possibly drop the second and maybe the third. Looking good right now, but I will say Nickmercs and Neo, they get their hand involved in a fight that they, for the most part, had no right in getting involved with.
Trades going back and forth. You see these two teams just wiping this lobby, and very impressive overall on both sides. But for the most part, Dubs, Megga, they currently have the lead, and they might maintain this, as I believe Dubs is sitting at 10 himself, his partner at 6. And like you hear him saying, it's not bad all things considered, and it's really not. Going into game 2 with the deficit that they might potentially have, there's still players remaining that they might be able to pick up. If they do go into game 2 with a deficit, it's not going to be so bad. They'll be able to potentially come through and capitalize. We've seen their starts are phenomenal. They're only down 7, and a couple more they could close out here. I think the second game is going to be really the tell of how this entire series is going to go.
I'm going to go into Salty, I think.
Yeah.
And hear the rotations coming in. I think Nick's going to head over towards Salty. I think they kind of split off right now. Only, what, 9 players left in the lobby. Obviously, 4 being our competitors. The remaining 9 make that 8 now on the battlefield. Just doing their best to kind of seek out these last eliminations. Nick and Neo trying their best to kind of close that gap. Like we said, 7 isn't a massive gap, but by no means is it a tiny one at the same time, right? It's about 2 squads wipe worth.
We gotta push. We gotta push.
Ooh.
Here Neo saying we got to push. Nick spots a player on that Sky Tower. Gotta definitely look to engage that before Dubs and Megga can even see what they're doing.
Inventory looking a bit light on hills and shields, so he's got to be careful when he pushes up. Could run into a couple of shots. Luckily, I don't think anybody has spotted him moving up. They'll definitely get the audio cue as
Look
he's
at
now
Dubs.
going up.
See Dubs on the kill feed, or us on the mini-map?
Oh, is he coming up?
Coming
Yeah.
quick.
Oh,
There's
no.
a whole team. 4 members. This is going to be huge.
It's a party going down at the top of the sky base, and Nickmercs
Nice.
is ready for the opportunity.
Nice.
Heavy sniper to destroy the builds. There's a second one who wants to try to engage. Nickmercs having no problems with that as he's going to go pop a third,
my
possibly a fourth. I think Neo getting some assistance in a few of these fights, but overall, it has been FaZe Nickmercs who is dominating right now toward the end game, playing so well, and I don't believe Dubs and Megga got any hands on either of these eliminations. Fantastic work, and that's the way to get yourself back into a game.
And that's the confidence you have to have. That's what Nickmercs, I mean, he goes in that full send, fully confident in his
Oh,
overall
Megga
skills.
dies.
Megga goes down, of course, very late in the game. There's still a total of 3 players remaining, 3 eliminations to be had. But that's, I mean, you talk about picking up that 4. They pick up the last 3. Nickmercs, Neo, it's a tied ball game.
Tie game, yeah, for sure. You can see, I guess if you're Dubs, not even worth going for the reboot card.
No.
Just try to find these last few eliminations and kind of gain back that lead that Nick and Neo are just chopping away at piece by piece. Heading over towards where Megga died. I mean, that's kind of going to show you where the last few members are. He's going to land on one right now. It's going to be a pretty easy kill if I do say so myself. Looking for the last 2 remaining members. Like you said, Taylor, if Nick and Neo had gotten those last 3, would have been a tie game. Meanwhile, Nick does appear to have found the last few. Neo is right behind him. It's going to be the race to these last 2 eliminations. Either way, though, we're going to enter this game with a fairly close game.
Pushing up
Nick
overhead,
get the first
dropping
one.
down. You see it. Nick does get the first one. The second one gets really tagged up there, but
Nick gets both.
Nick got him. Are you kidding me? See, that's the clutch plays you need to have. With that, they're only going down 1 elimination when they could have went down 7 eliminations in the end. That sky base push, critical. Getting the last 2 eliminations, critical. Down 1 elimination, it's anybody's ball game.
Yeah, I think it's either 1 or 2, but either way, I
Oh,
mean,
it's
with
1.
the caliber of these players right now, it's just 1 or 2 eliminations doesn't even mean anything, right? That's just splitting
No,
hairs
not
at
at all.
that point. That might as well be a tie ball game. So now it's going to come down to where these players drop, and of course, who the Fortnite gods bless, who the Fortnite gods might terrorize. We've seen so many games where we're like, okay, here we go, baby, it's time. Early drop. So
Yeah,
I know you do, Taylor. I want to see the banger coming into game number 2.
Why? You know what?
It's your
This
word.
banger thing.
That's your word.
I only say it for the Gears of War broadcast.
What about a barn burner?
All right, barn burner I can get behind.
Like
that.
a barn burner?
That's
I feel
pretty
like this
cool.
one has potential, though, to
100%.
be
This is for a ticket for the
that-
finals.
Oh, yeah, this absolutely is. I mean,
Well,
this is
yeah, this, losers finals.
But yeah, this is set to be a fantastic one. Getting ready to line up here for game number 2. So like we said, a fantastic game, one of which that kind of comes down to the wire. I will say, though, the way that Nickmercs and Neo kind of started off was necessarily slow, but I mean, we saw Dubs and Megga kind of come out to a hot start. The way, though, that we saw that ending, I was kind of getting, at least in my head, I was like, okay, Dubs and Megga, they're feeling really confident. They're, like I said, they're most likely going to walk away with this series just based off the way they were kind of starting off. And then just the flip of a switch, Nickmercs and Neo, they started to kind of catch some momentum. They started to find a few frags toward the end. They get the advantage when it comes down to that sky base. And then from there, Nickmercs comes through with a big double at the end. So when it comes to kill stealing, those guys, they were definitely kind of lining it up. And that might be their key to success, their key to maybe take this particular game when it comes into game 2 is based off of kind of sticking with the enemy late game.
And I got to say, Nickmercs and Neo's beginning game is one of the best that I have seen as of yet. I mean, they capitalize so incredibly well on Salty. They clean up mid-game and end-game. They are going to go on a tear. Now the start goes down. You already see Nickmercs. Where is he heading? He's probably going towards the sky base on the outside of Fatal. Meanwhile, the sky base on the outside of Salty is going to be headed by Neo, and this is what they've been doing, and it's been working considerably well. Dubs and Megga going for a direct counter. They're both going into Salty. And that is exactly what they need to do, I think, to go ahead and counter. But no, they're actually going Mega Mall, excuse me. But you kind of saw them like soaring down. They're going to have a low landing, so they're going to the outside of Megga like they typically do.
We can see Nick was joined by a few members at that Sky Tower, so I don't think he's going to, he's going to end up kind of going over towards that area by himself. You can see Neo on the other end. Yeah, Nick's getting out.
Oh, what a shot.
Neo just took that man's life and had no quarrels about it, just absolutely destroying him. Wonderful play off the start of this game. Like we said, quite a bit of contention, a lot of players involved right now when it comes into Salty Springs, so that might be a positive. It could be a negative. It looks as if Nickmercs is willing to test it out. Jonesy dropping inside of the bathroom. That's going to be a nice way to kind of start off this matchup. Maybe even looking toward bottom blue, able to grab a nice shield off the break, and it looks as if just kind of toward the other side is going to be giving a few call-outs to he and Neo. We'll see how they try to engage on this one, because they have seen a lot of success kind of from the outskirts. Them being separated may have to change here soon, but yeah, we're watching 3Ps everywhere. This is a great opportunity for them to kind of establish that lead again.
Looks like Neo's the one getting the downs here, though, so definitely squad wipe coming in for Nick and Neo right now. Because I like the play by Nick to not try to contest all those players up on the Sky Tower. He got his weapon and he rotated out. You saw Neo was going to try and join him, ended up going over to the mountain as well. So good job by them to quickly rotate out of there. You can see it's paying off.
All right, you go.
I'm telling you, their early game is some of the best that I have seen. They are in control every time. Their split push is phenomenal, where most teams would just head straight into Salty.
Wow.
These guys don't. Straight up top, that's two. And I'm telling you, Neo and Nick are on point. The tournament is theirs if they want it. Finally, you're going to see Dubs and Megga work their way into Salty, but they only have 3 eliminations to the other side of 7, so they're going to start off 4 down. Luckily, they get the quad crasher. They understand we need to leave and start getting some distance. We're going to head over to Dusty. Hopefully, we'll be able to find a full squad.
And your point about Nick and Neo, too, Taylor, one thing that sticks out to me the most is just how coordinated they are, right? You can tell that everything they're doing, the call-outs they make, the communication they use, they're just so in sync with each other. They seem to have some sort of strategy coming in. They kind of know what they're doing when they decide to break off. They have a play in mind. Just so fun to watch. Even right now, look at Nick coming from the bottom, Neo from the top. I mean, these two players just use such good teamwork. You see the player right now utilizing that campfire. Nick trying to use the pistol to break the builds, as he has right now no more drum gun ammo, only has a gray tack to his name. Going to pick up a little more ammo and more eliminations for Nick and Neo. On the other end, you're seeing Megga and Dubs trying to catch up as they get a few eliminations of their own at Dusty. Here, let's go. They know they have to put the pedal to the metal themselves if they are going to tie the game with Nick and Neo.
I'm throwing dynamite on it. It's mine.
Here are a couple of communications going through. Dynamite being placed down. That's going to destroy quite a few of the builds. And there it is. The opponent is finally going to be seen trying to go for the edit on the wall. Not going to be possible as of yet. But the point is, they know where the player's at. And I don't know what happened there. I want to say maybe a explode comes through. Maybe a grenade launcher destroys some of them. That's going to be another drop. The bush yet to be knocked off. And that's always a positive thing to absorb that 100 health. And with that knock, they know there's more to be had. But look at it. Nickmercs, Neo, they're going to be joining.
They want to get involved in the fight. You hear Megga giving the call saying, hey, there are plenty of players around the area. It looks as if Dubs able to at least trump one for the time, trying to possibly go up top here. These guys might have escaped at least, try to walk away with some of this decent loot. You do notice that reboot van used not long ago. Have they started to make the rotation down toward the divot? Dubs is interested in wanting to be that lead scout, as Nickmercs and Neo are kind of hanging out for the most part, maybe even trying to make a rotation here soon.
This appears to be a pretty quick lobby so far. Only 40 players remaining right now. Like we said, this match is to book their ticket to the losers finals, where they, of course, face off against Grandma & Co. So definitely a lot in the line right now, coming down to the wire. Like I said, the reboot van recently used, so there might be some underhanded players out there somewhere. You can see Dubs kind of utilizing all the strengths of Dusty Divot. Of course, so many materials, so many mushrooms to grab shield. They're going to instead decide to rift out, kind of use that strategy of surveying the map the best they can and kind of dive bombing on any players they may find.
And I love how they're constantly communicating. One of the most talkative teams I have heard yet in terms of communication. I mean, they literally talk through everything, whether it's their rotation. You just heard them calling out, hey, we're seeing Nickmercs Neo. They're heading over towards loot. They're already in an engagement, and that obviously gives an opportunity for Megga to come up behind the team himself, and that results in at least one elimination out of the squad.
And at the bottom of your kill feed, too, you see Neo picking up an additional 2 kills as well. Looks like he's kind of shadowing both Dubs and Megga over in Loot Lake as well, playing that strategy of kind of following your opponent around when you do have a lead. They had a hot start, so from there, if they can just kind of weather the storm of Dubs and Megga, if they can continue to be a thorn in their side, that could be the difference maker in taking this game number 2 and taking the series.
Yes, Slugger Pro, let's go.
Here, Nickmercs Neo going back and forth. As this one is coming down to the wire, like we said, it's all about rotations. It's all about trying to maximize the mobility. Nickmercs giving a few call-outs in terms of, hey, see a few players maybe going down inside of Neo tilted, like we were making the puns earlier. Neo could be his home. Maybe a long-distance relative could exist here. Despite that, though, it looks as if Neo going up toward the tops, and they are looking to sink their teeth into players who happen to exist at the top of the fight. It looks as if Neo able to drop at least 2 from the beginning, and that's going to be a lot of spoils, a lot of loot, heavy sniper grab, and we see quite a few players kind of distance themselves away from that sniper when it comes down to this format, but I do like the fact that Nickmercs is going to go and have that one back in the arsenal, picking that one up, and we'll see if that can come to somewhat of a use for the rest of this match.
You notice Nickmercs actually dropped the drum gun, so getting rid of that spam, he's going to opt to use the SCAR in his hands. And also has the heavy sniper, so obviously wanting to have that usability to be able to break the build. You see him already getting a knock. In the meantime, we do see a storm flip being used. A little bit chaotic, but Neo, man, Neo is a man on fire. He has literally been getting every single elimination and keeping this team alive. Not that Nickmercs has been playing bad whatsoever, but Neo can't be stopped. Man's at 9 eliminations. I think he just got another knock just a little bit earlier. That's going to bring him to 10. There's another one. And that's 10, man. Honestly.
He continues. He's just continuing to go off. Like every time we look at him, we're saying, hey, you know, we need to kind of see him take place. You know, Nickmercs is down. Neo is always there to answer the call, has constantly been a big player for them in week 1 of Friday Fortnite 2019. And here in week number 2, takes down another, as that's going to be 12. A one-man wrecking crew. Still a decent amount of players alive. Unfortunately, that last one will be stolen from FaZe Megga. Storm starting to make its way in, and now if you are Neo, you're thinking, hey, I need to get my teammate back up. There's still a decent amount of players alive. Need to get toward a reboot van ASAP, and it looks as if as we do get the indicator on screen, he has in fact made that happen, but a little bit of a slower pace moment now. A bit of a delay that's going to be going along the sides of Nickmercs and Neo. So if you're Dubs and Megga, you want to try to maximize this, and it seems as if Dubs is doing that, going off by himself. High risk, high reward.
And from what we've seen so far, Landon, Neo has to be, if not our most consistent player, one of the most consistent players throughout the course of a tournament. And on the other end,
oh my gosh,
Megga taking down 3 players.
Yeah, one was
back to back.
One was a flint knock that she kind of missed, knocked him off the edge. Neo, of course, has to get in the mix, right? He's going to come in and steal at least one of them, but that was just a great start. Flint knock off the mountain to 3 more down below, and Dubs getting things started as well. They're starting to catch up.
Maybe a little bit of frustration coming in from Dubs, saying, hey, I'm only at 3 eliminations. I need to kind of get involved in the game a little bit. Going for a few of the edits. Trying to check exactly where this player could be. Trying to bring him down onto his level, but trying to grab that high ground, placing down the pyramids, placing down the cones, ready for the trap party. He's waiting for the moment, waiting for the opportunity. This player's actually pretty decent, bringing him down to 42 HP, who has possession of the walls. You can see Dubs not feeling the most confident about it, waits for the enemy to start to make a move, and that's when he decides to go ahead and disengage. Has to be careful, though. Not a whole lot of meds to his name, just a few bandages, no shields, and it looks as if that might be a 3P, maybe even some teammates from the opposition starting to make their way here. Dubs needs to single them out. He needs to try to go in these 1v1 fights. He cannot risk to face off against multiple opponents with such low HP. Walks through the door and takes them down. Can he find any shields off the ground? A campfire and some minis. That'll do the trick.
Another big thing there too, Landon, he was so low on materials now, and now he has about 500 or 600, but he was down to maybe his last 80 materials before getting that elimination. So definitely a huge play by him. And on the other end, it looks like Neo has picked up Nick with the reboot van. At the same time, Megga gets killed and thirsted as well. So just as Nick gets rebooted, Megga goes down, and there's Neo to potentially clean up some of the action alongside Nick.
Big opportunity now, Nickmercs Neo, the game in their hands to move over towards losers finals to play against Grandma and Deez, the qualifier team that has been making waves. Opponents down below, and they already have the lead as it is. They're waiting for the revives. They know they're in a good position. Once the revives goes up, I believe that's going to be 3 more potentially going towards them. That'll put them up to 41 total eliminations. Shots are going to be fired, trying to break these walls on both sides, and the player's going to be tagged up. One is going to drop. I think there's going to be 2 more left in there. They're attacking both sides, and there's 2 and 3. There you are. That's going to put them up to 41. Phenomenal job from Nickmercs Neo.
They look like mannequins. I feel like they didn't really know what to do. They're like, okay, we've been coerced. We have nothing else to do here. And man, like I said, with Megga kind of being the sole man alive, there's no one else to assist, right? That could have been Megga's opportunity to try to steal a few eliminations, or like I said, since they're splitting, since Megga ended up dropping in that situation, there's nobody extra. There's no one to kind of fight alongside those eliminations. Big moment for Nickmercs and Neo. Traps placed down, and like I said, Dubs has his hands full. He has to make plays like this happen. I believe ends up finding the kill, letting the trap do the rest of the work, and hating it down. Now inside of Fatal Fields. Let's see if he can try to make this comeback. He's been relying a lot on his structure knowledge, and it looks as if right now hanging on the stairs and does get dropped. As Dubs falls, Nickmercs and Neo will stay alive. And now we're starting to see the entire face from Nickmercs. You don't see it happen too often. He's constantly head glitching his camera. We see it for the moment. He's got to be feeling good, knowing the loser's bracket is still intact. MFam has got to be going crazy right now.
And I want to point something out that even though Dubs and Megga lose that, I saw a lot of great plays from Dubs.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
I want to capitalize in these build fights, what he was doing that was so incredibly well. And this is something that Sway was doing, that his opponents, and that's why he was able to clutch that game in the last remaining seconds, you know, of course, to keep himself and Valkyrae alive. Was the opportunity that whenever you're building up and your opponent kind of builds over top of you, doing that side ramp, or that, not even the side ramp, but that side build over to the side, building up, and then immediately he places the roofs over his opponent, literally jumping in the air to place those roofs. It makes all the difference in the world. It stops your opponent's pushes, immediately goes in for the traps. He's not expecting to be successful with those traps, but the fact is he's putting the pressure on. He's consistently trying to take over the high ground, and he would have made, at least in that one fight, he would have been able to get the high ground if it wasn't for him running out of mats and him having the reset. But just those side hops, building up the roofs to stop his opponent's push, those are the little things that these pros now do that is so standard now whenever it comes to Fortnite that puts them ahead of amateurs.
Yeah, definitely so many skilled players in this tournament. Just watching these plays in general throughout the course of the day just shows you just how developed Fortnite is, right? And just how skilled some of these players have become over time. Watching some of this gameplay versus watching maybe some of the gameplay even of Friday Fortnite kind of the first year, right? It's just these players are on a different level of skill. Now, some of the techniques, like you said, are absolutely game-changing. And like I said, we have just some of the most talented players in the world competing today. That was such a pleasure to watch. Of course, huge congratulations to Nick and Neo for moving on to our losers finals, where they will play, like you said, the final boss of the qualifiers, so to speak, in Grandma and Deez, who've also been putting on an absolute show. Like you mentioned, could kind of be on ice right now. Are they going to be kind of, you know, ready for this action? Nick and Neo coming off of a lot of momentum, a lot of big wins, so definitely a fantastic match up ahead. If you're MFam right now, you are hyped. I know you guys are in the chat right now putting up phase ups, MFam, whatever it may be. Everyone's souped right now.
This is, like I said, this is a crazy run right now. I know Nickmercs and Neo, you know, they've only been in the losers bracket for so long, but they take down the Ghost Boys. Now they take down Dubs and Megga. They're playing fantastic, but I will say, now they come up, like we said, against kind of like that final boss of the losers finals, Grandma and Deez. They have been playing so well up to this point. And this is going to be interesting, right? I know I constantly kind of bring up that new school versus old school, but there's a matter of we don't really know what to expect from Grandma Deez. We've only seen them kind of play in pretty much one tournament, so how are they going to face off now against the very kind of tactical play style from Nickmercs and Neo? They don't like to stray away from things. They're very consistent, obviously not just in this tournament, but in their play styles. Their early game has been immaculate, to kind of list off a a big word of vocabulary. But still, I don't know how they're going to handle it, but at the same time, I just don't know what we're going to see from our qualifier team. Not that I'm counting them out by any stretch of the imagination, but this run from Nickmercs and Neo has been so impressive. You know, granted, it's been close games, but it's just been their teamwork that's kind of got them over the edge.
Yeah, and honestly, I'll make my prediction when we come back, but for you guys in the chat, I want to see what you guys have to
Yeah,
say.
let us know, guys. Feel free to kind of get involved in the chat. Let us know even on social media as well. Tweet at us at UMG Gaming. Use the hashtag Friday Fortnite and let us know who you think is booking their ticket to the grand finals. It should be an interesting one to say the least. But like we said, thank you guys so much for tuning in up to this point. Be putting in the chat. We're still looking out for you guys. I don't think a winner has been chosen as of yet, so make sure to let us know why you deserve to win $10,000. That's going to be coming at the end of the grand final, so make sure to stay tuned until then. Let us know why and keep up, like I said, those phase ups, all those reasons. Let us know exactly why. But massive thanks, like I said, to Keemstar and to Banks for allowing that to even be possible, for allowing for Friday Fortnite to be possible. Make sure to be visiting G Fuel, kind of checking that out along with HyperX. It's been an awesome tournament up to this point, and now we're down to our final 2 series. How are they going to line out? Let us know. As we come back from a quick commercial break, we'll be back in just a few moments. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite. It is time for Losers Finals. And what are we witnessing, boys, off the break? There were already 2 players pretty much being dropped off the start of this game. It looks as if it's going to be Neo back in the action. Fortunately, the same can't be said for Deez. Just as Neo starts to get res, unfortunately, he is down for the count again. A very interesting start to our Losers Finals, and we'll see if Nickmercs can go big. Unfortunately, not able to do so, and that is why this format is oh so interesting. We go from long game to long game already to having Nickmercs and Neo down and permanently out for game number 1, as it is all on the qualifier squad's grandma. The spotlight is on him. And we'll see what he can try to do here in Paradise Palms, which has been their solid pick all throughout the tournament.
And one of the most disappointing things, I just want to point out, if Nick had any opportunity to go over and get his teammate's card, Neo, right? Naturally, if Grandma wins over on Paradise, he's going to go and respawn his teammate. Neo would have came back up as well. And at that point in time, at least Neo would have been up in a 1v2 scenario. But now, in that situation, you know, clearly you're not able to do that. Nick was just getting gunned down, so it's quite unfortunate. Grandma, this is his route now to the finals with his teammate, right? If he can pull this off, this is going to be huge.
And definitely so. He's in the power position right now. He has that blue AR. He also has the purple combat shotgun, so he has 2 fantastic weapons, and he has the literal power position on this part of the map right now. You can see just the shots come in. You see the accuracy of this player. A player's getting rebooted right now.
Let him res.
Let him res.
I think he might want to use it for himself.
I was going to say, you're correct, Lan. By that player using the reboot van, that means he would have to wait a long time before rebooting his teammate. And, of course, he is taken a little low in the process, but still able to stay alive right now, still able to pick up the elimination in the process. So, good play so far by Grandmas.
I gotta say, man, the amount of hype coming into this match of like, you know, Nickmercs and Neo, they're coming into this with such momentum from the losers bracket, so many close games. They're taking down FaZe, they took down Ghost coming into this, and that just all whisks away in just a matter of moments, as now the advantage is given toward the qualifier squad. Never before have we seen a qualifier team, I believe, get to this point or have ever won a Friday Fortnite, so this would be an incredible moment if that could be the case. Like we said, spotlight is on Grandma. You obviously do hear shots from the outskirts, waiting for his opportunity to go for the edit. The enemy is very aware of that high ground advantage that they currently possess, looking to get a few pop shots in. Goes for the edit. Unfortunately, the Gingerbread Man is on the flank, and he can't make anything happen as all 4 players are down, and there were still 40-plus players alive. What a moment that is for Nickmercs and Neo especially. Let's get that pretty much clear off the start. Them going down like that, we're thinking, hey, qualifier team, massive advantage. Nothing gets accomplished pretty much for the most part in that run. We're starting off this game too with, you know, whatever, 3 kill lead at the most maybe. Despite that, though, I mean, this game is all fresh. We're down to 1 game already. This is insane.
And I want to go back now to 2018, the first ever Friday Fortnite.
Okay.
Now, hold up. Nickmercs.
Historian over here. I like
Nickmercs playing in the $5,000, because at the time it was $5,000, right, for Friday Fortnite. He wins the first ever one. Now we're the second week, 2019 Friday Fortnite. Nickmercs just gets blessed once again, and now he has a potential to go into finals, force a bracket reset, and take over the victory from Tilt and Jarvis. And honestly, more so than the money, he just wants to be a 2-time Friday Fortnite champion.
Oh, okay. You got your voice got real soothing there.
Hodge
I kinda
twins,
like that.
baby.
Oh, oh my gosh. Can we get Hodge twins in Friday Fortnite? That'd be pretty
Could
incredible.
you imagine? Have them on the couch, please.
But obviously, Ryan, you're super familiar with Nickmercs. You know his confidence, his feeling right now in this moment. He's obviously been on the stage multiple times for a number of different titles. And like we said, coming into this one, only 2-1 advantage. Not going to really mean a whole lot. Regardless, though, Nickmercs and Neo, what's their mindset, you think, after knowing Nick for as long as you have, coming into this last game, too?
I think their mindset is that we know the Fortnite gods just bless us. I keep talking about the Fortnite gods. That,
real.
ladies and gentlemen, is the best example of the Fortnite gods. They know that they were just basically given a second chance, honestly.
Yeah,
in the losers
absolutely.
finals like that, in these late game matchups, you don't always get a second chance like that. Now they have it. And so, hey, Nick, like I said, a champion in multiple different titles, a guy who's been there before. I look to see him take advantage of the moment, take advantage of this second chance he's been given. He has a wonderful teammate on his side in Neo. Let's see if they can pull this away out of what looked like the jaws of defeat and win this and book their ticket to the grand finals.
What a moment this is as we fly in quickly for game number 2. Winner of this moves on to the grand finals to face off against FaZe Jarvis and FaZe Tilt. It all comes down to this, like you mentioned, Ryan. I'm excited to see what the game plan is off the break, and we kind of know for the most part what has been this same strategy for Nickmercs and for Neo. I will say it's been working. I will, kind of preface that with saying, in regards to last match, it didn't really treat them all that kindly. So you might see them kind of playing a little bit more carefully, trying to be aware of their surroundings and making sure that none of them drop oh so early.
I won't say that Neo's strategy lives and dies by this, but a big part of Neo's strategy and where he lands has to do with him getting an AR, right? If he doesn't get an AR, those angles become so much more difficult. Luckily in this situation, he does get the AR and he also gets the drum gun, so definitely good situation for him as you see Grandma and Deez fighting over in Pleasant. You saw Nick and Neo continuing to do the strategy they've been doing thus far, and on this end right now, you see Grandma getting taken down actually.
Oh my gosh. And now it all comes down to Deez, and you hear sporadic communication. Close the doors. Let's get you back up, buddy, because this is not a fruitful way to start off game 1. It's not a fruitful way to start off game 2 as that player count starts to diminish. Nickmercs and Neo, they're sitting pretty. They're not having too many problems. I will say Nickmercs and Neo, maybe have yet to really see too many eliminations, but they have a lot of freedom, and we constantly talk about this portion of the map, Taylor, isn't so great. Pleasant Park is kind of regarded as one of the worst locations to be at in Friday Fortnite, in this pub format, because of the amount of resources that are available, the amount of early drops that we've seen, and the amount of rotations that aren't necessarily available. They got to get a lot of work done, and they got to be aware of their lives.
I just hate the angles, personally. I mean, Pleasant Park just has so many crazy angles. Both players down to 30 health. They're getting pressed. This is a big opportunity for Nickmercs and Neo.
Oh, no resources.
Grandma, no resources. He goes down, and now it's up, of course, to Deez, who just is going to try and dip out. Unfortunately, player going down. Now it's going to be a constant 1v2. Nickmercs is getting tagged up himself as well. Deez has to go so big. Neo lighting up the kill feed, and elimination comes through. But is that going to be enough? Are there still players remaining?
I think there could be. Thankfully, gets that reboot card. We saw a few issues with that last week, so this is a huge moment for him. There might still be players around the area. I know he might be thinking that there couldn't be, but I know there was a few more fights, and just like that, a player off in the distance takes him down. The sniper shot from 44 meters away.
What is that?
I don't know the glitches that are going on, but Deez, I don't think his player model was ready for it, and neither were we. The sniper shot from afar takes down the qualifier team, and one of the fastest series yet comes at the lead up to the grand finals. Neo and Nickmercs will get a confirmation on the score, but they should be good to lock this one in. They should be good, boys, but still, they're fighting away in Salty Springs. They want to make sure this one is definite.
And Taylor,
yes,
what is it that always ends the dreams of a Fortnite player?
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you can quote me on this. 2 things are guaranteed when it comes to Fortnite. Getting sniped when it matters most and you need to go clutch, or a Rift to Go being used as soon as you're going through to get the eliminations. Every single time, and we just saw Grandma and Deez, you see the score 5-3. I mean, which is absolutely the same, by the way. This is the losers finals. And the score that the tournaments it landed, 5-3.
We
went from 40 games to 5-3.
Like I said, you just never know what's going to happen. And that's why I love this format. It is so entertaining to watch. The reason why people have said, oh my gosh, the Friday Fortnite format is so interesting. It's so, you know, like it kind of puts you on the edge of your seat because you just never know when moments like that are going to happen. You just never know when moments like that are possible. And unfortunately for our qualifier team, they've been waiting for hours for that game to come in. And for it to last, what, maybe they were live for 3, 4, 5 minutes combined of the last 2. That's got to be heart-wrenching. But if you're MFAM, you're like, okay, we'll take it. It didn't really go out the way that we planned that it would, but hey, we get blessed. And I will say, if that game won, if it wouldn't have been dropped, if Grandma could have managed to stay alive in Paradise, we're probably still in game 1. They're probably possessing a very solid lead, and they're moving forward, most likely, depending, because obviously we saw Nickmercs and Neo kind of be up toward the end. So, like I said, regardless, a lot of coulda, woulda, shoulda moments, but it is solidified. The grand finals is in play. We didn't know how it was going to happen, but it is here. It is all phase as Tilt and Jarvis are going to be facing off against Nickmercs and Neo. A phenomenal one to close out week number 2. Maybe 2 different, kind of teams we weren't always expecting. Sure, they were in the conversation, but it's really impressive to see both of these squads here.
Definitely so. 2 fantastic teams in the finals. But really quick, I do want to give a huge shout-out and congratulations to Grandmateets Deez. Our qualifier players, like you said, went through over 400, maybe even 500 teams in order to make it to this point today. And then they, of course, put on a huge show. And to our viewers at home, that's when I tell you there's a proof of concept, there's a path to pro, there's a way to prove yourself. This is the type of way to prove yourself, putting yourselves through the gauntlet, playing against the biggest players in the world, and then coming up big as they did. Go to umggaming.com, play in the qualifiers. If you're watching this and thinking, hey, I can do what these guys do, I can bang with the best, that's your opportunity. Play in these tournaments that we offer every single day. Play in the Friday Fortnite qualifiers and show us if you are the next big Fortnite star, because I know you guys are out there. I know there's still tons and tons of talent that we have not seen yet, and this is the perfect example of 2 guys showing out for the whole world to see.
Yeah, they're free to play, and guys, you're already playing anyways. Might as well try to qualify.
Absolutely. And like we've commented multiple times how we've seen young players kind of come through the ringer and just ultimately kind of have that surprising moment where they manage to kind of close things out and join that organization, get that opportunity that really means a lot. So I'm curious if the same may happen for our qualifier squad. But regardless, guys, the grand finals are here. I didn't think it was going to happen for a little bit longer, but it is here. Make sure, as you are watching throughout this grand final, type in chat, let us know why you deserve to win $10,000. If you're hearing that and saying, what exactly does that mean? Don't worry about it. Just type in the chat why you deserve to win $10,000. A giveaway will be coming here shortly after the grand finals concludes. Massive thanks again to Keemstar. Massive thanks to FaZe Banks as well for allowing for this event to be possible and allowing for that $10,000 to be given away to one of you lucky guys out there. But like we said, guys, grand finals getting ready to come underway. Massive thanks to our friends at G Fuel. Make sure to use code UMG in preparation for the finals, and you obviously will get that 30% off discount code in honor of Friday Fortnite. Guys, one more series left to go. Let us know on social media at UMG Gaming, hashtag Friday Fortnite. Who's walking away with the finals? Type it in chat as well, as we've got an interesting one coming up right after this. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Friday Fortnite 2019 Week 2 Grand Finals. It all comes down to this. 2 different teams, one coming from losers, has been making one insane run of Nickmercs and Neo. They've been going through countless teams, and they are here to face off against FaZe Jarvis and FaZe Tilt, who have been waiting for what seems to be maybe 2-3+ hours now. As like we said, guys, it is set to be an incredible grand final. Of course, live here from the studio on hand, Landon Lano Sanders, Taylor Reflections Noble, and Ryan, a.k.a. Ryan Fools. Guys, we have an insane grand final getting ready to start up. Thing to keep in mind, kind of preface it really quick for the audience at home, Nickmercs and Neo, as they are coming from the losers bracket, have to win not just one series, but 2 different series. They have to reset the bracket due to coming from losers bracket. If you are FaZe Tilt and Jarvis, all you need is just one series to call yourself champion.
Let me tell you, Nickmercs and Neo have been absolutely on fire, but let's go back in time to the finals of the winners bracket, and Tilt and Jarvis were slaying, absolutely slaying, and that was when Grandma and Deez were playing off against them. And these guys were dropping literally 20 bombs every round. Nickmercs Neo, though, they've been doing just that. They got a little shaky last round, but here we are. We see some fights going down. Nickmercs, he's going to get tagged up just a little bit. Is he the only one in Salty? This is crazy. Well, Neo's going to be over on the other side. Okay, I was about to say, these guys are really split up.
And honestly, an uncharacteristic Salty right now. Normally a pretty active opening, I would say, but very, very quiet so far. You see Nick and Neo. Can hear the res is going off, looking to potentially pick up 2 early kills right now. One to Nickmercs' name right now. Shots coming on Neo. Here comes the backup by Nick, using that minigun to get not one, but 2 downs in the process. Fantastic shots by Nick.
The Terminator.
Third player coming in and uses those dual pistols to finish it off beautifully. 4 kills for Nick.
Every slot of the inventory being utilized to take down not just 3, but now 4 players in total. We've been discussing it, guys. It's been a matter of Nickmercs and Neo. Their early game has been fantastic. They have been destroying when it comes into Salty Springs. I will say their last series didn't come without a few faults, but they have been looking fantastic. Now, we're able to take a look back here at FaZe Tilt's perspective. He and Jarvis, like I said, it's been a little bit of time. They've waited a while. I will say we've been giving a lot of credit over to Nickmercs and Neo. Tilt already with 3 elims of his own. I'm not sure how many Jarvis has as of the time, but they're quick to kind of vacate the area that they originated in as they're making the rotate possibly toward factories and maybe even toward Neo Tilted. They are all about that aggression.
See a couple players bouncing off of that little air vent. Yeah, this guy's literally a sitting duck. I don't understand what the strategy was there, maybe to get some attention, but he definitely got it in a negative way. We see some stinks coming through, not going to be a problem. From the air with the drum gun, gets the knock. This guy Tilt is insane and exactly what I expect in the finals.
He did get tagged up a little bit there, though. That got scary for a moment, but managed to still get the elimination. Going to gather some materials up, gather some additional weapons, and they're going to be on their way, like you mentioned. By far, one of our most aggressive teams in this entire tournament. You know they're going to be pushing forward over and over, and that is exactly what they're doing. Constantly moving, constantly slaying, constantly surveying the map, making great use of these slipstreams and all the mobility that is on Fortnite's map right now. And it looks like there might have been a player off to the right.
Definitely have to see. Looks like he wants to go on the attack using these slipstreams to the best of their abilities. And now we're heading into Neo Tilted. You see the score 6-6, very close. And, of course, what you expect when it comes to the finals. Neo Tilted could get a little bit crazy. Look at the stat line, though, on the top left. Neo's going to be just about half health. He's got some minis to him. But on the attack, Jarvis going to find a player with the hero play with the impulse. Actually works out that he gets knocked down because he comes through and gets the knock on the player and able to help out Tilt.
A little Harry Potter there, right? Got hit by the ceiling under there and manages to work out in his favor. Gets to help his teammate out. And another kill for the boys of FaZe. Going to get pushed by a different player with the drum gun, though. Taken down to 63 HP before getting the knock and the elimination. Another player, of course, with the drum gun right there again. I don't think he knows who he's pushing, Taylor.
You got to put some respect on these guys' name, right? You can't just come in there with the drum gun. I don't care how powerful and OP it is. You're not going to be able to take out Jarvis and Tilt that easily.
Definitely not. As we head back now toward Nickmercs and Neo, a little bit of a slower kind of mid game. We haven't really seen their names get involved too much when it comes down to the kill feed, but Nickmercs already dropping 5. And we talked about, guys, it's been a long time since Nickmercs has been in a grand final in Fortnite, unfortunately, as the slipstream will be laughing this time. So you can get the final laugh, and it looks as if Nickmercs is now on his journey. But it's been so long, right? It's been since the very first week that he has been champion. He's wanting this to finally be added to the trophy case, recently joining FaZe. It would be awesome if he could manage to kind of get that title back. It's been so long, and I know that would definitely take the cake. The M-Fan would probably lose their minds. They'd be celebrating for weeks if they managed to capture this title. But on the other end, they've got a very difficult opponent in front of them as Jarvis from the skies doing quite a bit of damage, dropping 1, nearly dropping the second, even going through stink bombs. He's so confident, not a problem in the world, pushing through those pyramids, dominating through a few of those roofs and trying to make some of his own, as he does actually consistently start to lose a few of his builds. His teammates, though, are just off in the distance doing some work. And this collaboration is not looking good for the opponents as they are just destroying squad after squad as knockdown after knockdown. There are still opponents left alive, and I would say normally that could be a positive or negative. It's definitely a positive if you are FaZe, Jarvis, and Tilt.
Definitely so, right? Tilt does take a lot of damage in return, but honestly, is he too worried about it? Not really, despite not having, you know, the meds to heal up. I think they're still going to be pushing just as aggressively as they would if they were at full health. Neo, you see him on the bottom end. He's going to be able to get a couple of knocks himself. Now at Fatal, which ended up being the hot drop off the beginning for at least a couple of them. We see a lot of drones still floating in the air. That gives an opportunity for a couple players to be around. And I think there might be somebody here inside this cornfield potentially. And the roofs or the floors might be built to kind of break down the corn stalks. Let's see if he's going to use that strategy. Well, he's going to use the roofs, or excuse me, the stairs, which actually is a better strategy, right? Because it gives you the immediate high ground, plus it also destroys the corn.
The corn can be so stressful at times. You're trying to hunt a player down. You have no idea where they're going to come out of, and all of a sudden, like this, shots will just start pouring out of every which way. And you can see Nick and Neo searching for that player. Looks like Neo has, in fact, found him. So definitely a lot of slaying on both sides right now. We have a very, very good game number 1 of our grand finals. It says Storm's starting to come in, but they end up jumping into that slipstream. There's just so much mobility on Fortnite right now. They can jump even into that sky tower and go even higher and even farther. But they spot a player in the process. Are they going to end up chasing him? Looks like they have 2 players in their sights right now. Nick is just hot on this player's tail right now. I don't think they know just who is behind him.
That player's actually going to drop just a bit short.
I think they're both going to get it.
Well, he's going to be able to get it. The other player's going to drop short, so he's not going to be able to get the 2 like he wanted. And I'm surprised his teammate didn't call it out. Unless it was 2 totally separate players, now it's going to be 3 players on him. 1 has been dropped, 2 now down below. Immediate high ground. Jarvis is going to drop. Great opportunity for Nickmercs and Neo at this point in time, especially if Tilt goes down. We know he doesn't have any shield. He's going to be at 75 health. Landon, it's getting close.
It definitely is. Let's see possibly if Tilt can make this clutch happen. I think he is very low on HP as of this moment, so that'd be big if he can start to try and get him back up. Like we said, Nickmercs and Neo, they're having quite a bit of success right now. They're taking some shields. But as we head back now toward Tilt's perspective, he's got to be oh so careful with this. Not even a wall to his left. It's worrying me a little bit. You never know when a sniper shot could possibly come in and start to ruin things. He should be good. And Jarvis is now back up. I will say, if need be, they do have that Rift to go sitting in the inventory if they need to utilize it.
Players right in front of him. The Storm's going to be coming in just about a minute. Luckily for them, you can see in his inventory they do have a Rift. So in case they fight this for maybe long enough for the Storm to come in, they can still get out at any time. Got to once again utilize that redeploy, which can close the gap so fast, just like this. The engage is going to come in. He only has 65 HP. He has to be careful. A good combat shotgun shot will end his life, so he's got to be careful here. Great job, great teamwork by both Jarvis and Tilt as they continue to get some eliminations, both low health. Even Neo on the other end, low health as well. So 3 out of our 4 players taken low. Even Nick without shield.
I want to point out how, if you were ballsy, this play is from Tilt and Jarvis, right? Because they're low in health. One sitting at 30, the other one at 65. And they're pushing it, knowing they were lagging just a little bit before. Neo's going to drop off. But this push, regardless if he goes down, if Tilt comes through, which actually he's going to go down. Now Jarvis, he's going to be low in health. He's going to manage to get the knock. But there's still players around him. There's at least 2 teams that were in this vicinity. He goes down. Nickmercs left up to his own devices. But now it's an opportunity. Do I go down and pick up the card? Force maybe a respawn from Nickmercs. Kind of make a decision. Do I want to go for the respawn or not? This is going to be a big fight.
Oh, this is so crucial right now. Jarvis able to drop 1, but I believe there might have been another around the area unless he already happened to find him. I thought there was 2. Regardless, though, Jarvis is hanging up. He's still alive, but not the same can be said possibly for Nickmercs. Trying to go for a few edits, trying to be oh so careful as he has a few minis. Is he going to get a free opportunity to maybe try and grab him, taking a little bit of HP loss in the process? I didn't see that glider redeploy in that final spot, so thankfully able to use it, get some free time for these minis, and now he can start to think about the engage. Looking for a few of these ramps. I hear those players just stopping off not too far away, and it looks as if he is going to be taking some shots, going for the first combat, lands the second one as well. Great stuff. And he is getting some free time, goes down to the very first floor. And this is a risky fight here, gentlemen. Can he find this one? Might even try to take the baller. And he's trying to escape, but unfortunately, it's not going to work out too well. Neo's card is starting to fade. Can he get there in time? Is that even his main concern? He's just maybe even fighting for his own life.
He doesn't have health. He doesn't have an ability to heal himself at this point. So, yeah, he'll be able to get these eliminations. He was trying to dip out because he knew the Storm was moving in. He can't fight this. He's probably going to get eliminated by the Storm, even using the slipstream. I don't think he's going to have an opportunity. This team is applying way too much pressure.
He's got to run here, Ryan.
There's no way he can, though, Ryan.
I don't think he has any opportunity to get out here. I mean, he has the redeploy, but there's just so many players shooting him in front. His health is ticking second by second. He has to basically maximize the eliminations he can get right now because at this point, he's pretty much dead to rights.
Yeah. This is such an unfortunate situation. I mean, if there was a campfire, something that maybe could try to change the entire tide of this game, this is the moment. Nickmercs able to drop one.
Oh my gosh, he did it.
Second. Is there anything? Is there any opportunity?
Campfire.
Place down the campfire, Nick. Oh my gosh. He's hanging on by a thread. Now let's see what the play may be. He does have a bounce pad in his inventory. I think he might have just picked one up. He's trying to gauge how far away he is.
I don't think he
There is a
can.
baller that just exists, tries to go for the bounce pad, and he is going to try to escape, going through the slipstreams. Can he stay alive? Ticking lower and lower
there's
on
no
HP.
way. No way.
Can he make it? And no, not going to be able to do so. Nickmercs did all he possibly could. I will say, finishes off with 12 eliminations, 2 big ones at the end. Not going to be enough, though, as it will be Jarvis and Tilt still holding on and having access to the last 10 players that do exist on the map, as they already do possess a 2 elim lead. It's all about distancing themselves. It's all about what we like to call that extra credit.
And Nick almost doing the absolute impossible. We thought he was dead to rights. It looked like against all odds, he gets the both eliminations that are both in the storm, gets the campfire, just too little too late. Had there maybe been a second campfire on that stack, he might have had an opportunity, but that storm started hitting for 2, right? If it had been hitting for maybe a little less, he would have had a chance, but just, again, too little too late. Fantastic attempt, like I said, at least getting those 2 eliminations before he goes down. So great job by him to kind of, make something out of nothing, but now you got to wonder how much of this extra credit we talk about are Jarvis and Tilt going to accumulate. There's 10 eliminations left on the map. Keep in mind, they're on the winner's side of the bracket, guys.
Exactly.
All they need to do is win 1 series versus the 2 series that Nick and Neo have to win. If you're a FaZe fan, I know we have FaZe in both teams, but if you're a fan of FaZe Jarvis and FaZe Tilt, you have to be licking your lips right now as your players are looking poised to enter game number 2 with at least a fairly sizable lead.
Yeah, I mean, they are already leading by 2 at this point and everything else. I mean, like you said, the extra credit points coming into play. There's a potential of 10 more eliminations they can get. If I'm in Jarvis's and Tilt position, you already saw a smile come out from Jarvis. He's feeling good. He knows Nickmercs, Neo are down, and the pressure, for all intents and purposes, is off.
Yeah.
They have a bad start. They instantly lose with the deficit, right? So, I mean, there is a lot of pressure now being placed onto Nickmercs and Neo, especially the fact that they've got to force a bracket reset. Infam, Nickmercs and Neo need your support and energy more now than ever. Make sure you're giving it their way.
Yeah, you got to support them a little bit. And on the other end, Tilt and Jarvis. Communication, excellent shots from afar. My goodness, Tilt making it look as if that weapon was so good. You hear him? Said, I'm nasty. I got the shot. I got the beam right now. That's insane. He is hardly missing any shots, if any at all. And from a long range, rockets coming in to try and destroy the structures of Jarvis. But he's hot on the engagements. He's hot and ready to go for these fights. Players trying to use those air vents to escape, and it looks as if that will work for now. You see him being very aware of his position, knowing that players could go for the engagement, trying to land on top of his head, and it's not going to work out too well. There's a knock as Jarvis dropping one, peppering on the other. It's as if that they're just kind of playing around. They're toying around. They're hitting these guys with absolute ease.
This is absolutely
It's getting out of hand.
I got to say, Jarvis is a man on fire. He is taking shot after shot. And, I mean, honestly, it's reckless at a point where it's like a beautiful reckless, right? It's just they seem totally in control. Now they're going to divvy up, a couple of supplies towards the end, and we're going to start pushing for the last couple of eliminations. And you can imagine they already had a 2 lead. They get these last remaining 10. They're going to come into game 2 with a 12 elimination lead.
Player was rebooted right now, too. Just more kills for the taking for both Tilt and Jarvis. First initial shots come in. They found another squad to add to their lead.
Oh,
He gets rifted as Taylor
But Jarvis
mentioned.
did? Oh, wait, no, Jarvis did. Okay.
Always a rift in play when times are looking dire. But that is actually netted Tilt with the opportunity for a kill on a soccer skin, but he gets hit by the trap in the meantime. Very, very unlucky, but he has Jarvis on his side, and you know Jarvis can kill any amount of players that are in front of him. He has shots coming in on the right and on the left, looking to finish off as many of these final players as possible. These 2 young, talented players are putting on a show in our grand finals thus far, showing up to the occasion despite never really being there before against a veteran team. They are doing wonders in this grand finals.
Jarvis, spotlight is on you, my friend. Bounce pad utilized. He's used to players kind of bouncing on top of him, and that seems to be what happens most of the time at long-range shots, and there goes another. Jarvis is absolutely on a tear. Long range with the casual blue assault rifle, not a problem. No issues whatsoever as he is solely taking down everybody. I don't even think he wants to go for the rebound on Tilt. He's like, hey, man, I got this. This isn't a problem whatsoever. Man, this guy is on fire. He needs to go and take a look at that AC behind him because, my goodness, he is just storming everybody that is in sight. Like, this is insane, the shots that he's hitting from long range. Oh, and a casual few campers just hanging out. And it looks as if brought down to 70 HP. Thankfully, he has a few bandages, so going to go and utilize at least one of those to get back to 75. A few things down at the bottom, and it looks as if he might even have the opportunity. I was going to say, yeah, go and toss out
2 of them.
The Storm.
I
and
finally
we'll see
get
if
it.
that can maybe be utilized successfully, trying to distance out the opponents. Unfortunately, doesn't have a whole lot of shield to his name as he is constantly firing shots away from long range.
I've been waiting for the offensive Storm to be thrown at someone. The stink bomb on steroids. Finally, we see it by FaZe Jarvis in the finals. Of course, going to push those players right away, and now he's going to get tagged up a little bit, but he still has another squad in his sights. Does have another campfire and a few bandages as well. So going to be able to probably get back to 100 health. The Storm going to come in about 35 seconds, so he still has some time. But it looks like another player is pushing him to his left.
I'm going to be thinking, does he have a launch pad, right? That's going to be the biggest thing to kind of rotate towards new circle.
I think he does.
And if he does, that's going to be absolutely critical. But this team below him, you know, I would say decent player. From what I can tell, honestly, pretty much everybody in this final lobby seems to be kind of decent, like especially like the last 4. And I'm only saying that because just how the builds are kind of going, right? This is like a little bit of a Turtle War-esque kind of fight going down. But, I mean, it is going to benefit Jarvis in a situation. He has a ton of experience for this, and you see some nice edits coming through. He gets this elimination. He'll also be able to heal himself with the fire as well. And there it is, but the Storm moves in. Now, does he have a launch pad? We have to see.
It looked like there was a purple item on the ground when he was looting one of those opponents. So I'm not sure. Maybe he doesn't actually have one after all.
There's no way, because he wouldn't be moving like this, I don't think.
Yeah, no, you're right. It looked like there's one on the ground. Maybe it was a purple item.
Given it from Tilt, and Jarvis, pixel perfect, unfortunately gets wrapped up in the Storm. Has to be super careful of his position. He's trying to go for the run and constantly placing down builds in the process. Unfortunately, it looks as if that 3P, the opposition team, is taking down quite a bit of players. I was going to say maybe making his life a little bit easier. Now going for the engagement, brought down to 30 HP, no health items, not a whole lot left to his name. Trying to find any in the long run, does take down one. Can he escape? No. Jarvis is hyped, and he has every right to feel that way. 17 elims in a grand final is unprecedented. What a play coming in from the FaZe boys. Despite all of our players dropping, it was still a highlight-worthy game, full of incredible moments. Unfortunately for Nickmercs and Neo, though, they go down early, and FaZe, they capitalize.
And I just want to point out, 17 for Jarvis, 18 eliminations for both Nickmercs and Neo.
Jeez.
Right, so you're sitting at 17 to 18 alone with that, plus the the eliminations from Tilt, right? So this is looking bad if you're Nickmercs and Neo, but crazier things have happened, and Tilt and Jarvis could drop off the beginning, but that's what's going to need to happen. If they have another performance like this, it's an easy GG, and these guys are going to capitalize and win $10,000 in first place. But Nickmercs, like you called it, right, he's a Gears of War champion. He's a champion in general in multiple titles. Back has been against the wall several times in the past. He knows how to get out of tight situations.
If there's anyone that can show up to the occasion, as you've seen when it matters most, it is Nick. Of course, they have excuse me, a huge mountain to climb right now, as they're going to be down quite a bit and have an absolute titan of an opponent ahead of them in the form of FaZe Tilt and FaZe Jarvis, who, like I said, I'm so impressed by these players just because we know how young they are, right? We know they're, in the grand scheme of things, fairly inexperienced, and they're looking like a group of veterans in this finals right now. They're making play after play. I'm so impressed by this duo.
And two, the thing is that this particular roster, these group of 2, they were added last second. Tilt wasn't meant to be his team. It's supposed to be Ricegum and Jarvis. Tilt pretty much gets added to the team because he was the runner-up. Keemstar was like, okay, hey, I saw your runner-up placement. You're obviously a professional player for FaZe Clan. I'm going to give you your chance, put you kind of back on, a highlight-worthy team. And now they're here. They're facing off against some duos that have been together for the longest amount of time. Obviously, Nickmercs and Neo to be one. And they are thriving, gentlemen. Like, they are absolutely going off. I mean, 17 elims is impressive enough to do it in the grand finals when the spotlight is on you. $10,000 is in the distance, and hundreds of thousands, millions of viewers have been watching Friday Fortnite today. It has been one heck of a tournament. 27-18 will be our lead for game 1. Can Nickmercs and Neo start to make the comeback? They need a solid game 2. They need to force a bracket reset. If not, If Tilt and Jarvis can hold on, they will be your Week 2 champions. It all comes down to this, possibly the last moment, the last landing location for Nickmercs and Neo. It is all set to start off here, and it looks as if Nickmercs possibly could be in a coral off the break.
Nice.
And says, thank
I
you so
love that
much for
play.
destroying the structures for me. I'll be taking you down. There goes old Jonesy.
In a lot of situations, their players would have went in for the pickaxe elimination. He allowed him to break through, which gave him time to go and get the weapon that was in there. And that's little plays like that that separates Nickmercs from the amateurs.
3,000 IQ from one of course, our most veteran players in this tournament. The first ever champion in Friday Fortnite. He's seen these situations so many times. There is no surprise to me that he is in the finals. It's because of plays like that, Taylor.
Yep. Absolutely so. And I got to say, you know, down 9 eliminations honestly isn't too terribly bad. Still very doable to come, you know, to come through, especially like I said, Tilt, Jarvis, they go down early on, but you do kind of see like a mirror aspect going down. Dusty, I almost thought Tilt and Jarvis were going to be heading over towards Salty, but Dusty still cutting off a rotation. That's going to force Nickmercs and Neo to kind of, you know, do we want to go over towards Megga? That's kind of their only option. Maybe even Fatal, right? Fatal seems to be a popular area as well.
Yeah, it definitely could be the option. I think that's what Nickmercs and Neo are most likely communicating, kind of going back and forth, and it looks as if they might be thinking Neo tilted based on trying to maximize the airtime. That could be the case, but yeah, they might even be splitting off the start, which I was going to say, this might be a call, this might be the play to make, and is it a risky one? Absolutely. Does Nickmercs and Neo know exactly what they need to do? Absolutely, which means to split from time to time. It means to try to relocate yourself. Is it kind of a low opportunity? We'll see what they can try to commit to. But guys, like we said, if you are watching this game and you're interested, feel free to type in the chat. Let us know why you deserve to win $10,000. It's about to be given away once this grand final concludes. Let us know why you do deserve it. Get some hype in the chat, and along with that, let us know who you think is going to be walking away with this game, as Neo Tilted seems to be the location now for Nickmercs and Neo.
You see both players, Nickmercs back in Tilted, it only feels right. Nickmercs obviously known for his incredible play in the original Tilted Towers, so to see him back at home where so many of his fans have seen him in the past feels very fitting. Let's see if he can maybe start his run right now. Like you mentioned, Landon, they're going to have to take some risks in the process as he drops down, gets a great kill. You're coming out of losers. You need to win 2 series. Sometimes you got to make those risky plays, right? What's the phrase? Risk it for the biscuit. There it is right here.
I was really excited for that.
I was saying, you were waiting. Get the words
biscuit,
out.
Baby. Love to see that. Rift to go now added to the back pocket of Mr. Nickmercs. But like I said, it's kind of a homecoming when it comes in at Tilted. If there was a location that could bring them back, it would be one of which that Nickmercs has specialized himself in, taking down another player. Up to 4 for Nick. Team shots coming in. Things that you'd like to see are happening. I will say, though, Jarvis and Tilt, we haven't really seen them kind of get brought up too much recently in the kill feed, so maybe playing this one a little bit slower paced off the break, but that's only a positive if you are a fan of the M-Fam.
I got to say, a bracket reset is looking possible. Nickmercs and Neo, I think have closed the gap at this point. I haven't seen really Tilt and Jarvis kind of heat up on the elimination feed there. They're already rotating over towards loot, and the first rotation is already coming in for Tilt and Jarvis. In the meantime, though, they've just kind of stayed at Dusty. Now they're finally trying to push over potentially to Salty. They're kind of seeing what is around the area, but look at the elimination feed. Nickmercs once again over at loot, picking up a couple of them, but look at his health. He's down to 2.
As is Neo right now. Both players, Neo getting, I believe, 2 kills in the process. Luckily, Nick finds himself a med kit. Neo and Nick both down to maybe 2, maybe 3 HP. So
handful
both
combined,
a hair away from being eliminated, but managed to stay alive. It is the plays like that that can make you a champion.
Absolutely, and a lot of people don't think that. A lot of people think, oh, you know, I have to kind of constantly be up in the HP game. No, it's a matter of the sacrifices. You have to make plays like that. You have to be brought down to slim amounts of HP to kind of get those opportunities. On the other end, let's see how Tilt and Jarvis can improve a little bit of their mid game. Quite a bit of HP loss for the most part if you are Tilt. As the engagement starts to come, they cannot lose this one. Coming from the skies, there is one, and there is the second knock, as there are still enemies to come. And look at all this legendary loot.
Yep.
What is that, 2 legendary sniper rifles? That guy was definitely holding on to all the spoils.
This leads me to believe there's probably a hot spot around here. Maybe, well, I was going to say Shifty Shafts, but I can kind of see that. But you got to be thinking one of the players went over there, and that's one of the benefits, right? There's going to be a lot of legendary loot around because of those hot drops. Engagement's going down. Nickmercs on top of one of the players. He misses some shots. That's okay. Neo's going to come in and try and capitalize himself. I thought there was a player still down below him, but for the most part, there is a player just like kind of chilling. And I believe he was healing up below Nick, but giving some call-outs out of mats. Please tell me this isn't how it ends.
That's the worst. It's like the most heart-wrenching thing when you're seeing a player just trying to make a big play, and all of a sudden you see those materials start to turn red.
Oh, they
Nick
can't
can
afford
hear
this.
players.
Yeah. I'm good.
Holding on to that shotgun. He's ready for the shot. Is he ready for the opportunity? And yes, doesn't hardly take any HP loss, but now it's time for the second one. It makes it look oh so easy. Back to back. And these are Nox guys. Like, they are still having countless opponents run at them. And we'll see if they can start to capitalize from the skies. Neo takes down another, and yet it is still a Nox. There's one more player around this area. I feel like every time we take a look at Nickmercs and Neo's perspectives, as Nick takes a little bit too much fall damage, they are running into opponent after opponent. Not necessarily the case for Jarvis and Tilt. They're kind of struggling a little bit, trying to vacate themselves, go to different point of views, and hopefully start to see some success. As you do notice, a few players kind of huddling around that reboot van. That could be a point of interest, as they do have another squad in front of them. This is big for them to kind of get back in this game, Taylor.
It definitely is, and I do want to point out Rift to go as well as a launch pad in the hands of Nickmercs, so a lot of mobility to be had, especially towards late game where it's going to matter the most. This is going to be a great fight for Jarvis. He's going to go ahead and blow up some of the corn stalks as well as the builds to his right. Player down below with a nice edit comes through, able to get the elim. His partner as well going big, and that's going to be a squad wipe. More players up in the slipstream for themselves, but you see the grenade launcher doing major damage. Not going to deter Jarvis. He's going to go through. He gets one knock on a player. Jumping down below for the second. Where is going to be the third? As we see builds are going to be destroyed no matter. He's not worried about it. Constantly keeping on his toes. His buddy high ground up ahead. He's going to be calling out the action. Minis much needed going to go into the inventory and the health line of Jarvis himself and the final player in the corn stalks. And they're just waiting to connect that final shot. Let's see where this player is going to be hiding.
Here's some of the call-outs right now. We have to kill this guy. They know the longer they take to kind of finish off these last few eliminations, the more time their opponents could be out there getting them as well. And you see Jarvis finally spots the player. Going to end up getting those eliminations as well. So we finally see Tilt and Jarvis coming to life. It seemed like they were having an uncharacteristic slow start. On the other end, Nick and Neo having a very, very fast start. But now Jarvis and Tilt coming alive, making this very, very interesting. Taylor, there's the rifts that you love so much during a fight.
And it runs out.
Every time. Runs away from them right in their sight. Excuse me. Luckily, though, Nick has 2 launch pads.
This guy's split into the right over here until two landed in
Here
front of me in the slip.
I love hearing the communication during these intense moments, right? Just the way that they kind of break down the action, break down what they're going to do next, what their rotation's going to be, keeping track of their opponents as well. There's so many things to think about. Sounds just as easy as just, killing bots, right? No, it is not that easy. You have to worry about the other team. You have to worry about your positioning, your rotations, where the storm's going. So many things to keep track of. It's awesome to hear these 2 players at the highest level breaking it all down.
Nickmercs is on the hunt, making his way through slipstreams, desperately trying to find any stragglers that may come in toward his line sight. On the other end, Jarvis, Tilt, starting to spot a few of these players in this mid-round. Going for the quick edits, Tilt looking for his chance, looking for the opportunity just through the other side of the wall, trying to grab ownership of those positions. And the enemy says, hey, welcome. And Tilt is ready for the fight, ready for the engagement, as there's a player just off in the distance, peppering some few bullets, and he'll make it land a little bit too close for comfort, but he has the fast enough reaction, and they are hyped. They are ready for this fight, and it looks as if Nickmercs might have to be as well, sliding down the mountain. Neo is still here, and despite sliding down, Nickmercs is still finding eliminations, trying to finalize it. Is there any HP? I don't think there's going to be a whole lot for him to kind of take a look at outside of that bounce pad, which is now time to use it, trying to get back up and forth. Can he stay here with he and Neo? This is a big moment for him, and Neo is there to drop him. Back and forth we go, facing success, and same thing for Nickmercs and Neo on this side of the map.
And Nick's still very low materials. He actually ended up running out of mats before getting that final kill, and even the player that he eliminated didn't have a ton of mats themselves. You can see only 24 wood, 40 brick, and 93 steel, so he has to be careful. If he runs into a team of 4 right now, he will not have enough materials to defend himself.
Honestly, at this point, I think you just got to go for it and commit full sins, as we are going to see Tilt Jarvis finding another engagement here on the ship. But watch out, Jarvis will get dropped. Or Tilt, excuse me. Now Jarvis has to go big in this moment. Knows he needs to top off his shields, and he'll be dropping down. Luckily for Tilt, he has not been fully eliminated, which means there's an opportunity to get that res off. Another player is going to drop, and a big opportunity for Jarvis. He drops here. Nickmercs and Neo might walk away with this and force a bracket reset.
Jarvis playing oh so well, ready for any extra pyramids he needs to place down. This is his moment. This is the time to go big. If he were to drop, you could argue it's got to be in the camp of Nickmercs and Neo. And you hear the call-outs coming in. Despite the storm coming through, he needs to go for the revive. He is out in the open, though. It's getting a little bit nervy, and he hears a few players just above. Taylor, you're shaking your head. I totally get it, right? Storm is doing so much damage. He's going for the revive. Can they escape? They've got some campfires. Surely they've got something like a rift to go, a bounce pad to some extent. They have also got the slipstreams to their use. Wasting a lot of time right now, and this is a big advantage right here for Nickmercs and Neo. Still a few players here. They're getting a lot of traction, and he does take down one. This is a knock. There's still a few more players around the area, and Jarvis goes big for a double. We thought wasting time potentially, but they are still finding him. Unbelievable stuff from FaZe. Desperately trying to get back towards the storm.
Super Saiyan Jarvis!
Oh my gosh. Can they make it back in the storm? They were losing a lot of HP. It looks as if they will be back up to pretty much 100 once they kind of get back down. Unfortunately, Jarvis can't say the same thing. Entering back towards some builds. Like I said, the confidence is on their side. We'll see who can spot some players toward this end game. It is all on Nickmercs and Neo to respond.
Big moment for Nickmercs and Neo. Kind of just ditching some of those roller balls off. Now Nickmercs going to be on the hunt for some more players, and I got to tell you, this score has to be incredibly close. Nickmercs luckily going to find a player up ahead, but you got to be thinking Neo low in health. Nickmercs not too high himself. Well within, kind of one-shot range, depending on how the combat shotgun, connects. So this is a very difficult situation to be in, and if any of them drop, I mean, honestly, it's anybody's game. And Jarvis, look at his health. His health is going down drastically. He might get dropped himself, just missing the foot on the player up ahead. This is going to come down to literally the victory royale.
It's all about being crafty. It's all about being careful with your life. And there goes Neo. It is all on Nickmercs to keep this one up. I was going to say he has, some of the most HP in the game. Just as I say that, though, Jarvis and Tilt brought back up to at least 100 apiece. Nick, 101, has a mini in the back pocket. Can he keep up? Can he find the last few stragglers trying to hold on for the M-Fam, desperately trying to force the bracket reset? He's looking through the build. He finds someone just on the flank. Needs to go big, and somehow stays alive.
Oh my gosh!
With 1 HP. Ends up getting taken down, and at the end, Jarvis comes through with a big double. And based on the hype, I think that might signify who are your champions, as Jarvis and Tilt, they get it done. They hold on to the winner side and are your Week 2 champions. You've got to give respect, though, to Nickmercs and Neo for finding it out the way that they did. It, without question, came down to the wire. It came down to the final moments. But my goodness, what a match that was.
Jarvis and Tilt, the last-minute add-ons, from last-minute add-on to full-blown champion and $10,000 richer. These guys have done it, representing FaZe well, but Nickmercs and Neo, a solid duo that always performs incredibly well in the end. Can't make it happen, but let me tell you, they played their heart out, and Nickmercs and Neo, they'll be back next week to perform incredibly well once again. But Tilt and Jarvis, my hat is off to you. The hype, you guys brought it. The energy, you guys brought it, as well as the skill. Literally not dropping a single time to any of their opponents. they decimated Week 2 of 2019 Friday Fortnite.
And look at that scoreline. 53 eliminations in the grand finals. 27 in Game 1, 26 in Game 2. These are two young players, two fairly inexperienced players in this format, and they came up huge when it mattered the most. Huge congratulations to FaZe Tilt and FaZe Jarvis on their first ever Friday Fortnite victory. Now I have a feeling it might not be their last if they continue to play like this in future weeks. I was so impressed by them the whole week through. And of course, a huge congratulations on the other end to Nickmercs and Neo and the entire M-Fam for another fantastic performance, a great run, and giving us a fantastic grand finals as well.
Man, what a grand final. That was fun, guys. That was another Friday Fortnite in the books. Week 2 here of 2019 has been done. And like we said, it's a matter of the young guns. They're just coming out consistency. And it was a matter of like, hey, Nickmercs and Neo, they finished off with 18 in Game 1, 18 in Game 2. 26 and 27 for Jarvis and Tilt. I mean, it was just a matter of both teams playing consistent, but just the result of that is just so hard to wrap your head around. Like the skill, the ability for all these players, and the way that they have kind of transitioned and improved. I mean, the average Fortnite player has obviously increased in skill since 2018 out of 2019. Sure. But just the young guys that are coming up and putting up these staggering numbers. I mean, we would talk about this would be an outlier last year. It is now a consistent performance to see 40-plus, 50-plus games in just a matter of 2 maps.
You know, I was talking to somebody before we went live, and it was a matter of that. You know, I was explaining how much the game has developed from last Friday Fortnite to now. Yeah. And you know, she was absolutely shocked. She's like, "Are you kidding me? You know, in just a span of a year." You know, it's changed that much? Absolutely.
Right. And obviously, as we take a look through our final standings, you can kind of get the idea. Hey, Fortnite is a much different story. We do see our qualifier team making it into the top 3. Guys, we got to talk about Grandmateets Deez. Put on a phenomenal performance, making it this far. We weren't really too sure based off of qualifier teams of old, how they did last week, now into this week. These guys showed up, put out an incredible effort, even got shouted out by Drake on Instagram in the process. That's a great way to spend your Friday.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, again, I can't say it enough. This is the proof of concept that you, players at home, can show yourself on the big stage, play in the qualifiers. Look at right there, Grandmateets Deez getting top 3 in Friday Fortnite against some of the best players in the world. If you think you got what it takes, head to umggaming.com, play in the qualifiers. They beat almost 500 teams to get there. They came to the big scene, and they showed they had the skill to do it. I was so impressed by them as well.
Absolutely. Like I said, our top 3 has obviously been decided, but wait a minute. We have something else to do. There's $10,000 that was just given away. Now it's time for $10,000 to be given away to one of you guys. Who is the lucky victor out there? Who has commented? Who is being awarded $10,000? It's honestly amazing that we're able to do this. The fact that we're able to kind of sit here and just watch the magnificence, the incredibleness that is pretty much the ability to give away that $10,000 prize. It's amazing to be a part of, and I cannot wait to see who it is. Now, I believe we do have a video actually from Keemstar announcing our winner. So let's go and take a look at who's $10,000 richer.
What is up, Friday Fortnite? I'm your host, Keemstar. Well, I'm not really your host, but I am the creator of Friday Fortnite. And first, I just want to say a big shout out to FaZe Clan for sponsoring Friday Fortnite, and to G Fuel, and to the casters at UMG. You guys did an amazing job. We have broke tons of records. In fact, with the numbers coming in from PewDiePie, Ninja, and Ceeday, it is just insane. We will let you know what those numbers are once they're all in. Record-breaking stuff, people. But now it is time for the moment you've all been waiting for. Who is gonna win the $10,000? Now here's the thing, FaZe Banks earlier today picked a winner, and this winner happens to be streaming on Twitch right now. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Diz TV. He was currently doing a Friday Fortnite watch party with only 3 viewers, and I can't wait to see his reaction. So join me by jumping over in his stream to see what he's gonna do with the $10,000. And we'll see you in week 3, which is on June 21st of Friday Fortnite. Now it is time for the moment you've all been waiting for. Who is gonna win the $10,000?
All right, so we're gonna get to see Giz's live reaction, Landon. Yeah. Like, he's gonna freak out.
Let's watch this.
Winner happens to be streaming on Twitch right now, and the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Diz TV. Friday Fortnite watch party.
$10,000 to Giz, buddy. Enjoy it.
What an amazing
Listen to that.
follow notification.
Look at him.
That is amazing.
Giz.
Oh, look at him.
Oh, this is
No
this is
way!
incredible.
Oh my gosh, he's hyperventilating. Get him a brown bag, Giz.
Giz, congratulations, buddy. You're $10,000 richer.
I'm
That
so
was so
happy
much
for
fun
him.
to watch his reaction.
I'm so
Massive
happy for
thanks,
him.
massive thanks to Keem for obviously giving us the update there. But my goodness, it's incredible. It's so much fun to watch someone's reaction. You just see him just loading in, and we obviously heard the call, right? Okay, someone has been streaming, doing a watch party, and he's like, "Is it actually?" There's no way. Like, there's no way it's gonna be me. That's probably one of my favorite moments of the day.
It's videos like that that really warm my heart because it's like he wanted it so badly, and doing the viewing party, obviously helping out the scene, helping Friday Fortnite in general. His reaction, beautiful, and $10,000. Giz, enjoy it.
That's the best part. It went to obviously a very dedicated member of the community, right? So from what I can see so far, Giz, you look like a fantastic dude. Definitely very deserving, like you said. Obviously loves Fortnite, loves Friday Fortnite. So thank you so much for obviously watching along the way. We appreciate you, and congratulations on winning $10,000. That's incredible.
Oh, feel free to let us know, man. What are you doing with the cash? What are you going to do, with the money exactly? You're going to kind of invest? I know last week, I think someone was saying that he was going to give it away to his money and kind of keep the rest of it. I think he was giving half of away to his family and keeping the other half put in the bank and kind of moving forward with it. So you never know. Hey, get $10,000 whenever you want to, man. So congratulations to you, buddy. $10,000 richer. Also, along with that, we obviously have to give a massive congratulations to Jarvis and Co. for winning their title. I mean, it was an insane grand final to be a part of. Week 2, without question, lived up to the hype. But without further ado, guys, any final words?
Honestly, another week in the bag, and I gotta say, week 2 was even better than week 1. The fact that we had Tilt and Jarvis come through from FaZe to end up on top the last minute add-in to champion, congratulations to them. Seeing the reaction of the $10,000 winner, phenomenal, and honestly, I hope to see you guys back next week.
It was definitely a fantastic week. I had an absolute blast casting Friday Fortnite today. Congratulations, of course, to the boys on FaZe, and of course Nick and Neo as well for putting on an awesome show in the finals. And thank you all to the viewers. Honestly, I hope you guys had a great time. I know we had a blast on the couch as well. And hey, you guys are what make this world go round, right? You guys are the reason that we're able to do this. It's all about the fans. It's all about the community. So again, huge thanks to you guys. Of course, huge thanks to Keemstar and FaZe for helping make this all possible as well. And I can't wait to do it again.
Absolutely, guys. Like we said, another week of Friday Fortnite is in the books. Week 2 is done. It is through. And what an event it was. Of course, we want to give you guys a massive thank you for tuning in, for being so, kind of alive in the chat, for constantly kind of giving, you guys are just an amazing community, that's for sure. And obviously, we kind of see it, through different moments with Giz, kind of getting his opportunity, his chance to walk away with $10,000. It's a moment that we're not going to forget for a long time, that's for sure. So massive thank you to you guys for being so incredible out there, for helping us try to trend again, for obviously being alive in the chat and whatnot. So massive thank you to you guys for being incredible and probably breaking even more records, which of course I'm sure we're going to be seeing tweeted out here in just a few short moments. But of course, along with that, we got to thank the viewers. We also got to thank Keemstar and FaZe Banks. If it wasn't for them, guys, Friday Fortnite's not happening. Friday Fortnite season, or rather, this particular year, 2019, it's not happening. So massive shout out to Banks, massive shout out to Keemstar for supplying the prize pool, for giving away $20,000 each week to competitors and obviously viewers out there. And along with that, we obviously want to thank our sponsors, G Fuel. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure to visit their website at checkout. Make sure to use code UMG for 30% off. We also want to give a massive thank you to our friends at HyperX as well for being involved. If it wasn't for our sponsors, guys, this event wouldn't happen either. So massive thank you to G Fuel and HyperX for being involved. And like I said, make sure to use that code UMG for 30% off in honor of Friday Fortnite. But like we said, guys, it is another Friday Fortnite in the books. And for everybody here at the UMG studio, for Taylor Reflections, Noble, Ryan, a.k.a. Ryan Fools, it is Landon Lano signing off for the final time, saying thank you so much for watching Week 2 of Friday Fortnite 2019, and we will see you all next time.